will encourage trash talk to the highest degree, Mr. Man in the pink over there. But as we head over and towards, we are about to get ready for LSU versus Ole Miss.
And hello, welcome everyone. We are here for another day, and tonight it's something more special than any other day that we've had this season. Is your mic muted? There you go. You can talk. Just talk.
Oh, I can talk? Oh, shoot. Oh, wait, you can hear me from the casting booth? All right, this is fantastic. Like another note, if you have any questions, anybody with the USM Polo, please ask them. They're literally here to help make this run smoothly, and we appreciate any volunteers and workers with a USM Polo on or a headset. Don't be afraid. Don't be shy. This is your one time to not be an introvert. But as we go through, this is going to be an exciting land, Wizard. How are we feeling?
Oh, man, it's always good to be back on land every single time. I've casted multiple times in land. And this is another one of those times where I get to join in. Great time, talk about some Call of Duty.
Yep, it's going to be very interesting to see. It's going to be a great matchup. We're going to have a lot of showcase of skills to seeing who's going to be the best and who's going to come out as top. As we have pre-qualifiers, and we already see the pre-seeding, but on game day, it's going to be really exciting to see and determine who's going to have the best game day vibes and not make sure the lights aren't too bright for them to get scared of.
Yeah, and let's talk a little bit about the teams while we can. So we have Ole Miss. They finished 4th in Group B. Now, if you were unaware of the groups format that we had, it was 2 groups of 5. So these 2 teams are playing in the first round of our winners bracket. It looks a little weird. I don't think I've ever really seen a 10-team bracket, so this is my first time experiencing it, but we do have 2 first round in the winner's side of the bracket, and those will be, of course, the 2 matches that are on the streams here on A, which we have Ole Miss taking on LSU, and then on the B stream, we have GMU taking on Southern Miss Academy. 2 very interesting teams, I will say, for Ole Miss. Again, they finished 4th in Group B. They had a 1-3 record there. Same with the LSU Tigers, finished 5th in the group, though, with their 1-3 record. Tigers coming from Group A, the Rebels of Ole Miss coming from Group B. These are 2 teams that I haven't seen a lot of. I've seen a little bit. I watched a couple of these group matches. And there wasn't a ton to take away, at least in my eyes. But again, I didn't get to see every map from every series because we were doing some other stuff. We had our own streams going on and all that. So main teams, these are 2 of the big teams that I haven't really seen a whole lot of.
I mean, we were able to be fortunate enough to see LSU play as we were able to stream them as they play our USM Army team in a pre-qualifier land, which, I mean, of course, the result went to LSU. But we were able to see some of the players play really well and exceed in some of the game modes, especially in hardpoint. But Search is a little big of a question mark as we were able to snag one during that series. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they're going to be able to really capitalize on Search and Destroy.
Yeah, and talking about this series, we do have the maps. We will go to start off on a protocol hardpoint. Now, that's not the reaction I wanted to hear from you, Dragon. Protocol. That is not what I wanted to hear.
The protocol has 1,000 haters. I am one of them. I despise that map with every being.
I think it's the strangest map in terms of Call of Duty, at least in this game in Black Ops 6. Now, we are going to get Hacienda at least at some point in the season. I believe it's like the Season 1 Reloaded. We get Hacienda back, which is going to play like a beauty on this game. But of course, we have to wait for a little bit for that. And here we will have Protocol to start out our series. Then we'll head over to a map 2, which is on Vault. That is going to be Search and Destroy. Now, that is the mode I would be looking for. Again, as you mentioned, that was the mode that Southern Miss was able to take away from LSU. And I do believe Southern Miss is one of the better S&D teams we have. But I would like to also point out that LSU still put up a little bit of a fight in that search. So definitely something to look forward to. And now then we will head into a map 3, which will take place on Rewind. That is going to be Hardpoint. We are not doing Control at this event. So if you are familiar with the typical Call of Duty layout, you would have Control, Uplink, Capture the Flag, something like that as the 3rd mode. We are not doing that here, especially with how new the game is. We don't really know how Control plays and all of that. So we just went with the standard Hardpoint Search and Destroy. And that 3rd map will take place on Rewind. Then map 4, Search and Destroy, we have Vault again, this time in a Hardpoint, and then Protocol again, map number 5.
lovely pool of good variety to start off. Very excited to see. And another note I would like to add, in the game room for the Bstream, those of you who are in the crowd, if you are done with your game and you want to take a little relax, you can go in there. We have pool, we have a lot of games, but those are prohibited during matches because, of course, the last thing you want to hear is when you're trying to hear call-outs and someone is absolutely whooping someone's tail in air hockey. So please be mindful in that. But, of course, going back to what you're saying, we're going to have a lot of variety. We get to see a lot of showcase, and we haven't really seen a lot from Ole Miss play. We've seen a little bit of LSU, but then again, we don't really see them pair up as much and see what they struggle with. So with this new map rotation and the game modes, it's going to be exciting, and hopefully Ole Miss can change the result of that what happened earlier this year in real life in football. So if they can take one out from the Tigers, then this can be a great outing for them. But anything can happen. It's game day. Are the lights too bright? Are you ready? Like, are your hands too sweaty? Like, you gotta be able to.
You gotta lock in.
You gotta lock in. Can't crash out. Can't get checked out.
No, absolutely not. And this is an Ole Miss. They have been struggling a little bit, to at least as far as I'm aware of this season. So I would like to see them look to step up here, take one to the Tigers, and of course, this is a good opportunity for them. But I still will believe that I think LSU will take this series in a 3-1. I do like Ole Miss, but I just don't know if I see them pulling this one off.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be something so new, so exciting. It's going to be great. And as we're getting ready to go, invites are getting sent out from both teams. And we are not good to start. Word, I sold the bag there, gave false information.
We thought we were getting into it, and then we need another second.
These guys sit a little tight, but those of you who are watching on the stream, hello, and make sure you check out on the bottom left or the bottom right of the corner on our social media tabs if you want to make sure you don't miss a thing during this LAN, as we are already on YouTube and Twitch. But make sure you follow our Instagram, TikTok, and Twitter, and especially Twitter, as we're going to be having daily announcements throughout the whole day about LAN results. And if you are supporting one of these grateful teams being here, make sure you tune in the stream to give them the support. And of course, make sure you like and subscribe on YouTube. So Wizard, what are you hoping for in the first match? You want to go to a round 5? You want to go to a map 5, round 11, and you want to clean sweep, booty, butt whooping?
I mean, I absolutely want to see a game 5. I think everyone wants to see a game 5. I mean, maybe if you're a fan of both the teams, maybe not. You want to see them go for a 3-0. But from my perspective, I want to see a game 5. That's how it is. Now, do I think it'll go there? Probably not. But there is the opportunity. I would like to see Ole Miss take a shot at it, take it to LSU, see if they can get to that game 5. And I think if they can get to the game 5, there's absolutely a chance that Protocol Search and Destroy. I mean, I think there's certainly an opportunity for them to take the series if they do go the distance. I think we could even see a Nesla style series, minus the fact that we don't have a map third mode. But I mean, hey, taking 2 searches, that's how you win championships.
Yeah, or I mean, the best way to win it is just absolutely, go 3-0. You're done. Get that extra break. Get that extra rest. You're going to be able to really Oh, and it looks like we're about to get into the game. Oh, and we are. We're about to get switched over to the gameplay. First match of the day, LSU versus Ole Miss, which, actually, I'm not going to get into that about Ole Miss's mascot. Who knows what it is anymore. But hey.
Well, they are the Rebels, but as far as I know, that shark is not rebelling any.
It is the Land Sharks, I believe.
The Land Sharks. That actually would make a lot of sense. But it is map 1. It is Protocol Hardpoint. And even better, we can now see the Hardpoint time.
Oh, fantastic. We get to see who's really, truly a hill kitten or who's really a slayer. Let's see what strategy we're going to have here as we have LSU lining up on the left side of the map and Ole Miss on the opposite side. Now, the hill is going to be a little bit closer to LSU as we're going to break off into a little 4-wide set. And Ole Miss is a little bit clustered. They're going to be...
Wait, I'm seeing a GPR. That is not something I can say I would ever expect. It's typically going to be your Jackals and your Aims, but certainly the weapons have changed a little bit. We're going to be on board with prime time, just hanging out in top window. Now the hard point is still uncontested, only 1 point apiece. That's going to be typical, especially in your P1s. Now that is going to be dwarfed out for LSU hopping into the hill. We'll see if they are able to collect a good bit of time here, or if they will end up falling early on.
Good little battles coming out. Yeah, like you were saying about the GPR. I think the aims when the new update it got a little buggy, and now it's just shooting straight BB bullets. So being able to switch to a different AR so short notice shows the flexibility of these players. As Ole Miss only got 7 seconds, but they in. Oh, little. Yeah, Ole Miss only able to get 10 seconds, but they're already topping on the next hill. Our little graphics is switching over. I don't really know which is going on, but nevertheless, we're going to keep on going as we're going to have a contest point. Not a lot of teams, not a lot of players are really hitting the hard point until now. This is going to be a fair fight. I wanted to see what is a money hill and port call. I really hate playing on this map, so I really don't know any of the rotations or any of the hills, but based on what I'm seeing, it's going to be just a grudge match, all-out slaughter.
Yeah, I would say probably P2 and P5 are the main ones you're going to look to as the money hills. They're really the ones that you can hold down, you can get a spawn, you can even force a spawn.
wear your school badge on your chest. Showcase it.
Yeah, we're gonna
Don't be
see.
the first team out and go home listening to sad music. What are we doing here?
We're gonna see who shows up and then who doesn't. This is gonna be fun.
Now, what are your predictions? I know, of course, were able to set this up, so you were able to see the team statistics.
I'm gonna stay out of the biasness, but there are some teams that I do think have a strong bracket, strong case to win it. I'm not gonna name those teams. They know who they are.
Are they in this room?
You never know, man.
Oh man, keeping me
never know.
gatekeeped. What are we doing
But
here?
there are some strong teams, some strong individual players on these teams. I know. I've competed against some of these old heads. One of them's over there. Red Chase. That guy's been in school for like 17 years.
Super senior.
But
Man, got a handicap spot at Golden Corral.
but we love him. He's great. We love everybody who's showed up here. But but yeah. But yeah, we good so far? What's going on over here?
Well, looks like we're about to get ready for our second match as we're just waiting to do some things. It's going to be a Vault, Search, and Destroy for Game 2 for LSU versus Ole Miss. And for those of you who are joining, LSU took Game 1, winning against Ole Miss 250-73 with a sounding performance by Rowan, going 28-9.
Yeah, Ronan's a dog, man. That guy can shoot. It's actually kind of intimidating on the map. LSU didn't have a super strong pool play. I'm pretty sure they came in last or second to last in their bracket, which is not ideal, but it doesn't matter how your pool play goes as long as the bracket, you get some clean wipes.
Yeah, and we're actually getting into the match, so we're about to switch over to the live feed for the guys getting ready to play Game 2, Map 2, Vault, Search, and Destroy.
Big
Hopefully.
S&D coming up here.
Indeed. And here we go with 8 seconds on the clock. I want to see how Ole Miss is going to come out the gates after falling so far behind on the hard
Crowd
point,
is
losing
loud.
73. Let's see what Ole Miss can cook up.
Oh,
And as we going through, it looks like they're going for a B push from LSU.
there we go.
First blood goes to Bukaki, and Colbert absolutely 2 down from Ole Miss.
That's insane.
LSU is going to keep on going. That's 3 down. That's a clean swipe. Don't even
There
need to
we
play the
go.
bomb. Oh, LSU really just...
Let's maybe not call his name out, but
I
that's
think we should call his name. What are you talking about?
all right, Dragon.
If it's not grayed out on COD, then it should be allowed to say.
You
Not
know-
me setting me up. Well, it's an L I gotta take.
Dragon, enough. That's a first round win for LSU though. It's not that funny, man. It's not that funny.
We're calling BK. That's what we're gonna be calling.
Okay, we could do that.
Call him BK. Have it your way. As Colbert coming up with 2 kills, Ole Miss didn't really have a good chance to defend as they were just spectating instead.
He's on his way to streaks already.
Well, let's
the
see
first
what
round.
Ole Miss can cook in. Already going for a rush and absolutely gets nothing out of it as Colbert and Rowan eliminates 2 of the Ole Miss players. Looks like they make
There we
that
go, that's 3.
3.
Does he
Can he
see
get a
Nuke?
triple?
He does see Nuke. He's getting collapsed on instantly. Hunted. That is round number 2 to LSU. BK, that man, getting the final kill. That's what we're calling him, man. That's the PG-13 version, I'm sorry.
I wouldn't say that's PG. I'm pretty sure that's rated E. It's BK. Burger
Yeah, well,
King.
you know.
As we go and ready for round 3, none of the LSU players have
All right.
seen the spectating view as Ole Miss has
Wizard will be right back.
0-2. We're doing a little bit of a commentator swap. Man, I wonder what Ole Miss can really pull out after just losing full twice in 2 rounds. That's not a very good start. Welcome back, Wizard. Tell me what's your insight, though, what Ole Miss can do to really get some life.
I mean, yeah, apologies for the caster roulette, but we will get things figured out here soon. Now, we do have, again, another just stomping of a round for LSU. I mean, I didn't even get a chance to give input. You have three players that have not died yet, unless the scoreboard deceives me. Finally, you have Nuke X's finding one, looking for the second, but the dip, dive, duck, and dodge is going to get you another round. That's a 4-0 for LSU, and they are looking mighty, mighty fine on this Saturday morning.
Man just gave the casting curse, just said LSU haven't died yet, and then boom.
And then, yeah, immediately someone
What
dies
are you
after.
doing, dog? But Rowan's 5-0. I think somebody already got a RC XD ready to go. But then again, is it really going to be useful with this? As LSU has been really taking the fight to Ole Miss, literally, as they are up 3-0, and three LSU players have not seen death. Every one of Ole Miss has been absolutely getting bodied.
And I don't know if this is actually true or not. Is Dwarf actually 0-0 right now?
He's sitting back, cucumbers on his eyelids, legs propped up. He doesn't do anything. But
Nuke just popped a
look at that
double.
with a two-piece. BK coming back to cut the feed. Ole Miss is coming out. It's a 1v3. What can BK cook up?
And those are good shots from Frosty across the pool there with the Jackal. Managed to confirm that kill. Bomb will go down. 1v3. This is a tough situation, but BK finds the first, now has the second, doesn't see them, and they won't go through with it. So Ole Miss getting on the board.
1v3, the 1v3 clutch can wait another day, but LSU is still 3-1 against Ole Miss. They're 3 rounds away from taking this game too and being up 2-0 in the series. But man, oh man, Ole Miss finally have an answer to what LSU was cooking up, and woo, it's gonna be real exciting if they're able to get a reverse sweep in this.
Of course, but we will have to see how the rest of this one plays out first before we get through all of that, and we will get into round number 5. We'll see Dwarf to be the one grabbing the bomb for LSU, and they're going to go straight towards A. We'll see what the game plan is. Cobbear going to get first blood. That is huge. Now there's opportunity to go for the plant if you are LSU, and that's exactly what will happen. It goes down. 40 seconds now on the clock, and what does Ole Miss have? It's going to be a 3v4 retake, and these not the easiest things to do, especially when you're playing against a team like LSU.
Yeah, I believe like a good take. They gotta hit outer and gotta make sure they gotta pick off one. That's good kill by Nuke killing out Rowan. Looks like Frosty's gonna be coming back from the backside on pull. If he gets a chance to kill Dwarf, Primetime got a chance to get a 2-piece, but Primetime is not really showing up today. As Dwarf was able to kill Frosty, as BK is gonna be a 1v1. Let's see what Nuke can do, and he gets. I'm not gonna say that, but he gets absolutely blown up from the back. That is man. They had a chance for a good 1v1, but he never looked behind him, sleeping at the wheel.
Yeah, and honestly, Ole Miss just didn't give themselves enough time there either. I mean, by the time it was a 2v2, there were 17 seconds left. You need 7.5 to defuse. You've given yourself a whole 10 seconds to find 2 players somewhere on the bomb site and somewhere off the bomb site likely, and just not really executing as quickly as you need to win that round.
Yeah, but it also doesn't help that when you have 2 of your teammates going 0-5, this is not a good look. You're 4-1, and you gotta clutch up. You gotta hit the comms, get some motivation going on. 0-5 is never a good look, and when your team is struggling this bad, you have to step up. You have to be able to refocus and not lose full. But we're gonna see as BK able to get the first blood, and Ole Miss, I think they planted the bomb. They did plant the bomb. And absolutely 3 down just in an instant.
There goes the RCXD. You can see it fly
A
through.
little TK. Oh my goodness, a TK. It's it doesn't matter. That just ruined everything because you had 2 of your LSU players on a streak and you just ripped it. I would be fuming if I was on the LSU side.
Hey, it's a 5-1 scoreline. You can't be too mad about that. Although, yeah, not getting the streaks kind of is unfortunate, but hey, it happens sometimes.
KD, man.
And I like that bomb plan from Ole Miss. Off the rip of the round, they went straight to bomb, got it down. That's fundamental search and destroy. That works very well, but you just need a better setup. I mean, they all just got wiped off the map before you could really even count to 10, and that's going to be a problem if you're trying to hold the post-plant setup.
Right, and they had a chance for a really good setup. I mean, LSU's doing the same thing. Looks like Volt is going to have that same recipe, just A rush, as it's so easy for them. But Ole Miss, they are just 3 stacked on B for some reason, and you're gonna have prime time, which I wouldn't trust him guarding A with my life, to be honest. But hey, maybe he can show up. I mean, you're 1 round away from going to a 3rd game, and prime time. Hey, he got a kill. Let's go, and he died. But we're going back into 2v2. LSU able to plant the bomb on A. We're going to have a little back and forth action, slip and slide. Frosty is no longer with us. Catalyst alive. Can they get their first kill of the game or be the first one to drop a donut in this land?
And it looks like they won't have enough time to defuse, so it's going to be the game to LSU. Can at least they find a kill? And no, LSU, an emphatic win in game number 2. That's going to be a 6-1 search and destroy heading into map 3. Now they've got that series point on lock.
Man, what a amazing performance on game 2 for LSU, as they absolutely came out of the gates dominant, winning in all aspects in defending and attacking. And Ole Miss was able to capitalize on one of the good attacking rounds. They were able to rush plant A and get the good advantage. But now, as we're flipping on the side, Ole Miss, they have a chance to really do a reverse sweep. They have to regroup and regain and just see what they were discuss what they were seeing and see how they can attack it at a different angle.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we are going to head into a 5-minute break between maps 2 and 3 for these teams, so they can kind of hang out, talk about what they want to do next, what they want to figure out. So we're going to have a little intermission in between maps 2 and 3 here. And when we come back, we'll have Hardpoint map number 3. See you on the other side.
Oh, we are going back to the stand as we're going to do a little quick map reset. Do apologies for the technical difficulties, everyone.
Now we can just. That's brutal to see, unfortunately. Happens. Welcome to Call of Duty, everybody. It's very unfortunate, but hopefully we don't deal with too many of those today. Now, something else I wanted to talk about is the winner of this series. They will go on to play Northwestern Oklahoma State in the upper bracket quarterfinals. So we have, for whoever wins this series, which I'm thinking could be LSU at this point, they have a very tough test. That is, I believe, the 1 seed overall coming into the event. So that's a team you really need to be looking out for. They went undefeated in Group A.
Whew. Man, oh man. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, that, and also when we're over on the Bstream, which I know we've been having a few issues over there, so I don't know what's going on, at least in terms of map count and all of that, but the winner of that series will go on to play the other 1 seed, the 1 seed from Group B. That is going to be UT Chattanooga. That's another team I do not want to face at this point in time. I mean, that is just an incredible squad, as we heard about earlier. I mean, just a lot of shooters and a lot of guys that have been around collegiate Call of Duty for a pretty long time. So those are some guys with not only the skill, but also the experience to make up for whatever they might not have, which is very little.
well, I mean, hey, you're here today. You get to showcase whatever experience you have. I mean, you had some of these teams, this is their first time really playing in a competitive scene, so they're debuting and getting a chance to showcase what skills they have and showing that they deserve to be where they are today. But as we run through our technical difficulties, I believe it's a driver issue. So, of course, I mean,
The game has a few of those types of issues. So we'll see.
I mean, at least we're not loading shaders.
Yeah. Hey, the shaders are in fact preloaded. I made sure to check that, but we'll have to just wait for a couple more minutes. I do see players are starting to get somewhat back into the lobby. It's going to take a little bit longer, but hopefully not super long, as every player can simply just join off of each other. But let's talk about some other matchups that are going to be going on today. So later in the day, we will have Syracuse taking on Southern Miss. That will, I'd imagine, be on the main stage, as far as I'm aware. Now, I don't have it directly in front of me at the moment, but that would be my guess. And then on the other side of the bracket, you also have Nicholls State taking on Mississippi State. And Nicholls State, Mississippi State also on that other side of the upper bracket quarterfinals. Now, that's another matchup I'd like to keep my eyes on. That will likely be on Bstream, but that is definitely one I would want to just have a look at, make sure we're keeping up with that, because that's a series that could also be pretty interesting.
Yep. And it's going to be very, is there any more on the bottom? Oh, no. I see. All right. Well, it's going to be good. I mean, technical difficulty is going to make it a little hard for some teams, especially those who are just sitting back and just trying to stay focused and locked in. You can easily lose yourself in this moment. As you know, like you're starting off so hot in this position, and next you know, you're just sitting back, and then you slowly like lose all concentration. You get a little ice. No, it's not really what you want to be in, but of course, I mean, you have the opportunity to go in the firing range. You know, keep the thumbs all working fine, keep the gunning still good, and then you can also do private games as well, shoot bots, do whatever you gotta do to stay warm. You don't want to get cold. Once you get cold, that's a tough position because you're at a 2-0 lead. I mean, 2-0 leads are one of the most dangerous leads to have because it's that little limbo state where you're like, all right, we got this, we can relax.
absolutely looking towards. But also, that Syracuse and Southern Miss series is going to be one I am absolutely looking forward to. Considering how close those two teams are. But we are going to pull Ronan for an interview, so we can send it on over to Dragon and over in the middle of the stage. We'll see him.
What a dominant performance you just displayed there. I mean, you're absolutely just showcased that you 100-capped Ole Miss twice and brutally dominated them on Search and Destroy. But how did y'all prepare, and what was your mindset going into this game?
So I'm gonna be completely honest, boys. This team scrimmed one time, a hardpoint scrim. Other than that, we're running this with me and Dwarf, our main team. The other two are old players, academy players. So we're here with 2 main, 2 ACAD. I mean, we're just vibey. That's all I gotta say.
Love to see it. I'm going to have one more. What you're going to, with this ride of wave and this momentum, how are you going to carry this for the next match?
Yeah, just gotta keep the hopes up, the effort up. Appreciate that. Just gotta keep the vibes. We're a very vibey team. Just gotta keep that emotion rolling, the talk rolling. We'll do anything.
Word is bond by Rowan, showing a great performance. We're going to switch it to a little break as we're going to get ready for the next match. Yeah, we're going to switch to a quick break, and we're going to head back to the thing. We're going to talk to Wizard, and we're going to do a little debrief before we go on to our break. Wizard, tell me, how was that match? How was that showcase that LSU brought back?
I mean, LSU, just a dominant performance. I mean, it's tough because there's not a whole lot to say about that. I mean, it's literally just, or LSU came in, they dominated, they went home. Well, not went home, I would hope not, but like they came in, dominated, and left. Like, that's just, it was a simple series.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really tough. I mean, 250-73, 250-75, 6-1, like, doesn't get much better than that. I mean, it only gets better if you're hitting a 250-17.
Yeah, I mean, what was that score? 250 to
73 map 1, 250-75 map 3.
man, and a 6-1 on S&D.
Yeah.
Utterly insane. That was utterly insane performance. But next up, we're gonna take a little 5-minute break, correct? As we're getting ready for the next showcase. Who is coming up on the stage, the main
From
stage?
what I'm seeing, I believe it's UT Chat setting up. So that might be UT Chat LSU, but I don't necessarily know off the top of my head. So we'll see who ends up setting up, and we'll be right back on the other side where we have our next match coming on up.
Yep, stay tuned. second match on the main stage.
Yeah, we have the home team, Southern Miss U.S. Army. They will be taking on Syracuse. This is a matchup I've been wanting to see since I saw the bracket. This is one that could absolutely go the distance and be a pure bang out every single map.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting to see. And then, of course, those of you who are just now tuning in, those of you who are here, welcome back. We took a little intermission, allowing everyone to settle in, allowing things to move, allowing the new players and the old players to get their setup and move around. Of course, there are some little technical difficulties, so keep in mind we are supposed to start like pretty much within 10 minutes or so. That's a good time frame. But of course, things happen. Call of Duty is unstable, like my mental ability to learn in school. But besides that, we're going to keep on going as we're going to have a great showcase. Now, I do believe you have the map pools for this series. So what are the map pools for the series?
So we're going to start out with map number 1. That is going to be Skyline. And this is a map that Southern Miss, I've talked to them a little bit about this map. It's an interesting one. I personally really like the map. I know it's kind of uncommon. I know a lot of people have been kind of adamant on this map being bad, but personally, I'm a fan. I like Skyline. It's a little mixy, but it's all right. You'll get through it, and then I like the angles you get. Kitchen's obviously going to be a big point of emphasis for a lot of the rotations and all of that. So that's really the main place you want to be looking. But also you have to consider First Hill is going to be outside of Hot Tub and the pool. So that's really the original spot of the kicking off in the bang out.
Yeah, and this is going to be exciting to see as Southern Miss. We get to see our homeboys, our homegrown team, get to showcase and show the world what they have or disappoint. But we're going to ignore that. But we're also playing against a good Syracuse team that did really well in the qualifier. So it's going to be a good, even matchup as we're going to have, like you said, bang out. We're going to have gunfights. We're going to have hopefully, we're going to have a little bit of trash talking or a little, a little back and forth. I want to hear something. I want to see something happen between these guys. This is going to be great competition because, of course, as we're going through the day, I hope we're going to get to see some little trash talk, of course. Nothing too, hitting stone and make you want to, cry in the bathroom, but enough to, drive it on. Competition. I want to see competitiveness from these guys.
Yeah, and Syracuse is one of the teams that I've had as a favorite in the tournament. Now, I don't know how common that opinion is. I haven't really asked around about it, but they're just a very solid squad all around. I mean, these are 4 players that have every reason to win a large majority of their matches. I mean, especially at least off the top of my head, BCL and Stevo. Those are 2 players that I am very familiar with, or relatively familiar with at least. And those are guys that have been around for a while. They are pure gunners. And I mean, Syracuse is also just building up an incredible program up there. I mean, I've seen their other teams as well. And this Call of Duty squad from Syracuse is absolutely just as quality as the rest of those squads that are out there winning natties.
Yeah, and a little score update for those of you tuning in the B bracket or the other stream. If you are watching the main, JMU beat Southern Miss Academy 3-0 in that regards. Now, JMU, I do apologize. G.
George Mason University.
George
GMU.
Mason University. My fault. Which we will do. Hopefully that was a little good matchup. I don't know the score for that, but I'm assuming that it was a really good. I mean, they won 3-0, so they got the job done and able to continue on in this tournament and not have to be in the lower bracket. Of course, for those of you who are tuning in, this is the double elimination. We give second chances, opportunities all the way up to Championship Sunday, which make sure you tune in for that. And of course, if you're just tuning in, make sure you check out on the bottom right hand of your screen of our social media page. As you already know, we're on Twitch, but we're also on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and Twitter. And make sure you follow our Twitter, as we will be updating and posting everything about our program and about the land. So if you're missed out about in the beginning of the first matchup at LSU and Ole Miss, it will be posted there. And as we're going back forth and we're getting things loading up, what's your score predictions? What do you think is going to happen as we have USM versus Syracuse?
I think this one has the opportunity to go 4. I said that about the last series, but I mean it a lot more here. I think this one definitely has a lot more potential to be a game 5. Now we'll go around 11, probably not. But the thing is, the way I see it, if this goes to 2 search and destroys, I like Southern Miss in this category. Now That is saying, though, I don't know if they're going to be able to pull off a hard point win against this Syracuse squad. They just outfire almost every single team they go against. I mean, the only team they lost to in the initial group stage was UT Chattanooga, who is probably the favorite coming into the entire tournament. And it was a 3-0, but the maps were close. It was a very close 3-0 to probably the best team we have here.
Oh yeah. Now going back, piggybacking on what you said about with USM, they had been exceptionally well in search and destroy. They have a good win percentage on search and destroy in every game, including Modern Warfare 3 and Black Ops 6 during their qualifier. So search and destroy is a little bread and butter, but of course you still have to play through hardpoint. You still gotta rotate. You still gotta be able to take the hills, and that's a little bit of a struggle because there's going to be some times where there's a little hiccups in gunfights and hiccups in rotation. So that's going to be a key factor to watch. And also on the flip side with Syracuse as well, they've been dominant, but there are some times where they have a little hiccups. So capitalizing on your opponent mistakes is what's going to win this series for both sides.
Yeah, and I think Southern Miss definitely has the opportunity here to take down a team like Syracuse. But as I said, it's going to have to come in those search and destroys. Not that they can't compete in the hard points, but I think they're going to struggle a lot in that mode specifically. And we have 3 of them, so you can pull one away. And something I want to point out, though, is map number 2. It is Red Card. That is a map that I'm pretty sure a lot of the Southern Miss players were pretty adamant on not playing, or at least that they didn't enjoy the map, which obviously is different than not wanting to play it. But I'm surprised to even see that in not only map 2, it's also map 4, which I'm surprised they didn't ban it both times. But maybe it was probably a protocol ban. That would be my guess. It would probably a ban on protocol over Red Card for Southern Miss, and it just ended up playing into the hands of maybe what Syracuse wanted on Red Card.
Red card on hardpoint, forget about it. But search and destroy, it's I can see
It's doable.
It's a big map, so the search and destroy it plays well. But with hardpoint, that you're just asking to bang your head against a wall about 50 times. But continuing along, I mean that's a good setup. I mean, what's the map again?
Map 1 is Skyline, so
Skyline,
that is going to be a big one. And then we will head into Red Card Search and Destroy. We get a Vault. Map 3 for Hardpoint. Map 4 Hardpoint will be Red Card again.
It's like Kent State somehow making it into the college playoffs, even though they're 0-10.
I actually
They're
just
one of the worst teams in the playoffs.
I just looked at it, and yeah, the loser of this series will play Southern Miss Academy. So
Oh
I'm sure
my!
they're watching, seeing who they're going to end up facing in losers round 1. And the loser of the other series, that is Nicholls State, Mississippi State. The loser of that series will go on to play Ole Miss in lower round 1. Prediction there, real quick, if you would like for me to give one, I think it's going to be a Nicholls State 3-1. That's just what I see for that series.
I mean, they are the heavily favorites. They are number 1, correct, in the stand, like in their group.
Nicholls State was second, I believe, in their group.
Second, all right. Well, I mean, having being the higher seed, you are favored to be the winner. So that's just a general thing. I mean, looking at the map counts, if you can
Oh, I can pull it back up.
give this case right there.
There you go. Oh, the group standings. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, looking at Nicholls State, out of the 14 matches, they won 10 out of the 10 matches out of the 14, which is a very good. And you have Northwestern Oklahoma go 12-1, so that's a high map differential. So I don't know, it doesn't really showcase a lot of the numbers, but it showcased that they were able to win in their group 10 matches, and that's huge in that regard. So
Yeah, they're another team that's like really interesting to see. I haven't seen a whole lot from this Nicholls State squad. I saw a couple of their games, if I'm thinking of them correctly, but I'm intrigued to see that roster. Obviously, that'll be on the Bstream, so we won't be seeing that here. I believe that's going to be on the Bstream. I'm not going to confirm that right now, but believe that's on the Bstream. So that we likely will not see that here. But if they manage to keep getting through the upper bracket, we certainly will see them on the main stage eventually.
oh yeah, and that's going to be a great showing and great outing for everyone here, as you have the top dogs being able to showcase their skills and showcase why they did so well in the qualifiers, but also being able to really be on the platform for them to show out. And, of course, I mean, if you're ever in this opportunity, you want to be able to have the spotlight. And we make sure we give each team their equal spotlight, give them a chance. I mean, you make your way all the way over here, which we thank y'all for coming out for the USM Army land, but also being able to really, showcase esports, showcase the competition, the competitiveness, and showcase why we do it. So that's a great thing to be able to have, and being able to have all these people around, communicating, able to show, get to see what we offer, and potentially, hey, you never know, we might see these faces next semester. So there's always a great opportunity.
We're talking about the transfer portal right now.
Exactly. I mean, that's something that we have to showcase even with Southern Miss. I mean, we can dish out a little here and there, offer to provide some, free starting positions or starting spots, and you want to be the face of something, this is a chance for you to showcase it out. But hey, that's not me. That is somebody else's job. And quite frankly, if we do, heck, that's great for us. We don't, there's always more in the pond than you need in the tank.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we will be getting into this soon. I believe there's a couple players dealing with login issues. This game is kind of weird with how logins and stuff work. So, I see 2 players just sitting at the menu screen. I'm pretty. There's something amok right now, and we're working on getting that handled. And of course, that's how LAN works, and at least especially in Call of Duty, you get some weird, goofy stuff happening. But we will get into the game as soon as we are absolutely available to.
Yeah, but if we don't get to it, unfortunately, I will have to depart in a little bit. I do, however, as of course you're seeing that I am a DJ, I do have a wedding I have to DJ in a few hours. So I am trying my best
Short
to
on time.
Of course, show up on time, but also not miss out on the great action here. But if I do have to substitute, we do have a plentiful of great casters, so it's not going to be just me and Wizard. We will be switching out from time to time to give a variety and gives our chance to not fry our vocal cords for the finals for tomorrow. And of course, I mean, we're playing till 9 p.m. tonight. So
I think it's actually set to, probably until 9, but the last round is set to start at 7:30 Central. So long night, or more so long day than long night. depending on how you take this Saturday, there are going to be a couple teams that will get eliminated today. Losers round 3 is where we will close out the night. That again is at 7:30 p.m. Those are going to be best of 5s. We'll see though throughout the entire tournament. By the way, just to give a general idea, everything is a best of 5 until grand finals, which will make a best of 9. So that will be handled over tomorrow morning, evening, afternoon, if you will. It's 3:30. It's like all of the above, to be honest.
I mean, technically, if you're a night owl waking up at 2:30, that is your morning. So, hey,
That's
I mean,
perfect.
it could be a good morning. I mean, I'm not a man who hates brunch, but I really love brunch. And waking up at 2:30 and being able to have brunch or dinner or whatever you call it, a mixture of things.
Just adding a bunch of words together to
Right.
make one.
I mean, hey, Waffle House is open 24/7. Always a go-to spot. When you're in a
As always.
pickle, Waffle House is there.
And I actually thought we were loading into the map. I saw one person loading into a skyline with bots, and I was like, oh, they're loading in. I didn't know that. And then no, it's just an FFA, but it's all right. We will. I believe we have all the players on stage. We have all the players getting into the game, so we should be good to do introductions here really soon, and then hop into our series.
Yeah, it looks like they're just warming up as the two players that we witnessed that were just sitting in the main screen, just twiddling their thumbs, able to actually get in and actually warm up. So this is going to be a good opportunity for us to get this match going, because I know a lot of you in the stands and also watching are a little antsy, want to get this going, want to be able to see your team play. And of course, as always, if you're watching us, we also have a YouTube. If you're watching us from Twitch, are we also streaming on YouTube?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, we're
That's
streaming.
going to be Bstream, so there's no commentary, but there is game audio. So you'll just hear the game, and then we have the same overlay as we do here on A stream, so you'll see who's playing and all that as well.
All righty. So not only we're on YouTube and Twitch, but we also have an Instagram, TikTok, and Twitter. As Instagram and TikTok, we showcase our highlighted plays throughout the week and game day, but also on Twitter, make sure you follow that as we showcase all the updates on any sports that we have in our program and also updates on the LAN in real time. So if you missed anything, make sure you check out the Twitter as we'll be able to fill you in and hopefully keep it all continuing on and not have like a little break where we give you an update. Next you know we don't ghost you for 2 hours. But hey, we're working what we are working with, and we are grateful for what we have today. Now I think we're gonna see if.
And also, I do believe that it is going to be Nicholls State, Mississippi State on Bstream. So there's also a chance that series may have started. I don't know what's going on. I cannot see that far. I wish my eyes worked that way, but they do not. So not 100% sure what we're seeing, all we're going to see over there. But we should be ready to go in just a minute here, as now I'm starting to see players get into the lobby, and we can get everyone lined on up too to bring them out
we're
for
gonna
the
do a quick
introductions.
little introduction to showcase the teams. Gonna be able to, I don't know their names at all, but we're gonna be able to let them showcase who they are, remember their faces, so then when we get in and started, we're gonna allow them to really get this ship going.
Absolutely. I'm still excited for this. I know we've been waiting for a while. I'm still excited for this match. I mean, this is one I've talked to the team about a good bit as well. It's not just that I'm intrigued by the matchup because I know a lot of these players. It's also I've been talking to Southern Miss about this game. They are very prepared. They know what they need to do. They've been waiting to play this team for at least a week or so now, especially knowing that they're going to take them on in the first round of the bracket, their first round of the bracket. It's technically round 2, but it's their first round of the bracket. So we'll see who goes on then to play the winner of Northwestern Oklahoma State and LSU. That's who the winner will face here after we are done. But that is going to be in the quarterfinals, which will not take place until a fair amount later today. That's not going to be until around 5:30, maybe slightly different time period, but but relatively, that's where we're looking to start.
That's
that
the
one.
goal. That's what we're planning on doing.
Exactly.
That is what we're really planning on doing now. Of course, I mean, as the time ticks, I mean, we all getting antsy. We all excited for it, but you gotta focus on your keys. You can't just get checked out. You gotta lock in. You gotta do your pregame ritual. You gotta do whatever you gotta do to not lose focus or get cold. I mean, with this long wait and these technical difficulties, it's easy for a player to get checked out. I mean, hell, I was in this position before, so this is a tough position because I mean, you're just kind of waiting, you're just doing whatever you gotta do to stay hot, stay fresh. You know, keep your mindset at a decent place and not just like go to la la land and just start thinking about what I'm gonna have for dinner or what did I had yesterday for dinner or go on that tangent like 2 weeks ago I had this great lasagna but then you clock back and say oh shoot I have a game so now you're in that mindset of really just lacking focus but
Yeah, and both these teams are coming in cold. So I say cold, they've been warming up for a bit now, but technically they're coming in cold because they have not warmed on up yet. And they have not played a match. That's when you really can start locking in. You can lock in when you're doing your bots. You can go shoot your 1,000 bots before every match. I've seen the streams. I've seen how many of these guys are taken down. It's insane, but you can only do so much in those lobbies. You can look at your mini map. You can see where you can get the idea of how you want to run around. You can make sure you have all your spots memorized, all your jump spots, your credits, whatever. But you still, it's not gonna come in until you officially hit that first hard point, get those first couple kills. Then you're in the flow. You can start working towards your flow state, and that's what we saw with LSU. I mean. It just took them 1-2 waves and then they start rolling on, snowballing the series, and they were able to take that so easily, honestly, and they looked incredible. And that's what you can do when you start getting into that flow state.
yeah I mean they were able to really get a read on how Ole Miss is playing and they took it away from there literally took it away as they just absolutely dismantled them and then on search and destroy they didn't really play bomb. On attack, they said, we're not playing the bomb. We're going straight for kills. And they absolutely ego-chowed the hell out of Ole Miss and just really just made a statement saying, hey, like, you're going to play at our pace. And you're not going to dictate anything. But Ole Miss were able to get a round from them. But, I mean, from that point, they were just checked out, of course. But as we're going through, I think we're still waiting on some players to...
I think everyone is good. We may just be waiting on the warm-ups, but they should be all right as far as I can tell. I can't really see the other side of the stage, so we'll have to check in with that. But
could do a little mobile DJ
let's
action.
let's get mobile here.
Go mobile.
Let's pop the other cam up.
Let's see what's happening here. See, I think they're all warmed up. We're almost all ready to go. I'm going to transition to the other camera. Yep. Looks like every player's is locked in and ready to go. It's that's a little thing. It's like watching from a fishbowl glass of observing these players. And, I'm kind of glad I'm not encountering one of those players who are like 2 millimeters away from the screen. How are you able to focus in that? That's just me. We got our players locked in. We got the big orb over there. Got that maximum aura. And you got Syracuse playing the bots. We got this man on a kill streak. He about to drop a nuke on his bot lobby, which is going to be insane to see. We're going to showcase. We're going to be able to sit down. We got an academy player here. Hello. How you doing? How was that last match, mister?
Come on, you saw the score, bro.
Come in. Come on. Don't be shy.
You just asked the question that we all know the answer to. Like,
well, what's your mindset? Well, with the hard loss that y'all face, well, how are you going to keep that mindset on going for the loser bracket? Because potentially, depending on this result, either you're going to play Syracuse or you're going to play your varsity team.
first, you didn't have to add the hard to the loss. You could have just said loss. Second, I mean, may the best team win. But if we play our team, like, we're just going to go for their necks and be annoying, you know. I know what ticks them all off. So it's like.
A good question. We're going to keep on going. If we're going to ask one of the George Mason or Mason University players to come up, discuss somebody. Come on. Don't be shy. You play Call of Duty, for God's sake. You can't be that scared. Yeah. How you doing, sir? What's your name? Cammy, all right. So based on the last match, how are you going to continue that momentum to the winner's bracket? And depending on who's going to be playing, you're going to be facing, how are you going to keep that energy? How are you going to keep your team locked in for the rest of the day?
We just going to keep shooting back. That's it. That's all you got to do. That's all it is.
Oh, fast, quick. What happens if you don't shoot in? What if you lack focus? What if your player just sell out and absolutely crashed out in the middle of a bathroom?
Nah, we trust all our team, you feel me? play as a team, shoot back. That's all it is. That's all it takes, yo.
Word is bond. That is great to see. As we're going through, we're still looking. I don't know what we're waiting on. I ain't got no intel. I'm just going to walk around and just see. Full on crashing out. I think we're going to switch back. I need some detail. What's happening here? I ain't got no info. Going back to the main pod.
And it looks like we were dealing with shaders. If you're familiar with Call of Duty, by the way, as you can see our beautiful venue here in Hattiesburg, shaders are unfortunately the bane of every Call of Duty's existence since MW19. So we are just awaiting players to, you know, be able to actually play the game. So the shaders are loaded, but it is all right. We should be good to go though. Finally, the shaders have pre-installed and we can now get to our series. So let me hand it on over to Dragon as the teams get ready for their introductions. We can hand things over to the DJ to start this one out.
Yep, we're just gonna wait for Syracuse. We're gonna do a little quick introduction as we're gonna. It's gonna be nice and easy. Nothing too extreme. Oh Lord. I mean, it's nothing gonna be too fancy. I'm just gonna say who's on which, and they're gonna get this ball rolling as anticipation. Oh, look at that! The TV went black. Ain't that something? Word is bond. Yep. If I could have both teams walk right here on this X, both teams right here. Yeah, we have Syracuse on my left. They're gonna be on the main stage on stage 1, you guys, and we got Southern Miss. USM Army, our senior team here, facing off in the second round on the main stage. Now, both of you guys, of course, good luck to both of you. Now, y'all can head off to your respectable positions as we get ready for this match.
Why does that bell sound? It's really annoying. It's fun. All right, and man, finally, after the shaders have installed, the drivers have been updated as far as I know. We are very, very well off here. Now, we are starting a bit late. We're not too far behind, but it's okay. It happens. That's what the land schedule's for. Now, we should be able to just get straight into Skyline. Again, it's going to be a bang-out map 1. I mean, Skyline is one of those maps, if you know Bocage from Vanguard, you're going to see a very similar style. You are going to be running forward and running forward again, and then running forward again. Maybe you'll be looking at the respawn screen in between, but there's just, it is chaotic, especially when you get to that kitchen hill and when you get to that P1. Those are the 2 hills that are going to be really, really collected, and you are just going to see bodies flying across the map. You're going to see the Omni movement in action. You're going to see what they have called the action shots when you're diving to the side. You're going to see every little bit of that on those 2 hills, and then you get P2 up in the office. Now, just so everyone's aware of it, if you do know the map, there's a button underneath the vents that you can press. No, you can't do that. You can't do that here. No pressing the button.
Well, no, there's also another button in the office that allows them.
The security. Yeah, regardless, you cannot hit the security button. So
funny
you
enough,
wouldn't have
this
to
is
see
the
it.
only map where I know the callouts, so this is going to be a little interesting as I'm going to be a little more informative. I actually know what I'm talking about than just talking out of my ass, but hey, you know, we're going to be keep on going. But of course, we want to encourage a little bit of competitiveness. We do encourage a little bit of trash talk, but not enough to get you home or, you know, start fighting up. I mean, we did have a fight night last night that was a beating of a middle-aged man
Yeah.
versus an elderly man. I don't know what has really accomplished there, and people who really spent their hard-earned monies on the elderly man to beat him is a questionable choice, but that's a topic for another day as we getting ready. So you have the USM Army versus Syracuse. Winner will advance, and loser will potentially play our academy team if it all works out how it does. Now, as we get going, take it away, Wizard.
Yep, Southern Miss Syracuse series finally started. Map number 1, Skyline. Let's get to it, and it's going to be Southern Miss banging out through the kitchen side of the map, and it'll be Syracuse picking up early time, but it will be at least one for Orbsy, one for Strahan. They're trying to get some map control, but it's still Frizz getting time for Syracuse. That's going to be the initial 20 over towards them, but now look at Robot. He's pushing through the spawn, trying to keep Syracuse spawning on this P4 side, but at the same time, they need to make sure they're keeping the P2 spawns.
Yeah, this is very crucial for Southern Miss that they're able to already get the early heal time, but Syracuse able to get that clean break from Southern Miss, pushing through bedroom. And Southern Miss, like you said before, they have to rotate early, have to get those spawns early for office. They don't want to lose it immediately, as Syracuse already have a 3 sweep already cleaning out, but Southern Miss still has those back spawns, and now they're spawning in grass, allowing them, now they have to push back. I would say they will push through top balcony and potentially catwalk, as we're going to have Tyler playing in the back, trying to be a little nuisance, trying to keep them on their toes, knowing that he's going to be on the backside. He's probably going to push up in an elevator, allowing them to get that good pinch. But as Strahan's going to be pushing through Gym, it's going to be really curious how Southern Miss is going to be able to get this attack, especially with not being able to close security doors. It's going to allow him what a chow there from Bombi, but gets mowed down by Tyler, and Steve with a 2-piece, allowing Syracuse to easily get the hill ready for next.
And Southern Miss had the rotation, they had the P2 spawns, but it is Syracuse just slamming out the backside of the map, and they're gonna get control so quickly, Southern Miss can't even get time off of it. Bombi on a 5 spree, and still Syracuse continuing to build their lead. I want to point this out. Frizz is 0-4, but he has nearly a minute in the hill, doing everything for Syracuse. Strahan gonna at least find one, but falls. We should be rotating over to the P3 hill. Now Southern Miss again are rotated, but look at 2. They are flying. That's Bombi. Finds the first, has the rest of the team to back down with, and now this is gonna be a 4-man hit for Syracuse. They might not lose a player in this one. They may just get the spawn. They will just get the spawn. They're now gonna go towards kitchen so they can start grabbing time.
Yeah, and they did a great little rotation there to be able to get the spawns on grass, and now you're going to be, Southern Miss is going to be on the back foot. Well, it looks like a split spawns on both sides. Southern Miss players, one spawning in grass and one spawning on helipad for Syracuse, where they're hitting spawn, hitting long, absolute. This is going to be very dangerous for Southern Miss, as they're not going to be able to have a clean break, but Syracuse now has a chance to do something. But now Tyler being very vocal, just saying dead, but now at the same time, Syracuse is a back and forth. This is a slaughter fest of a hill. No one's really having a chance to really have a good setup, as they're being traded back and forth, back and forth. Nothing's really happening for both sides of it, but Syracuse is able to have a good team. Hey, what you said before, Frizz, starting out 0-4, now on a 5-streak, but gets shut down by Strahan.
And you see Strahan, the Omni movement, running back to try and get out of the way. Still will get cut down, but as I mentioned before, that's a very mixy hill, and still, Syracuse continue to build the lead. BCL finds one, knows Robots in the back. That's going to be a double chow, and Syracuse, immediate break, and you only have one player. That's Strahan trying to find something. That's 3 dead. Southern Miss somehow finding 3 out of that, but the player in hill is still there. Bombi has found a double. He is holding this on his own. Strahan does at least get the clear, but he's still getting challenged in hill. Southern Miss have somehow managed to get this one back. They did lose the spawns for a moment there, and now it's just continuously teams slamming into the hill, trying to get some time, but Syracuse doing a great job of putting Southern Miss off. They had the rotation, they had all the reasons to push forward on the map and get the kills off rip, and now they are struggling to even get time in the hill whatsoever, and it's going to continue to go over to Syracuse as we get ready to go back to P number 1.
Yeah, going through the first rotation, Syracuse was on their P's and Q's, able to get all the right spawns, all the rotations for Southern, but Southern Miss
play. Make sure you don't have a single chance to turn and burn. And if you do, maybe you're playing on 20 cents or something, because then that's the only way I could ever imagine that being actually working out.
Yeah, I mean, hey, whatever works, works. But as we going through, let's see what happens. And Syracuse, last time they did, they were a little slow. They let time be their keeper, but at the same time, you can't be too slow, because then you'll be fighting with Father Clock. And Southern Miss having a decent setup is a little unorthodox, as they're well, it's not really unorthodox. Doing a little line setup, pretty simple. But Syracuse, they are favoriting A-bomb. They haven't really touched B quite yet.
Yeah, and it's a very slow play this time around. We haven't seen that a whole lot out of either squad just yet. And now Robot does find first blood. Now looking for a second. And look at who's flying up the map. That's going to be Bombi looking to get a kill into Robot, but still holding his own, stays alive. And now it's just going to be a 1v4. Tyler flies through the back line. Steve-O, last player up, 1v4, at least finds Orbsy. Now needs to grab the bomb, plant, and find 3 kills. Unless we can find the next 3 in just 27 seconds.
Yeah, you can't count this out. He has a chance to do a 1v3 clutch and get an ace. But with 21 seconds, are you really going to risk it? You want to play your life and just let the round be, because he doesn't have bomb, I don't think. Nope. And he's done.
Yeah, and maybe holding off for a streak there too. He did know where bomb was down at, so he was I'd imagine under the assumption that someone from Southern Miss was going to be waiting on bomb, because you just know eventually you know that the bomb is down.
Oh,
so
yeah,
they're
for
just going to
sure.
be looking around, making sure that it's covered. So that will be a good round for Southern Miss. Now again, we go to a Southern Miss advantage. They will have a 3-2 lead. It's much closer S&D than what we saw on the hardpoint. Not that the hardpoint wasn't close, it just wasn't for most of the map.
Yeah, and it's going to be really just trying to get a read on Southern Miss. Looks like they're going to do the same. Oh, whoa. They're going to spread out formation, but it looks like with both of these teams, they have a favorite to bomb. Whatever they've been doing in practice, they like the position or like the area they've go for.
They've literally been going to the opposite bomb sites. Southern Miss has always been going to B, and Syracuse has been going to A almost every round that they've had the attack.
Yeah.
So, like, you're just seeing the dynamics between these two squads. They just like different bomb sites, but with just 50 on the clock now, Southern Miss needs to make a move. They have absolutely no map control right now. Syracuse has had free reign on every lane the map has to offer, although it will be Robot getting first blood. Again, the first blood's continuing to go Southern Miss's direction. That's going to help them a lot here, and they're now going to get that pressure onto the A bomb site. They can go up. They might even be able to get the plant if they're smart enough about how they see the site. Frizz is going to be the main player to see if there's anything going on, but they're not going to have the eyes on it, and Frizz will get cut down by Robot, who is having a solid game right now, sitting at 5-4. He's on a 4 streak, and it will be a 2v4 retake for Syracuse, and Steve-O at least taking out Robot, making this doable now, a 2v2. BCL, now the AR's starting to frag out. 25 on the clock. This is doable for Syracuse. This could be a 2v4.
Yeah, you got to hold up here. Game's not done yet. It looks like Steve-O's going to do a chow and try and potentially get the bomb, but he just shot there, not knowing that Tyler's there waiting for him, sees him, good trigger discipline. But what are you doing, son? But Strahan is able to help him out, but Tyler gets straight out by BCL. 7 seconds. It looks like he's going to go for the defuse, potentially. Gets the kill, but kills the streak, but doesn't get the bomb. But Southern Miss, importantly, wins that round.
Yeah, smart play by Strahan there. The second Tyler goes down, he can see the clock, knows it takes 7.5 to defuse, backs away, makes it impossible for him to die and for the bomb to be defused within that time period. So good work from Southern Miss. Again, very disciplined play. They just are a better search team from, at least after the past few months of seeing them. They're definitely just a better search team.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I mean, we've seen it through all of their competition. They really show out, importantly, in search, but, I mean, it raises another question mark of, like, why can't they do this in hardpoint? So it's one of those where if you have a good skill, I mean, keep the trend, don't make it a bad one, and just move on and just work on the kinks of it. I mean, if they're able to win just one hardpoint and then just finish out in search and destroy, that's a recipe that they can keep banking on. But until then you're going to have an all-out slugfest, and it's going to be, mentally draining.
Yeah, again, like we said earlier, this could go 5. This absolutely has the chance to go 5. And if it does, I can see Southern Miss taking that 5th game, but of course we have to get through 2, 3, 4 first. Frizz and Stevo waiting there to try and break into B bomb site, but Stevo gets cut down from Strahan, and now it's a 3v3 though. The trade onto Robot. BCL gonna get on the board here. 3v3. Where's Syracuse gonna go? They're gonna fly out.
By Fritz.
Good chow from Frizz. Finds that kill, has the bomb, goes for the plant. Now with 20 on the board, they get it down. There's an opportunity here for Syracuse to take this round away, despite Southern Miss getting the first blood. And it's a 1v3 for Tyler. Is there anything he can do here? Although, spotted 1, spotted 2,
think he
but
spotted
now
the whole
he's
thing.
spotted, so good luck winning all 3 of these fights. Look at the head, he's got a sub. What is he supposed to do in that fight? Finally gets cut down.
He got caught in no man's land. He did the best he could, but when you're defending and you're the offensive team flips the script on you, it's kind of hard. Especially in that situation, they're watching every angle, and there's only 2 entrances in there. You got the 2 double doors, and you got the 1 in the front, and then, other than that, you're just cooked.
Yeah, and you see him sliding around. You see Tyler sliding around. Every single player is on the most obscene head glitch you've ever seen. You can maybe spot a top 10th of their head. You're not winning that fight, unfortunately for him. But now you're gonna head into an offense. Still have a lead. 1 round and you're on game point. But all your streaks have been reset. BCL on a 5, so we need to keep note of that as we get through the next few rounds, if we get through another set of rounds. Bombi, some shots down to Robot. Shouldering, wisely so, but look at who's flying up the map. That's number 3. If we can go to him, that's going to be a pinch. Huge stuff right there. Now, should at least have someone behind him, but Bombi gonna have to wait there. And Frizz, good work. As I mentioned, they did get on a pinch and found the first blood. Maybe a bit sketchier than what they would have liked, but either way, gotten away as well. You kept your life and you keep your man advantage. BCL now, the next player up. Well, 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 we are back. It is time for map 3 in just a couple seconds here. We have Vault, and also we have a new caster. Welcome, welcome, Taco. How are you
Hi.
doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. I was over there watching the Bstream matches. You know, if y'all tuned in there, we had a nice clean 3-0 sweep for GMU and a nice clean 3-0 sweep for Nicholls. Nicholls faced Mississippi State and GMU faced our Southern Miss Academy team. So very good matches. And I'm excited. We are in the middle of a match, aren't we?
It is currently 1-1 in this series. It'll be Syracuse that took map 1, which it was 251-81. And that was a big comeback for Southern Miss. They were down by about 100 for a decent bit of that game, managed to at least bring it back to something more respectable. And for map 2, it was a 6-5. We got a round 11 there, and it was Southern Miss who managed to come out on top in the last round. So we have a very, very good series ahead of us as we continue to get through day number 1 here at the Southern Miss U.S. Army Invitational.
Yeah, I am excited now. From what I've seen from our Southern Miss U.S. Army team, on hardpoints, they always start out a little bit slow, which may have been the fact that, you know, they couldn't see the hardpoint timers before.
Yeah,
I
that was
assume
probably a
that's
bit of it.
fixed now.
It is. So the players can see it, we cannot.
Okay.
So
So-
I'm gonna try I've been trying my best to keep the keep a timer up, but it's a little tough sometimes.
Yeah, so it should be, we should be rolling. It seems as if we are getting into game 3 here on Volt.
Yeah, and this is a really interesting map. This is definitely another one of those maps that could be kind of mixy, but I do like this map for Hardpoint. I think it's pretty good. That originally off the release of the game, the spawns were pretty weird, but they've since been fixed for the most part, and they honestly just look a lot better as a map. I mean, it flows better now that you're spawning where you should be for the most part and all that sort of stuff. So we will get into this one. It'll be hill number 1 in the middle of the map. That's kind of a kill box right there. There's a million different places you can get shot from, and we're going to see how these two teams decide to attack it. It will be Southern Miss on that P4 side, and it will be the Syracuse Orange on the other side of the map, and it's 2 off the bat for Southern Miss. Make that 1 for Syracuse as well. Actually 3 as Frizz finds the double. BCL gets 1. Frizz finds the 3rd, and that is a 3 streak off start. And Southern Miss going to be down early on. But, of course, this is a hill you're going to see a lot of contention on.
Yes, this hill flops so easily. As you said before, there are so many different spots that you can get shot from. So anyone in the middle is in danger of being shot. You just have to make sure you're looking at those common places, like on that catwalk right by the railing. And, of course, you have people underneath. But it seems as if Syracuse right now is just rolling through Southern Miss. They have people running through their spawn as we see Bombi just get taken out by Orbsy. And we'll have Frizz also just running through Southern Miss spawn, getting shot by all 4 of them. Strahan able to take 1 down, but Syracuse takes that P2.
Yeah, it was a good strat, though, from Southern Miss. Off the about first 30 seconds of the hill of that P1, they went immediately and rotated out. Strahan finds a double, as now the break should come through, unless if that watch is good enough, Bombi will fall. Syracuse, though, doing great job of covering in P2. But as I was saying, Southern Miss basically immediately pushed through to the back spawn. They wanted to get that P2 side of the map so they could get more control here, and it didn't end up working out very well, as they're currently now being held inside of said spawn. It didn't end up helping them. It may have just made things worse, as Syracuse just continuing to run through them. And I think at this point, it's really just Syracuse is a much faster team than Southern Miss, and they are able to gun at that pace. And when you outpace a team in Call of Duty, it's just so much harder to keep up.
Yeah, and Southern Miss right now is 70 points down. New hardpoint just spawned. We'd like to see Southern Miss hop on this immediately, but it's going to be Syracuse who...
Wait, look at number 5. He spawned in the back, and there was a player still back there for Syracuse, and now a Syracuse player spawned behind 5. So just that's what I'm talking about when I say the weird spawns. But to be fair, Strahan was just kind of out in no man's land. But either way, Southern Miss at least has a little bit of time. Tyler gets at least 1 in the back, but that's where the next hill is going to be at. Southern Miss, though, still struggling to get any time right now.
Yeah, they're pushing from both sides. Frizz already running away from that hill. We'll see Stevo camping on P3, just making sure he has this locked down, taking out Orbsy. Syracuse doing a great job at defending this next hill, keeping Southern Miss at bay.
Yeah, and they are showing it in the scoreline too. Now they have control of this P3 hill, and they have the building, but Southern Miss does have something to say about it. They've at least taken a few kills out, but BCL responds with a double of his own, so Frizz can just dive into the hard point, and you're again seeing him rack up time. He had 2 minutes, 42 seconds map 1. He is already at 1 minute and 12 for map 3. He is just on the hill, getting every single bit of time, and as we mentioned, definition of hill kitten right there, but again, Syracuse not even letting Southern Miss get very far across the map. Southern Miss are just struggling to get anything here. BCL on a 5 streak, now turns around, looks to the back spawn. That's the number 8. It will be Orbsy looking to make a play. Does he have it in him? Just has to back down, making sure that Syracuse starts to turn around, and he at least finds one. Looking for the second, will not find it. Although the rotation should be locked down for Southern Miss unless Bombi has something to say about it.
Yeah, and it looks as if Syracuse takes that hard point yet again. Southern Miss unable to get in. We're looking to see maybe Robot's going to rotate on that outside, and he is going to meet Stevo. Ends up getting beat, and Syracuse still holding this P1 down to their last leg. They are 120 points above Southern Miss right now.
They are just dominating. I can hear the players just screaming. BCL on an 8 streak. This guy is just ripping Southern Miss a new one, 151-21. This is just getting out of hand, and we said this about the first time these two played in map 1, and then Southern Miss managed to start making a comeback. They didn't end up winning the map, but they did make Syracuse sweat a little. At the same time, Southern Miss, they can barely get out of spawn right now. I mean, just look at the KDs across the board. It is not a great time for Southern Miss. And also, Frizz also sitting at 2 minutes in the hill. I mean, that guy is just soaking like a sponge right now. And in the back spawn, you at least have Southern Miss so they can finally get some time. They get 3 dead. Now is where you can start to spiral. You can start to spawn trap the other team if your shots are clean enough and your reads are good. And this is where we saw Southern Miss in the last time they played Hardpoint start to get back into the game, get into the group, understand the pacing of Syracuse, and Tyler getting Frizz in a manner he probably shouldn't have. There shouldn't be much time left on this hill either, so Syracuse likely just going to be able to give this one up and start making it towards New, which will be all the way on the left side of the map. See if they're able to get some control there. Robot trying to hold the outside, and now moving again inside the middle of the hard point. Frizz finds a double in the back spawn, but for how much time is that really going to matter? You can see the new one coming up in just a couple of seconds, and Frizz just slamming Robot down, 15-9, having an incredible game, but you can say the same about a lot of Syracuse right now. And Southern Miss are just struggling to get any form of time. They have managed to hop in the new hill. BCL has the power position, and now we can start sending his teammates over to get some hill time.
Yeah, but you'll see you have Bombi running through, kind of flanking around, fighting Robot right now. He gets this kill, it's going to be crucial, and he does. And Stevo with a double kill on Tyler and Orbsy, and Syracuse takes the spawn again. They are holding this down like nobody has ever seen. You'll have another one, Bombi, Tyler running right into Bombi's hands, taking it. Strahan trying to get on that hill to get any time he can, but unable to get anything. Frizz goes down on the hill. Southern Miss is gonna have to hop on it. We'll have Bombi go or take out Tyler, but Orbsy rotated around to take Bombi out, and Syracuse is just gonna look and rotate P3.
And wait, where did number 4, why did number 4 spawn there? He spawned all the way backside P3, so he's, I don't know what's happening there, but he will be able to rotate across the map, and it ultimately didn't mean much of anything, but it was just really weird to see that happen. Frizz just slamming it down. I'm quite surprised how much time Southern Miss was able to get off that P3 hill, though, because they were not getting any kills, but they were still grabbing all of the time, and it gave them at least a chance here, but that 200-point mark has been eclipsed by Syracuse, and now they're starting to spiral this one. If they can just get a couple more waves of kills, then they will be in the driver's seat for taking this game 205 to 105. Southern Miss, though, getting into the hill once again, starting to try and mount this comeback. Mr. Robot, big kill onto BCL. That's going to help them continue to rack up time, bring this score line a little closer, and if they're able to, they may just be able to pull off the comeback, but that's going to come off another set of probably 2-3 hills.
Yeah, Syracuse said scrap that hill and went going straight for P1, and they take it. They just need to hold Southern Miss back, make sure their hill rotations are strong. Southern Miss is going to have to start winning gunfights. They need them right here, as you see Tyler running through Syracuse players, but BCL takes them out. BCL taking out Straight Man, but getting taken out by Mr. Robot. And it's a fight. Southern Miss is fighting for this hill with all of their lives.
Yeah, and honestly, if they can keep Syracuse off of P1, that's all that really matters. Huge 5-spree for Robot, finds one with a nade, one with a gun to get to that 5th. And this is just big for Southern Miss. As long as they can hold this spawn and they can keep Syracuse off this current time, that's all that really matters. But you see the movement from Bombi doing everything he can. And it's going to be Southern Miss, though, spawning out. Syracuse have pushed through, although it's really going to come down to number 7 on your mini-map. And we'll see what they are able to do. It's going to be 2 players challenging him out, and he will not find a single kill. That was Tyler. And now the hill in control of Syracuse once again. That may just be all said and done, at least for map number 3, unless Southern Miss have a huge break in them.
I don't know, Syracuse gaining spawns, Tyler running right in, not being able to see Stevo, and Bombi takes another one out. And all of Southern Miss players just got wiped. It's going to be a run. All Syracuse needs is 10 more seconds on this hill, and it looks like they're going to get it. Southern Miss is going to have to make a play here. Not looking too bright for them, though, as Strahan runs through, taken out by Frizz, and that is going to be game number 3 to Syracuse. What a game.
2-1 lead, and now heading into red card hardpoint. I have some concerns if I'm Southern Miss. The starts of these hardpoints have not been great for them, and they really need to start picking it up now. They have the opportunity here in game 4 to bring this one back. Again, if they can take game 4, I believe they will take game 5. Absolutely. They are a very good search and destroy team. They just need to find their way into that game 5, that decider. And as we see the scoreboard, it's quite ugly if you look at that bottom side with the black and yellow.
Yeah, only one of Southern Miss players going positive, with only 1 kill above being positive. So a very good, strong game by Syracuse. You see Fritz on that hill time. Holy.
I didn't see how much time he had that game, but I'm assuming it was close to 242, which is what he
Yeah.
had last hardpoint.
Yeah.
I mean, I want to imagine the comms or something along the lines of, Frizz, get in hill. And then everyone else just goes and slays. And you see 2 kills. They get 3 down, 4 dead. Frizz, please get in hill. Go, go, go. Get in hill. Like, every single time.
Yeah. Frizz was popping off himself, though, too, on that hill, defending it like nobody's business. I'm pretty sure he had a triple kill just sitting on hill.
He did, yes. He's been a very good objective player. Like, if you want to see the definition of objective player, just look at what Frizz is doing, carrying the bomb in search and destroy every single round, getting over 2 minutes, almost 3 minutes of hardpoint time, which is nearly every second you need to win the game. He is just showing out in a different way than what you would see from a lot of players.
Yeah, you don't usually see that. You know, our objective player is Tyler, and he does a really good job at staying on that objective. But whenever you look at the way that Frizz is playing, able to get kills and hold objective time and hop right back on it after he's been down, it's the speed at which Syracuse is playing is insane.
Yeah, and now we will head into map 4. That is red card, as you can see, loading up on your screen. We saw this in the S&D, but I might have to apologize in advance for what you're about to witness in hardpoint, because this map is fairly large. It's a sizable map. There's a lot of angles. There's a lot of spots you might not think are technically outside the intended play space that are. There's a lot going on here on red card. We'll see, though, where these teams fare in map 4. Southern Miss looking to force map 5. Syracuse looking to play in that winner's quarterfinal. We'll We'll see who ends up where. Now, kick off map number 4.
Yeah, now I have not watched a lot of, is this red card?
Yeah.
I've not seen a lot of red card on hardpoint, but I do know from my own play, this map is annoying.
Yeah, especially in competitive play when you have guys that know every single angle. Look at this from Steve-O. Actually would have had a kill on Robot if he didn't run out of ammo. As Tyler Orbsy, though, finding a couple. So it's just a lot of trades at the moment. Contested time to start off the game. Frizz going to be the one hopping in objective again. Although no one from either side going to be getting any time. Maybe for Syracuse now. Orbsy, if he would have found a second there, that could have been huge. Strahan, though, actually going to get the first bit of time for Southern Miss, as everyone is just flying forward, and they're all spawning very close together. So it is just going to continually be a bang out until we get into that second hill.
And you'll see Syracuse literally all spawned in a chunk together. They will take that P1 and now are looking to go P2. However, Orbsy is sitting underneath, but taken out by Steve-O. It will be contested. Bombi taking one out. You'll see Strahan got Steve-O, but BCL taking out another. And it's now Syracuse Hill with 3 of them on Hill. It's looking, Syracuse is racking up points so far.
Yeah, and something else I want to point out, it is 3 ARs for Syracuse on this map. Now, I don't know what Southern Miss's loadouts are looking like. I think it's the same thing, and that's just the nature of red card. Orbsy ripping a double, hits the 3 streak, but it's going to be a cut down pretty quickly. And Syracuse, great job holding off Southern Miss. They have them in the spawn trap, not spawn trap necessarily, but they have them forced into the back spawns for the hill. Although Southern Miss's forces will eventually overwhelm. Not for very long, though, as the hill is going to be rotating. Number 4, that's Bombi, finds a double. That is exactly what they needed. And that's going to lock down hill number 3 for Syracuse. They're going to get the initial time.
Yeah, and it looks to seem as if BCL is going to try and rotate out, but Tyler ends up taking it. But Syracuse is on hill, and you'll see Southern Miss is actually pinching them. They have a spawn behind and a spawn, or 2 players running in front. But the thing about this hill is there's multiple ways you can come in and multiple ways that you can get seen. But it seems as if Southern Miss is trying their hardest to clear this hardpoint out and does end up doing it. But Syracuse will spawn behind them.
And this hill is almost identical to P1 in the way of just, it's going to be super mixy. It's rare you're going to see teams get a significant amount of time here. You can see the scoreboard in general. That's how a lot of the hills in this map are. They're all just really small hills in a really large map. So you just have a lot of contesting and not a lot of scoring. But finally, Steve-O gonna gain at least a good bit here for Syracuse. They're gonna keep holding that lead, but Orbsy on the pinch finds 1. That's gonna be a kill. Actually, I think Mr. Robot ended up cleaning it up. Now Steve-O looking to repinch, and Mr. Robot will turn around for it. Orbsy, BCL, Strahan, everyone getting involved. Southern Miss able to get the rotation. Now they can start picking up some time. If they can get a full 60 on this hill, that is going to put them in a very decent lead.
Yeah, but Syracuse pushing through Southern Miss. Orbsy and Strahan managed to take out 2, but BCO goes underneath. This is a really annoying spot. I'm pretty sure you can wall bang it, but you see Robot just sitting there, takes out BCL, but Frizz is gonna try and do the same thing. Yeah. Orbsy, 3-piece.
I mean, Orbsy is having a solid game right now. Another streak for him. This one's going to be 5 at the current time, sitting at 11 and 6. He very well has been the catalyst in getting these clears for the hills, clearing out all of Syracuse multiple times in a few different sides of the rotation. Tyler, though, 6 and 12. Not a lot of objective time either. He's going to need to step things up. Orbsy, though, will be just doing it for him. Mr. Robot also contributing there. 2 players from Southern Miss that are just doing it all right now. Orbsy just continuing to fry, knows where everyone is at, looks for another in front of him, will get finally taken down. And honestly, the objective time is spread out pretty evenly between Southern Miss players and between the Syracuse players. No one really having an insane game, but Southern Miss, I think this is the first lead in hardpoint they've had in this series outside of the first couple of seconds in P1 for for this map.
Yeah, no, definitely. And looking at their kills, it's pretty even across the board. You know, you have Tyler sitting in 8 and 13, but genuinely as a team. They are winning the gunfights that they need to be winning, as Strahan just gets a 3-piece, taking 3 of Syracuse players off that hard point, and he's going to look to rotate now, trying to take any player out that he can. Frizz finally ends that streak, and you'll have Stevo landing on that hill for Syracuse.
I actually like this setup from Cuse. They're in pretty good spots, but Tyler's going to be the first one to get an entry kill, although the rest of Syracuse starting to slay out. Tyler trying to get that player off the objective. Bombi going to take him down, and it feels like every time one team gets 2 kills, 2-3 kills, the other team responds immediately with 2 or 3 of their own, and it's just everyone slaying out at the moment. 108 to 93. This game is much closer than what we've seen. Robot found a 3-piece, and that is huge. Southern Miss now able to collect more time. Tyler takes down Frizz, and Syracuse now just gonna have to rotate to P2.
Oh my goodness, what a close game, 108 to 99. Anyone's game. It is looking really good for both teams right now, able to win these gunfights. You'll see Strahan actually being the one to pop off this game, 18 and 13, which is what we like to see. BCL gets a double kill to take that point. You'll see Orbsy standing at the little DJ booth over there with Tyler behind the soccer goal. Strahan taking out Bombi, Robot takes out Frizz, and that Southern Miss takes the hard point.
And again, we are seeing Stevo try to go for that pinch, decides to just take the top angle, and Mr. Robot will cut him down, but Syracuse still has at least contested time in the hill, so they're doing a good job of being a nuisance. Now we will have to head on over to hill number 4 again in just a little bit. As you see number 7 trying to get out, that's going to be Tyler looking to grab the spawns. Look at everyone else on the mini-map, by the way. Every single player outside of him going to be sitting in that old hill. We'll see if this ends up paying off, though, because you're giving up a little bit of time to Syracuse, although it is a much closer game, so you have the ability to do so. What does Syracuse do, though? Where do they search for this player? What do they do?
I have no idea, but Tyler, playing for his life, kind of waiting for his team, didn't immediately hop on that hill knowing that Syracuse was going to make that push into hill. But you have Orbsy running through, shooting a coat rack, I'm pretty sure, is what he just shot.
Hey, sometimes you see stuff like that and you're like, oh, it's a player, and then you're like, or you're pre-firing someone pushing and you just don't see it. And that's another 3 dead, so Tyler's positioning has meant absolutely nothing for this hill. He has done a great job of staying alive. Now the spawns come in for Southern Miss, but Syracuse has turned around. They know where everyone's going to be coming from. This is just a bottleneck. And Syracuse is likely just going to keep holding it. This might just be a kill box. I don't know if Southern Miss can get out of this.
No, it's looking really. They are holding that hill perfectly. You'll see Tyler finally takes out Bombi, but Southern Miss already looking to rotate. They scrapped the hill. Syracuse had it locked down, so we will see Strahan rotating back. Stevo takes out Robot. Strahan trying to take out Stevo, unable to get enough kills. There's 3 Syracuse players pushing on that side, and only 1 Orbsy. Goodness gracious, Syracuse playing beautifully. Frizz taking out Tyler and Robot, and Syracuse take the hill. They are now 60 points above Southern Miss.
And I think this is where they can win the game. Not necessarily on this hill, but they are breaking it wide open now. Southern Miss have to dig deep. They are down 2-1. They need to get back into this game. They have just allowed a almost full 60 on P3, and now they're on P4 and almost allowing Syracuse to continue racking up time even further, and it's also just being contested. So Syracuse is doing everything they need to right now to win. As long as they rotate to the next hill, it's going to be a big battle over there between 2 and 5. We'll see who ends up winning it. It's going to be Robot alongside, I believe that's actually it's Robot and Strahan that once that rotated, and BCL was that player for Syracuse, ends up falling, and now Syracuse is going to have to find another way to rotate through. 50 points down. If they can take a full 60 here, they will again be in the lead. So they're not out of it yet, but they need to hold this hill as Stevo finds a double, gets traded out, and actually Strahan responding with a double of his own.
Yeah, now we've seen Southern Miss hold this hill down. This is a very hard hill to hold. There really is no spot to hide on this hill. You just have to sit there, hope and pray that the corner that you're peeking, a player walks out and you get the kill. But other than that, we we'll see Orbsy doing a great job at holding this hill. Southern Miss slowly climbing around 30 points down. They're gonna have to look to rotate this next point if they really want to hold it. This point about to spawn, and Southern Miss just got bad spawns off of those deaths.
But they do have the ability to get back into this hill. They did a decent job of holding it last time around. Now they're going to have to do that again if they want to keep themselves alive here in the winner's bracket. If they, by the way, the loser of this plays Southern Miss Academy. So if Southern Miss loses this, they play their Academy team, and I know they're going to be going for them. They're going to be gunning for it. We'll see, though, as Syracuse is again sent out of the hill. Good shots from Tyler, finds one, but BCL will respond. Strahan on a 5, now looking to continue running forward. He is 30 and 20, by the way, having an incredible game. But the rest of Southern Miss needs to continue picking it up. They need to find the time. They finally get back in the hill. Number 1, though, Steve-O looking to play spoiler. And is he going to be able to do just that? Bombi will fall, and Steve-O has at least taken Southern Miss off time. Not going to collect any, but Hughes can just keep holding on. And actually, I think there's just 57 seconds left on the, that's the game clock. So only 57 seconds left on the game clock. That could be a factor here if Southern Miss aren't careful. In fact, if both teams aren't careful about how they control these hills. And Southern Miss will at least get the rotation. And they did a solid job of holding this again last time too. But look at that pinch from Frizz. Mr. Robot sitting in the hill, knows his teammates are behind him, and Southern Miss may be able to bring this one back. They're starting to collect some time, 192 to 212, starting to make it happen. Do lose a couple players, but they are still spawning here. Southern Miss have the opportunity, but they need to convert on these kills.
Yeah, they need this hill. It is detrimental. The more time that Syracuse gets on this, the less and less of a chance that Southern Miss has. Right whenever that point deficit is greater than the time clock, it's game.
I mean, they are doing a great job. Doing a great job, though, of stopping that game clock over and over. 198 now, so actually it may just be better if they let the scrap time maybe go to Syracuse so the timer doesn't go down further, but Syracuse is the team that has rotated, and now Southern Miss are so far away, they're all getting slayed out, and that may just do it, and it does. Southern Miss gonna fall. Syracuse take the series 3-1. We'll see Southern Miss in the losers bracket against Academy.
Man, what a game. Fighting for their lives, a lot closer than what we saw, 250, 198. And it will be the kill from Strahan here. That grenade just land.
I think it landed in front of him, and then it blew him up. That's why he put 2 bullets in. But the time a lot more even. I didn't see someone with 3 minutes in hill. 37 and 23 from Strahan, though, and 35 and 21 from Steve-O, 33 and 28 from Bombi. Great performances all around there from the Cuse squadron. Steve-O, interview? We can just pop up in the middle. But we are going to pull Steve-O for an interview here in just a second as we get ready to go through our next series. All right, so you good? This one right here. All right, you good? All right, Steve-O, coming off a 3-1 victory over Southern Miss and now moving on in the winners bracket. How are you feeling right now?
Feeling all right. Hardpoint's a little choppy, but just getting used to the setups. S&D, we didn't really get any S&D reps, but we'll figure it out, look at the VOD, and move on to the next round.
Yeah. So in that search and destroy, I mean, it still goes round 11, red card. What is the strategy you guys end up calling in that round 11? I know you lost, but what was the thoughts there?
I was really just trying to make them scam and play for a pick. Unfortunately, I got picked, but I mean, it is what it is when you play with. It's a double-edged sword, you know. If you ego chow, you gotta be able to like take that risk of dying. So.
So I believe, if I'm reading the bracket correctly, you play the winner of UT Chat and I forget who it would be. Is it the other side?
We play NOSU or LSU.
Or LSU. So, 1, which team would you prefer to see there? And 2, what do you expect out of that next round?
I got boys on both teams, but I want to see Stewie. I want to put him down. But I'm just hoping they have a good game, and I don't really care who we play. So.
All right, well, that's going to do it. Thank you for joining me. Do you have any last words you want to say before we head off into our next segment here?
Go Cuse. That's it.
All right, well, thank you, Steve-O. We will catch you guys in just a couple of minutes. We are going to set up for our next little bit here, and then we'll be right back on the other side. We're ready to get started.
Williams. I'm the company commander of the Hattiesburg Recruiting Company down here in Hattiesburg. And since about April is when our first meeting was. I met with David. I saw that you guys had an esports program on campus, and I wanted to present you guys with the opportunity to kind of mesh with the Army and our esports program. And it's been months coming, waiting, and in coordination efforts, but we're here today. And so we want to present you all with a $5,000 check for sponsorship of your Call of Duty team, which I understand is going to fund scholarships for some of your players.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, awesome. So on behalf of the Hattiesburg Recruiting Company, we just thank you for the opportunity for allowing us to partner with you guys, and we hope that this is a lasting partnership.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
I do also want to add, you know, a year ago we went to Georgia State and there was a big Army event going on there. And ever since then, our students were talking about, oh, we want to get into this. We want to, you know, work with them and do all this fun stuff. And I'm really glad we're able to do that. And it really means a lot to us and our students. Thank you.
All right, awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much.
It's okay to be honest. I already know what I'm doing.
We're both doing it.
Y'all will be behind them. I already know which ones they're getting.
All you have to do is, I don't know, it's this.
Did he say walk in front of them? Oh, walk behind.
Italian sausage.
Oh, I got a pizza.
All right, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for having us yet again to host the second portion of it. This is our MRE taste test. Real quick, do you guys mind introducing yourselves?
I'm Bo or Frosty from Ole Miss.
Yep, I'm Wayne Pettit or Adam from Mr. State.
I'm Michael or Yokai from Chattanooga.
And I'm Madden from UTC.
Okay, and a quick shout out to our Army ROTC program here on USM. They provided us with these very delicious MREs that you guys have in front of you. How much do you guys know about MREs? Have you guys had experience with them, trying them, or TikTok?
I've eaten a few. My dad was in the military.
Yeah, I've had a few of these. I've never had one.
All right, so starting from Ole Miss on the way down, you guys can just read off the flavors that you have.
I got pork sausage patty, maple flavored.
I got the Italian sausage with peppers and onions and marinara sauce.
Nice. I got Southwest beef and black beef.
And I've got pizza slice, pepperoni.
All right, awesome. So a few of these entrees we already have prepared for you guys. We won't eat them cold, you'll eat them lukewarm. So yeah, we're gonna, okay.
Yeah, that's what I have to do.
Y'all can open your packs.
It'll be a little difficult.
So you're just, yeah.
Give you guys.
Yes.
There you go.
So what Staff Sergeant Smith right now is a quick trick that we like to do when we're out in the field. We'll use our cap, and we slit the top of it when we don't have scissors or some type of knife to open it up.
That's good.
So if you guys want to just pull out the contents of your bag, and we'll kind of explain to you how we typically eat it when we're not in a hurry. Sergeant Smith, do you want to kind of explain what they'll be saying?
Yeah, so right now they're looking at their accessory packs right now. It's typically gonna have a pack of coffee or some creamer or a little bit of tea. It'll have some gum, some salt, maybe some pepper, some red pepper flakes, depending on the different types of MREs that you get. Next, you'll have your side items. So it looks like you got apple spice sauce, so applesauce with some chunks. You got some cheese spread there. You got your spoon. You got a beef stick. That's a hot commodity. Not gonna lie. That'll get you a lot of things in the field. Chocolate protein powder. Make sure you shake that up well, or else it's just gonna be powder in your mouth.
So the green pouch that you guys are pulling out is actually the heater. So at the bottom of it, it's similar to when you have a hot hand and you shake it and it activates the warmth. This instead, you pour water into it and it makes it hot. You put your entree in there or whatever side that you want to warm up. It takes about maybe 2 or 3 minutes to get it hot, and it'll warm it up for you guys to eat. But if you guys want to start with the sides, you guys can pick your favorite side that you have in front of you, and you guys can give that a try.
Their sides are gonna be like your oatmeal cookie or your apple slices. Here's gonna be the blueberry.
All right, so Ole Miss, I see you cracking open something. What do you have in front of you?
I got
Smoked almonds. What's the verdict?
Not bad.
All right.
That's awesome.
And what are you crunching down on?
Trail mix with beef jerky.
Mmm. Yum.
Yummy, yummy.
All right, and that gelatinous spoonful of goodness that you just ate, what was that?
That was blueberry cobbler.
And
Tastes good, right?
It's something.
straight from the grandmother's kitchen, right? Yeah.
It's good. Yum, yum.
All right, and Red Chase, what are you trying?
No. I have oatmeal cookie. It's actually good.
Yeah, it's pretty moist, huh? Is it moist?
No. Oh, no.
So not fresh out the oven.
Everyone likes chalk.
All right, so do you guys want to try some of the drink mixes that are in there? So some of them have chocolate protein powder or some
Yours, you can either
coffee.
get chocolate protein
Some of them
powder,
have
or
juice.
like you may have like a tea. Or like
All right, so you have. Go ahead and read that out loud.
It's a carbohydrate electrolyte beverage powder. It's great.
All right, so that's kind of like a Gatorade for us. Yeah. Yeah, so you will probably.
Yeah. So you're gonna feel this top.
Great, you can try the coffee.
Feel that, open it up, and then you're gonna put water.
I
in
just
that.
got.
Perfect just before match.
I don't think you have a
I'm gonna
drink.
be on
I mean, I think you just got coffee.
I do not drink caffeine.
I don't either.
I don't drink any caffeine.
I haven't.
Well, that's fine. You can skip the coffee if you want to try the gum. The gum is great.
I don't know.
Mhm.
There we go.
So when you're,
See that red pack right there.
yeah.
Gunfire.
Oh, you got a drink right there. Orange juice. Well, more like orange Powerade. Yeah. Yeah, the easiest way to do it, just pop that thing in your mouth and just use your teeth to pull it out. Yeah, just like that. Yep. Get a little plastic in there, you'll be okay. We've all had some type of plastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, it tastes even better when you're thirsty and hungry. So yeah.
Just imagine that, 30 degrees outside. You just woke up, it's 2 o'clock in the morning, you have to walk 12 miles today. How hard is that gonna hit you?
It's an energizer.
Yeah.
Well needed.
Perfect.
Well needed.
I'm gonna drink this.
So that's a great question. Essentially, you're just gonna open it up just like that. You're gonna kind of hold it like this, and then you're gonna use your other hand to hold the bottom so it doesn't spill all over you. It's a workout to drink. Delicious. And if you need, that's a napkin right there. Well, it's actually toilet paper, but you can use it as a napkin.
That's perfect.
Towel.
You don't want to use that as toilet paper. That's got alcohol in it.
It's the one with the brown wrapping
Yep.
around it.
Yeah, that's your actual TP, but most of the time it's just a napkin. No, it's just
Yeah, no, right there.
Oh, yeah.
that there.
I'll need this after you.
Right. So, are you guys ready for the main event, the main course, the main entree? All right.
You gotta chill. You're representing the city.
Yeah. Yeah.
I shouldn't keep it going.
All right, I'm gonna take the gums that y'all already done. Put it in the box. Start passing down. You guys have already done. Yeah, you keep it your way. Would you like to keep your
Good luck.
granola?
Good luck.
Your granola?
It's a beef jerky stick. That one is really, really good.
Also the beef jerky.
Yeah, it's really
Is there
good.
anything you don't want in the bag?
I can stop it.
What?
You could. I'm telling you, it's
Oh.
happened before.
I'm aware.
Anything you don't want in the bucket? Anything you guys don't want in the bucket?
Yeah, the peach
So if
cobbler
you
is
see
good.
like cheese bread or something, be cognizant that that may go into your entree if you want it before you dump it in the box.
Yeah, like your crackers, your cheese spread, that typically goes in your main meal.
Yeah.
Crush your crackers up, gives a little bit of substance to your meal.
Oh, you guys don't need your dark thing. You can throw that in there and you can. Are we doing it? Yeah. All right. All right. Italian sausage and pepper.
You actually really lucked out of time.
It's
I've heard it's a good.
It is.
Yeah, so I've got a little bit of water.
People that don't know.
Yeah, let me.
Please don't drink the water.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like
So it still may be a little bit warm on the back, so try not to touch the heater portion of it. Just pull the main entree out.
Now's a good time to use your TP roll and dry off your pouch. See, that's why you don't throw your TP away.
Come on, man. That's your first time?
Yeah. Yep, that's it. Yeah, you just got pizza slices.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, she got
It's alright. You could have heated it up, but it just
doesn't
makes it
help.
worse.
You're not opening to the side.
peach cobbler.
You probably should have kept that peach cobbler on there.
Oh, look at.
That's crazy.
If I get up in the middle of the country, truly just.
This does not look like.
Look at that.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Very
Definitely
nice,
put your crackers.
readily made pizza slice.
What do you have over here? This is delicious.
Entertaining.
Looks just like the Lunchables you guys ate as a kid, right? Yeah.
Something like that.
Use your leg.
Okay, cool.
What is that?
No. Across the leg, like a saddle.
Yeah.
Oh, like this?
No. Now push down.
Oh, there we go.
Yep.
Oh, wow. I didn't.
So what trick are you teaching him?
Don't move that. So this is an easy way to kind of add your sides into your main meal after you've already opened it. Typically, I would not open my main meal until my sides are ready, but this is a great way to kind of stabilize your food so you don't spill it. You know, this is the only meal you're going to eat for the entire day, so.
I can't hear
Just go ahead and dump those. Don't even don't pick them out. Just dump them. Yeah, it's like it. Yeah. Make a nice hole there. Yep, just like that.
I mean,
Just dump. Yeah, there you go. You don't have to do all of them because they're pretty dry.
Yeah, they went very good.
They are. They are not your mother's saltines. They do not have salt.
Really was.
But if you had your accessory bag still, you could have used your salt that was in there.
Yeah.
You got seasoning.
Let's give it a shot.
How's your really good.
You really like the pork sausage?
I can't tell if you're joking or not, but I'll take your word for it.
I actually like it.
That's insane.
How about your Lunchable? Do you like your Lunchable?
It's very dry.
Yeah.
I love that. That's my favorite part of it, actually.
Free lunch.
And what did you have, Yokai?
That would be the Southwest beef and black beans.
And how do you like that?
I don't.
Okay.
At least he's honest.
5 big bones?
5 big boom.
Yeah, that was something.
So,
This man chili bag.
right. So I would like to add that MREs are not our main meal source. The only time we really eat these is when we're out in the field and we have a limited amount of time to eat. So typically we eat these cold and we scarf it down and it really doesn't matter how it tastes. We do have cafeterias and what we call mermites, which are hot meals that come out. We also sometimes have a grub truck that comes. So yeah. MREs are not our daily meal source.
Scarfing it down.
Oh, yeah, he's.
Oh, yeah, he's actually enjoying it.
You know, yours. If I was a better instructor for you, I would have heated this up. No, I would have heated it up. And you could have put it there as liquid. Yeah. So right now that's gonna come out like you ever had cheese whiz? It's gonna come out like that.
Oh, you got it.
But if you heat it up, it becomes more liquidy, like Velveeta. It makes it way better.
Oh, I have a feeling you're not too much of a picky eater, are you?
No,
All right.
not at all. That's good.
That's awesome.
You should come see me in my office. No, you're law. He'll be there next week.
All right, so going down the line from what you guys have tasted so far, one being the worst thing you have ever had, throw it in the trash immediately. 10 being 5-star gourmet meal. Honest rating.
I'd have to give it like a 3.
Okay. Okay. It's
Edible.
terrible.
It's edible.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd say like, if I had to eat it, about like a 4.
Okay.
I'll give it a 4.3.
4.3. All right.
I'd say I'll give it an 8. I'll run.
Really?
What do you think?
I would say that it tastes different when you're really, really hungry. That 3 goes to a 7, really, really quick.
When we think about it like that, in comparison to high school lunch, I'd say it's about like 6.
Really?
Yeah.
Those 14 burgers going at 8. MRE's on top.
You are right about this business.
It's a commodity.
Yep.
Now try that applesauce pound cake.
I also would add, what else? What do they call it? The bars?
Oh, first strike bar.
Yeah, those first strike
There's a few different types. You got the mocha bar, which is like kind of coffee chocolate flavor. My personal favorite is the cran raspberry first strike. It's cranberries and raspberries basically mashed together. Some gelatin over it. Candy bars.
And some of them already actually have candy in it. They have like Twizzlers and Skittles. And
It's a little dry, but you know, it's got flavor.
Yeah.
Yeah, saddle you. Good stuff.
Quick learner. You guys are really missing out. I should have gave you lemon poppy seed pound cake.
That's really good.
Look at us.
Yeah. Wow.
That's what we like to call esprit de corps.
Big morale booster here.
Big morale booster.
Pound cake, smoked almonds, trail mix.
That's really needed.
Dry pizza slice.
It's really good.
I can't lie. 20 of, sir.
All right. Well, thank you guys for letting us hang out with y'all and coach y'all through how you want. Okay, one more round? Yep. All right.
So they'll say
It's like a genuine.
All right. Well, we're gonna step off.
Keeping this kid.
Not that bad. y'all are about to be. Y'all realize?
Good afternoon, USM. We're here with the USM esports competition. In front of us, we have 4 contestants that will try the Army's MREs. From left to right, can I get your names and what school you're representing?
My name is Braxton, representing the University of Southern Minnesota.
My name is Emmanuel, I'm representing LSU.
I'm Ronan, representing LSU.
My name is Daniel, I'm representing Louisiana State University.
Have any of you guys had MREs before?
What MRE did you have?
I think it was the Chili Mac. I actually don't know. It was so long ago.
Chili Mac's really good.
Perfect. So now we'll let you guys open up the MREs.
If anybody needs help, let me know. I'll give you my card.
So how do you deal with the card?
Thank you for asking.
I would have asked. Yeah, sure you would.
All right, so you're just gonna hold it up at the corner,
Hold it up
take
like
your
that.
card, any corner. These all have micro razors in them.
With the cards on my room?
Yeah. All right, you want some magic?
Oh, you got it?
I was kidding. There's no micro razors. No, but it's believable. No, it's just the plastic on, I guess other plastic is sharper, it's more dense, something like that. It's like diamonds on stone. Yeah, that's your side.
So in each MRE, there are going to be appetizer, a main course. Some have candy, drink powders, and utensils.
You got a lucky roll.
What I eat?
You got a popcorn, right? The chocolate
We
popcorn.
got a popcorn. Chocolate. Chocolate popcorn.
Yeah.
I got Twizzlers.
Yes. Oh, didn't you get lemon? Yeah, you got lemon poppy seed pound cake. That's the good one. Right. That's the best one.
With beans.
You got chocolate peanut butter. You basically just got Nutella.
So is it like random?
Yes. So each box of MREs is gonna have 12 menu items. Obviously, they're all different. They're gonna have different sides. Some of them have repeat sides like crackers, or, multi-grain bread, or anything like that. But for the most part, it's all pretty random. So I think that's your side item. What is that? Oh, no, that's your main meal. That's tough.
Okay, so we'll first start with the appetizers. So you guys can each pick the first snack that you think looks good for you.
You got crackers and chocolate peanut spread. You got trail mix, and then I think that's jalapeno. Just peanuts.
Try the pretzel nugget.
Yeah, I would say those tortillas for your main meal.
For you, I would try pizza beef
Yeah,
stick.
save that. Eat this right now? Oh, I mean, you can eat whatever you want, but I would definitely save the tortillas
And
for
for
your main meal.
you, do you like peanuts or?
I would also save that for your main meal.
Yeah, we're going to trail
I
mix.
don't know if you like it spicy, but it definitely makes it better.
What is this? Oh,
That's your main meal. Yeah, go ahead, open it up, try it out. That trail mix is pretty hard to mess up.
do you save this or chocolate?
I would definitely save that for dessert.
What are your first impressions?
You're gonna
of
want something to
the
cleanse your
pretzels?
palate.
Yeah, they're actually pretty good smell. I'm gonna lie.
Would you buy these from a market?
I mean, if they were given to me, I would eat them, but like I wouldn't go out and I wouldn't buy them. Motherfucker, get that out of my face.
Wow.
It's good.
I didn't know what it was at first.
So
It's awfully soft.
XXL.
It's really soft. Give me those scissors. I cannot open this.
What do you think of that beef jerky stick?
Soft. It's like baby food.
Oh, man.
Bro, why would I want to try that.
Yeah, that's the best first strike bar you could have pulled. Cran raspberry. It's got the most flavor, a little bit of tang to it. Dude, just go for it.
How's the trail mix? How dry?
Almost cried there. Please don't.
Okay, so next up, after the appetizers, we will have the main course presented to the contestants.
Go ahead and take a bite of that. Big chunk. That's cran raspberry energy bar.
Anything that you don't want in the box, please.
Is that good?
You say
That's actually fire.
You say everything up there. Except
That's actually so
for that
fire.
shit up there.
That's just so good.
Big rock bar.
That's good. Oh, good. Are you sure? It just tastes like cranberry. Oh my god, it's hard.
What did I say? It's the best one.
It's like candy.
What? Is that actually good? No, no.
Oh, it's not like chalky, like other chalk, like protein bar. Yeah, eat that.
Protein bar.
It's good. It's like Laffy Taffy.
Yeah.
Just less chewy.
Alright, let's see what they're paying. Alright,
Oh,
anything that you don't want on the box, please.
I'd be pretty proud.
Yeah, I've never had that.
Special stuff. Oh, what is it?
All right, Mr. Chili Mac, I'm gonna guide you on how to make the best chili mac you ever had in your life. Alright? So you're gonna take your crackers. Go ahead and crush those up for me, my boy. You're then gonna go in here.
You're right here.
Oh, don't tell me they removed the red pepper flakes.
Oh no, really?
Oh, yeah. Take those. You're gonna dump those in your main. You're gonna rip that open and dump all those in there as well. You should have had some cheese spread. I think it might be in the pack. Heat it up. Put that in there as well, and then mix that thing up.
And then here's yours.
Yeah. Yep. There you go. Yeah, you don't have to pull that out.
Yes. So tell us what MRE you have.
I don't know what to do. Take it out. Take it out. And then what?
You got the cheese tortellini and tomato sauce. Sounds so good. Is your spoon? Before you taste it, what are your general impressions on the look of it?
It looked like something like simply RD. Picture don't taste like simply.
I guess we'll find out.
What is this? That's the hot pack.
I don't know what to do.
Instructions unclear.
Is my food in here?
Hot pack water all over my lap.
Die first day.
From the heat pack. That's the heat pack.
Does it taste good for sure already?
Water is soaking
If
into
it was a
that.
little sweeter,
I get it.
just like it.
Oh.
I understand. So don't. Oh, so you messed it up. You're supposed to open it up from the side.
Take it out. Just leave the.
Now how are you gonna pour your crackers in there?
I'll get it.
And what MRE do you have?
Got the chicken burrito bowl.
What comes with that? So you got what I see right there. What's that?
That's cheese spread.
Cheese spread. All right, what's that right there?
Tortillas.
Got some tortillas.
Some sauce.
All right, so we got tortillas, cheese spread, and hot sauce. Is that going in your meal with you?
Chocolate chip too.
Are you also gonna put the pastry in your meal?
No, y'all can.
Yes.
You heard it here first. He's putting the pastry in his meal. If you can get it open. It smells good.
Smells good.
Don't worry, it smells good.
It's good.
All right. My boy over here.
What's up?
What meal are you munching on right now?
I haven't tried anything yet, but I'm still making the best chili mac ever.
Who told you it's the best chili mac ever?
Did
I?
You did. You said it's the best MRE chili mac. I think.
Exactly. There we go.
Yeah.
You gotta specify because there's many good chili macs.
Ever had chili mac outside of this?
That's insane. You didn't grow up eating hamburger helper?
Yeah, but the
Yeah,
hamburger.
that's the same thing. All right, where's the cheese sauce at? You get that thing in there yet? Trust.
It's a lot of work.
Trust.
I feel like you gotta do a lot of work to get food.
Look, you get, let's say you get 5 minutes to eat. I spend 3 making the food and 2 eating the food. Time management.
It's making a weird noise.
I'm sorry, they're flour tortillas.
I prefer flour, bro. We're probably doing wax flour.
No, they don't. That is lemon poppy seed pound cake.
Oh, that's so good.
That's the good one.
That's a good salad.
Dude, I see you. You gotta wait
All right. There you go. Crackers is the move. You gotta put some.
Are you a fan of hot sauce?
Give me a little hot sauce.
Is it good?
I don't know. I've never had that.
The hot sauce? Yes. Yes. Are you like spicy food?
But it's powdered though.
It's red pepper flakes.
Oh, really?
Get crazy with that sauce.
All right, how we looking there?
Get crazy.
Oh,
wow. That is
pretty
it.
good.
good went in there.
Would you eat this again?
I would 100%.
You heard it here first.
I bet you would.
All right.
So I got the rice and bean bowl. Unironically, this is actually pretty good, and I probably wouldn't eat it again.
You want some
Look
kid?
at that. MRE for the people.
Why don't you make it from scale?
Come try. Yeah.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
All right. Out of 10, what would you rate your chili mac? 8. 8 out of 10. Perfect.
Good.
This is pretty good.
Out of 10.
Oh,
Out of 10.
I didn't even do the tortillas, and it's still good. So.
Well, we want to thank USM for hosting this event again and letting us be a part of it. Shout out to the Army ROTC program for providing these MREs, and we hope to see you guys again.
Y'all are good. Don't keep me there for a second.
Just report.
All right, so thank you guys for coming out. Really appreciate the Army sponsoring this event. It's been an incredible one so far, but we're going to take a short little break and we'll be back in about 10, 15 minutes when we're ready to get started with the next matchup. And just trust me when I say this, it's going to be a bang now. We'll catch you guys on the other side.
The only way to build what should be is to tear down what is. The rats rise. The best falls.
they really want to go at each other. Like they want to. They don't care about any of it. They just want to go at each other's throats and have a good time. Now these two, I don't know how often they play each other. I would assume it's pretty rare, but like, I mean, they know each other well enough. They're going to be hyped for it.
No, for sure. And I mean, you definitely have practices where, you know, the main team's doing their thing, but sometimes the academy team will be like, hey guys, do y'all want to do a quick scrim? We want to measure our progress, see where we're at. And so they'll do that a couple times a semester. It's very beneficial. Having two teams that are, you know, playing the same game, passionate about the same thing is very beneficial.
Yeah, exactly. Now for the rest of the series, we will have a vault search and destroy is map 2, and then another vault, but this one will be hardpoint map 3, skyline map 4, and it looks like I've forgotten to write down what map 5 is.
I don't think we'll make it to map 5.
I think that putting it nicely. Oh, map 5 is rewind, search and destroy, but
that's
yeah,
okay.
Yeah, I don't think we need to know that.
No, it's fine. I have faith in both of these teams, but I have no question. There's no.
Will be, of course, map 1, rewind hardpoint. Now, if you are new or tuning in just now, we do not play control on map 3. It will be a hardpoint again. The mode is just not tested enough as of this moment, and there's always the chance that they don't do control for map 3 for the CDL. So.
It's just bugged.
Yeah, that too.
It's
It's
just
also
bugged out.
very bugged.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
we
yeah.
will start off with hardpoint. We'll have most of the series also be hardpoint. Now it will be Southern Miss U.S. Army that we start out with. It'll be Mr. Robot looking to get through that first hill. You're going to see two players from actually the Academy go out to that right side of the map towards the restaurant. Kellogg's at least gets one on Robot, but it's going to be 2 for each side. Make that 3 for Army, and now they are going to start racking up the time. Stash also point out the GPR, not a weapon we've seen much. We saw it once earlier today. I believe it was Ole Miss using it, and it did not do a whole lot of dividends, but this one actually, Strahan just sliding through. The pace of Army is just overwhelming Academy right now.
No, for sure. And I mean, the setup for both these teams are incredibly similar, seeing as how they give each other, you know, tips on how to play. But it's going to come down to raw talent here. You know, you're going to see a lot of, you know, Robot, Strahan, Orbsy, Tyler. They're going to come through, slide, jump up, get those shots off, and it's going to be so fast that, you know, Stash might have a hard time getting his gun up in time. It's going to come down to that raw skill.
Yeah, and I will say, too, Army is coming off of playing Syracuse, and Academy has been on a break for a while. So there's also that to factor in, and everyone on Army is just slaying out right now. 4-1 for both Tyler and Strahan. The subs on the roster going off. Strahan with the movement too. A car is going to be the only thing getting kills right now for Academy. That'll be Rustic picking that one up, but as you can see in the scoreboard, there's not a whole lot of kills going down for Academy. Strahan baiting, switching, Omni movementing, and Stash at least going to shut that down. It's still going to be time though for Army.
Yeah, I mean, they just need more. You need more time in the game to develop those skills of, you know, the new movement, especially with the omnidirectional movement they added into this game. It's very smooth. It's very fast. It's very easy to misclick. You know, and seeing the U.S. Army team here, you know, pinpointing certain objectives, taking a good setup, watching respawns, watching for the flip, looking at the reset, it's going to be very, very difficult. I mean, right there, Orbsy challenging with a pistol, Stash coming up with an AR. Like, there's no business for Orby to be able to get a kill there.
No, not one bit. And I can hear Rustic, by the way, screaming after every kill. It doesn't even matter. The stat line does not mean a thing when you are getting kills against your main roster. Now, Rustic, ooh, winning a good fight there against Robot.
Gunfight there.
Some missed shots from Robot. That's pretty not normal of him, but still, the time is not going their way. Finally, you're going to see Academy at least rack up a little bit of time, but this rotation should come through pretty soon. We can't see the time on our side, but I know the players can at least see it, so it looks like we might get the rotation in just a little bit here.
Yeah, no, of course. And it looks like there was a really good push there by the Southern Miss Academy team, being able to hold off and get some kills on the U.S. Army team. And they were able to hold that point for a good bit, get some points on the board. But, you know, Army getting back in the front, going for the rotation, setting up for moving around the map. It's going to be very difficult now to get past this line of scrimmage that the U.S. Army team has set up.
Yeah, and they are in the perfect position, but I do see one is snuck through. That's going to be number 5. That is
He's
Kellogg's.
about to get got.
He actually doesn't turn, doesn't look at the right angle, doesn't check every corner. And on a map like Rewind, you have to. And there's so many of them to clear out.
Oh, triple.
The entire team of Academy. That's a 3-piece. And maybe the Biscuit, too, if he finds a kill. Rustic, though, has something to say about it. Gets through one, but that's a pure dive.
Oh,
no
man.
regard for Strahan's location.
That's that movement. That's that directional movement. When you do that dive, you're locked into some animations for a minute, and you're not able to really do a lot. And so in that situation, that's what we saw.
Yeah, it's just not a whole lot you can do. You can whip around your joystick, but it's not going to move fast enough. where your teammates are looking, but they'll have to regroup, and they don't have any time left. I'm seeing the clock. They didn't even give themselves time. They just kind of gave this round away.
Yeah, no, it was definitely a missed opportunity here, and you know, something could have been done. But unfortunately, at the end of the day, they wasted that opportunity there, and now it's going to go 5-4 match point. Very, very fun game so far.
Yeah, I mean, this one has been super entertaining. Listening to the both sides just really start chirping at each other, especially Academy when they're getting ahead. Like, if they can pull this off, it will be a pop-off of all time for them.
Oh, yeah. No, I am very proud of how both teams are doing right now. You know, they're giving it their all. They're really doing their best here. And, you know, for the Army team, you know, realizing that this is the end-all, be-all match. You know, you lose, you're out. You win, you move on to an even tougher match. You know, you'd think they'd want to, you know, nip this in the bud really quick.
Yeah, I honestly thought we were going to see Army come out and just wallop Academy just based on how they were playing earlier, but it's been a bit sketchy here in the search and destroy, at least. Robot slides in, gets taken out. It is first blood for Army, but it is an immediate trade, so numbers will be even for just a moment. Strahan at least picking up another. Anxious is down. The bomb, though, is also down. As long as you get the rock planted, it makes it so much easier, regardless of the man advantage. Kellogg's will at least even up the numbers. Look at the movement from Kellogg's. Orby, that will make the killing spree. Strahan will fill out the last, and that is going to be game number 2. Southern Miss Army taking it 6-4.
Yeah, no, that was a great game through and through. You know, 6-4 is a good score. They should be very proud of how they performed. And, you know, the thing is, you know, when I played professionally, it was very interesting when we went up against teams that we would consider to be, you know, lower rank in other games. And it would actually pull us down. That mentality would take us to their level instead of forcing them to come to our level. And I think that may have been the case here for the U.S. Army team. I feel like, you know, those preconceived notions of the other team and their skill might have mentally or subconsciously brought them down to that level, which is why we probably saw a lot of those mistakes happening in the first 4 rounds.
Yeah, I would have to agree there. And also, I want to point out, Stash was 12-6.
Oh, Stash was on fire.
Insane game there. 12-6 against the main roster. So definitely someone we need to be looking out for here as we head into map number 3, which will be a vault hardpoint. Now, this is the one map that gets a little sketchy. The spawns are not always the most predictable. They do some weird stuff on occasion. Last vault we had some interesting choices from the game to put someone in the back of the map when the rest of his team was on the opposite end. So we'll see if that ends up being a factor here. But if the first hardpoint was any indication, it might be a tough bout for Academy.
Yeah, again, you know, same rules apply here. You got to get those good setups. You got to make sure you hold the point. You know, hard point, you know, in the game I used to play in Halo is basically just king of the hill. So you got to hold the point. You got to watch your entrances, your exits. You got to make sure your line of scrimmage is set up and that you don't flip spawns. As long as you do that, you can control the movement of the enemy and predict where they're going to be. Now, of course, it's not going to be exact, but you can at very least funnel them into a singular location to minimize risk.
Yeah, and it looks like we're just going to hop straight into this one. Sometimes we'll do a break between 2 and 3, but that's only if the teams want to. It seems like they both want to play this out, so looks like we will just be going straight into game number 3.
Yeah, why would you want to take a break? Why would you want to cool down? Both teams are hyped up.
They are amped right now. I mean, I don't think any of them brought an energy drink to the venue, and they are just ripping it.
No, thankfully, they're drinking water.
Yeah, actually.
As everyone should be.
Yeah. And yeah, there it is. We got Vault right away. Very excited.
All right, looks like on the Bstream, Mississippi State is up 2-0. If you want to tune into that on the YouTube link for Southern Mississippi, you can check out their match too. If you want to open 2 tabs, have one on each, highly recommend. Really good match over there as well.
Classic Egg Bowl. Ole Miss, Mississippi State. If I'm remembering my rivalries correctly.
State's going to win.
Yeah, I think so. I think State is just a better team. We saw Ole Miss earlier on Maine, and I think Miss State is definitely the better team there.
I would tend to agree.
We do have the hard point now loaded on up. Academy, can they do the unthinkable, go for a reverse sweep, or will Army shut this one down and send Academy out of the event?
Oh, that's such a risky place to be. I don't know why you would stay there.
He slid in, maybe sliding a little too far than he expected. Like, sometimes you're seeing these slides, and it's like, whoa, I'm going like 20 feet ahead of where I actually want it to be. need to be a little careful on that. Does get the kill, does find a second, now has a third lined up in the front. It's almost does to go around the pillars,
man.
but the shots are clean, and Army getting the first few ticks of time.
Yeah, no, you see the movement, the game is new, true, but they've got tens, maybe even over 100 hours on this game already. And so, sometimes when you play the game on your own outside of a practice setting, you'll start to do these subconscious ticks or these little habits that you'll pick up on that are bad habits. And so I think that right there is some bad habit we saw from Tyler. And it did work out, but that's just because of the raw skill that he holds as a player.
Yeah, and you're going to see a lot more of those types of movement ordeals with the main roster with Army, and that's going to be one in the back. That's Rustic. Does find a kill. Maybe he can get his team to spawn here if he can find one or two more, or wait for the cavalry to arrive. And he's just trying to move around. I think he got accidentally clocked.
No!
Look at that shot from Edge with the pistol, by the way.
That was a movie star action shot.
That looked incredible. That's what the developers wanted to see.
Clip it.
Yeah, they need that. That's the clip they want for their B-roll. Orbsy flying into the hill, though, on a 5 spree, looking for 6. I don't think he got the 6 there. He did not. Now I'm just going to rack up time, and since these are score streaks, that time can get you streaks, but great shots from Stash rips Orbsy off that head glitch.
Yeah, another situation where you really don't want to challenge that. He's got the high ground. He's got an AR versus another AR, but again, Orbsy's having to look up, whereas Stash just has to look down and back up a little bit to move it out of the range of fire rather. And so, in this situation, Orbsy picking up a kill. Look at this line of scrimmage on the minimap. It's pretty clearly defined, but unfortunately 2 and 3, they're gonna pinch the Academy team here. And if 5 doesn't go around and flank, it's not gonna work out.
Yeah, and it looks like Strahan got caught on that pinch, but you still see Tyler waiting for a couple to go his way. And Army are still racking up the time while Academy is struggling to move forward whatsoever. And
picking up that double.
Just gets a huge double.
Yep.
That opens up so much more space on the map for them. As now you see all 4 from Academy spawning straight in front of the hill. With how quickly this one's going to rotate, I mean, that's just a tough bid for Academy.
Yeah, and number 4 there, Orbsy, everyone spawned in the same area, but then Orbsy decided to reset and flip spawns. Not really sure why, but in the case of preparation for another hill, it makes sense.
Yeah, and since we can't see the
there we go.
timers, it's a little harder to tell.
Yeah, down bottom left, you see the other hill's going to pick up. That's exactly why they flipped there.
Yeah, and it's a really smart play from Orbsy, and again, the veteran type plays, that's what you get when you have the experience of someone like Orbsy or even Robot, both very, very well-versed players. Orbsy takes down Rustic there. Anxious will get the trade, but it's still going to be a defined line for Army to hold. I mean, look at that scoreline. It's 118-4. Academy is not really getting much of anything here. Kellogg's been held to 1-10, Rustic to 5-11. Good shots, though. Still in this one, but, I mean, this one's really getting out of hand.
No, for sure. And I don't know if I ever told you, but Orbsy made a PowerPoint presentation for the team.
He did?
Yeah, he goes full PowerPoint for practices, and so it makes sense that they're able to, understand when to flip, when to hold lines, and things like that.
So they're very well aware of what they need to be doing and where, how, when, why, who, even what, maybe.
Yeah, very much so. I wouldn't be surprised if they even called Orbsy to be the flipper, and Orbsy's the one that will flip the spawns. That would not shock me, but that was a really good shot from Rustic there. Of course, Robot picking up another one. Pistol challenge here from Robot. Really, really good accuracy with that jump shot. But this, I would argue, is probably the hardest hill to hold on this map.
Yeah, P1s in most maps are always like this. It's just meant to be a mix fest. It's the neutral point in between the 2 standard spawns. But look at the movement there from Kellogg's and Anxious, just slipping and sliding across the hill. They managed to get the break, and now they're at least going to eclipse the 10-point mark, which is certainly a milestone. You do not want to score less than 10 points in a map. That's when it gets scary.
No, for sure. And I mean, right there, Kellogg's, when you had Orbsy and Robot run in, you saw he was looking at Orbsy, and Robot didn't even realize he was there. He easily could have just killed Orbsy and then turned on Robot, but instead found himself in a 2v1 that he couldn't handle.
Yeah, and I mean, Academy's starting to slowly build back into this game. Now, it's going to be quite the grind if you want to fully get into the leader category, but
no, this game's over.
It's just, yeah, I mean, look at the kills we're seeing. I don't think this one's going much further. Strahan does find a 3-piece, and It's almost a 200-point lead for Southern Miss Army. They are just shutting down Academy. They want to make this crystal clear that they are the main squad and that they are the better team. They are doing that now, here and now. 200 points now eclipsed. Stash finds a double, but man, it's too little too late, I think, at this point.
Yeah, no, in some situations in games like this, you reach a point of no return. You know, mathematically speaking, each point's going to give you a set amount of ticks on the scoreboard before it flips. And with
All right, welcome back. We just had a losers bracket matchup. We have sent our first team home. Unfortunately, Southern Miss Academy will see you in the arena starting on Monday. But we are back now. We are back in the winners bracket. We've got two teams ready to go, and we've got another great matchup ahead of us. We're going to start out. Let's bring out our first team. It's going to be George Mason University. We have Simple-Lot, Screams, Scammy, and Mob. And their opponent, the favorites of the tournament, the #1 seed, it is Yokai, Red Chase, Corona, and Shinobu. That is UT Chattanooga. Now, teams, get ready for this one. We're going to send it back onto the main stage, and we'll catch you guys when we're ready to start our series. And welcome back, everybody. We are here just about to kick off our next series, we have UT Chattanooga taking on GMU. Now, this is an interesting matchup. I haven't seen a whole lot from GMU, but I certainly have seen a whole lot from UTC, at least in terms of these players. A lot of them have been around for quite a time.
No, yeah, for sure. And I mean, this match coming up right now, it's going to be a very interesting one. I know we have on the side of Tennessee a long-time collegiate Call of Duty veteran. Tell me a little bit about what to see or expect here.
I mean, Red Chase, he's been around for as long as I have, which is about 5-6 years, maybe even a little bit longer. He's a CCL champion. I mean, he's just an incredible player. He's done it all. I mean, he's played for a couple different teams, and he just shows out wherever he goes, on land, online. It doesn't even matter. He's just been a star no matter where or when he is. So definitely a guy to be looking out for this entire time.
No, for sure. And is there anyone on the GMU side that we need to look out for based on, their performances?
So a player that I've been told to look out for and that I've seen a little bit of myself is Simplelot. I believe he's the captain of the team. He's been a pretty solid player overall. He's been a standout in all of their matches, at least the ones that were streamed on the group stage. So we'll have to see how he factors into this one. Not sure what to expect from GMU, but I certainly know what I'm getting when I see UT Chattanooga on that stage.
No, for sure. And I mean, right now my predictions for the rest of the tournament are it's going to come down to Chattanooga and Syracuse. But of course, I would love to see GMU upset here and send Chattanooga down to the losers bracket here. And it'd be a fantastic match. It would create a lot of hype and really bring life to the audience.
I think so. That would be an insane upset to see. Probably bigger of an upset than seeing Academy beat main roster. And we do have the series loading on up here. It is going to be a red card hardpoint. Another red card for us today. We saw it earlier with Southern Miss when they took on Syracuse, the main roster, and they unfortunately were not able to take that out. That was map 4, and they ended up losing, I think it was 250 to around 75 or something like that. But here on this one, we've got UT Chat, we've got George Mason, two completely different teams, so let's get to it.
Yeah, and looking at a pretty aggressive start here from GMU going and trying to take the inside part of this map. This map's got a really weird lane setup style. A lot of outside long-range areas for those ARs, and on the inside, the subs are going to be king. Red Chase picking up a good kill on Mob, and they're really just trying to secure that outside portion of the map right now.
Yeah, and those open up the lanes drastically. Is that a player with wings, by the way, that I just saw jump up out of the bush? And it certainly is. Corona's going to fall, though. A lot of trades to start the map, and GMU actually the ones racking up time. They will have 14 on the board. UT Chat looking to get back into this one. Yokai securing the outdoors. Same with Red Chase. Now they're going to hop in, slide in, actually. Still going to fall. And Yokai now slides through with the pistol, and that's a two-piece. And these guys are going to be getting loud. That was a 5-streak, too, for Yokai.
No, and yeah, the momentum here on this point specifically, it's very interesting. You're going to see some people fly in, some people hold spots, and for that point specifically, if you're not holding that train on the inside, you will not get points on the board.
Yeah, and look at this from UTC. They're just going for pinch after pinch after pinch, and two players line up, but Scammy will be on a 5. I hear both squads getting so loud very, very early here. It is going to be a marathon of a match that we have in this one.
No, definitely. And it looks like, Chattanooga's got a really good hold here on this point. A lot of areas that are being covered, and of course a good trade there to round it out, and a very interesting move by Streak, but of course Mob picks up Chase on the reload.
Yeah, and they're going to have to just rotate. They're going to have to give up this scrap time. I don't know how much is left, but it's nearly 10. Now it's going to be less than 10. So they're going to look to get over towards P3 all the way on the opposite end of the map. There's actually someone here from GMU watching this push from Yokai, and look at the movement. There's so many levels to this building. I did not know you could go up all of these stairs. Now he's trying to shoot through the railway, and he's not really connecting. And while that's going on, the rest of the team is dying around him. He needs to start making a push here. He needs to start pressuring GMU.
Yeah, no, his presence there in itself is acting as a distraction too. So the more time he wastes by diverting their attention, the more time he's giving his team to move up on that point, position themselves accordingly.
There will be finally some control for UT Chat. They will start racking up a little bit of time here. Chase has to watch over his teammates, though. End up falling in hill. Scammy going to be the one to rotate on out. And GMU going to be setting up for P4. It's going to be underneath, well, above and underneath the stage. Probably the most annoying hill in Call of Duty right there.
Oh, yeah, having to watch 2 points like that, especially in a fast-paced game like Black Ops 6, it's going to be very interesting to see what strategies they employ to cover that spot as they move on to the next point. GMU's already on it, ready to go. They're not able to lock it down, though. It's only going to be one person on, and the others are going to be moving forward to grab it. And, I mean, truth be told, Chattanooga can come in, sweep up, and take it.
Yeah, and they did just that. A great pinch coming in from Chattanooga to isolate that last player on hill. They knew where the rest of the squad of GMU was. And you see Yokai picking off one. The rest of the team's going to have to do with the rest, and that time will continue to be collected, and it looks like GMU may be going for this one more time before we head on over to P5, one of the few maps in this game that has 5 hills. Most of them only sticking with 4, and GMU starting to get rotational kills. Actually, they're still playing the old hill, so maybe just looking to get this extra time, get the scrap, and now make their way over towards net.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, looking at the outside of the stadium, you know, you've got this one little food store here that you can sit in and shoot out of. But especially when you move outside of the stadium and even behind the stadium, you have so much to look out for, so many angles to watch. It's almost impossible to have everything covered.
Yeah, it's a hyper-realistic stadium, and I'll be real, I don't know how that flows for a Call of Duty map, but we are seeing that at the moment. Red Chase starting to frag out. He's 12-9 at the moment, looking to rip a few more heads off the bodies if he can. 15-9 from Yokai. 2 players just having an incredible game, and now Chase will find another, but only gets 1. It's a trade, and that player in Hillbelt is doing a great job staying alive. Scammy only able to get 1, and Yokai will continue to pick up time, and now Chattanooga is not only in the lead, they're starting to make it more comfortable.
No, for sure. Having, you know, 116 on the board over 74, I really like how they run together and swing the corners together. You know, you saw that situation specifically where Chase was laying in the corner, picked one off, and, you know, GMU Mob came through and picked him up. So it's really good gameplay here to be able to cover those trades, especially in a situation like this. You know, you said, you know, I wonder how this map flows, and I'll be real with you, not well.
Yeah.
No, it does not flow well. But here we are doing our best with it.
It reminds me like of a map like Interference or Argyle from Halo. Like, it's just so large and just kind of awkward with a lot of the lines of sight. So you have to just kind of deal with it if you're a player. And UT Chat still holding off this middle hill. They are doing very solid work, cleaning out GMU, forcing them to run towards outer. It's kind of similar to what we saw from UT Chat off the break, but the difference now is that Red Chase has the angle to just continually put shots down range into that center area of where the stage is set. Simple Lot finally able to get into the hill. GMU feels like they haven't scored a lot of points in a decent bit of time. They're at least able now to get more on the board. It's Yokai, though, playing spoiler down below under the stage. Now Corona can pick it on up. Red Chase 2 and Hill. The crosses are held. The guns are hot. Corona on a 3-piece, 15 and 11. And UTC, they just explode their lead right here.
And I want to put a little bit of focus on Yokai here. I know we've been talking about Red Chase for a bit, but Yokai's absolutely popping off. 22 and 14, 26 seconds on the clock. Red Chase being that OBJ warrior, just like Shinobi. And so Chattanooga's putting themselves in a really good position to capitalize on this hill.
Yeah, and GMU are now just struggling to fight out of the spawn. They keep getting the first 1-2 kills in a lot of these fights, but after that, they are simply just dying as Corona does take out Red Chase. That opens up the hill for GMU. It is going to be a 1v1. Well, actually 2v1 every time. I did not look at the minimap fast enough, and that's actually all 4 players of UT Chat who spawned on top of each other. Red Chase also getting 1 on rotation. This was a good hill for GMU last time. It's where they got the majority of their points. We'll have to see if they're able to do that here, and they are currently not really in a great spot. They are 2-2 split, and GMU just have a really weird way that they need to go about taking this hill.
Yeah, and unfortunately GMU put themselves in a very awkward spawning position here for this point, and now you have Chattanooga and GMU really having duking it out on those spawns, but it looks like Chattanooga's able to get a foothold.
This hill definitely feels like one of those where it really does matter. Like, it should matter where your spawn is because you can spawn so close to the hill, but it ends up just being similar to how a P1 would be on most maps. It is just teams constantly pushing in and out of the hill, and it's just really weird to see that, especially from one of the later hills in the rotation.
Oh no, for sure. And it looks like Simps got a ton of kills there with the SMG. I think he actually killed his buddy there, but we're not going to focus on that too much. Just happens sometimes. But it looks like, you know, we got a new point coming up. GMU is going to set up a decent line of scrimmage, but unfortunately Chattanooga goes in and dismantles that defense. They're going to push in to try and take over this point.
And Chat is doing an incredible job of just keeping GMU at arm's length. They haven't been blowing them out necessarily, but they are comfortably winning. Now, they could blow it out if they take a full 60 here and win the game right then and there, but it's still, they're just doing enough to keep them away and keep them out of it, but they're not also just sending them all the way packing. Yokai, though, may look to do just that. Look at him under the stage. It's so easy when you have the right angles to look at. 27-19. He is on a tear in map 1. 23-16 as well from Corona, doing an incredible job himself. And Red Chase going to hop on the hill just to support even a little bit more. Now they're going to look for spawns as we head on over to the outside of the stadium on the opposite end.
No, for sure. And I think, you know, looking at the confidence of Red Chase there, knowing that his teammate has that point, being able to take those exposed angles to try and show at least some kind of 50-50 to make sure Yokai stays safe. And it looks like they were able to pick up the majority of points on that hill as they look to the back end of this stadium. GMU's got a tall task ahead of them.
Yeah, and at least they're getting some time here. They're only down by 100, but the problem is you're down by 100 when you have 140 points. That means that the other team is about to win the game. Red Chase on a 5, Yokai on a 4, both of them just slaying all of GMU out. This may be the game right here, and that is absolutely the game right there, as all of them go down. Only one player in position, not even in position. And yeah, again, a lot of dead silence. They were screaming a lot in game, and then it's just dead silent after.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you, man. I know we were talking about Red Chase for a bit, but Yokai is the MVP of that match for sure.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, he went off in that game. I mean, Corona too, 27-19. All of these Chattanooga players just ripping out GMU in map 1. See the final kill cam there from Corona. Again, now we get the scoreboard too.
Wow.
I mean, 29-19, 27-19, 23-22 from Chase, 20-20 from Shinobi. So
I mean, look at that hill time though on Chattanooga.
Yeah, everyone over a minute, almost everyone at a minute and a half. So that's just balance, as all things should be.
Yeah, no, for sure. And it was definitely a very good match there. You know, I don't know what happened towards the end of it. You know, truth be told, GMU had a really good foothold there towards the middle end, but something changed and a switch was flipped. And that's exactly when Chattanooga decided to close it out.
And now we're going to head on over to another Vault Search and Destroy. It feels like that's all I've seen today. I feel like I've never seen any other map, but it looks like we are going to have a little bit of a delay before we get into the next map, but we'll have to just wait and see what is going on there. Should be another solid match. And we have seen S&D has caused a lot of different issues. It's even for the better teams in the tournament.
Oh no, for sure. S&D is my favorite game mode. You know, there's nothing more intense than knowing you only have one life and you can't waste it. You have to do everything you can to get ahead, and it really brings out the tactics and strategy. And that's why so many great games are built around the aspect of you only got one life in the round. CSGO, Rainbow Six, Valorant after they copied from CS, sorry. And that's why it's such an impactful and historic game mode as we jump into this. Love seeing the shop skins in the game. It makes me very happy to see a preview before I go and spend money on my own to get it later, which I definitely will do. But here we go, going into the next game of this series.
And in round 1, it's again, I mean, we've seen this once, we've seen this 100 times. Just gonna be that quick plant onto the A bomb site. Chat gonna get it down, although Corona in a bit of a sticky situation decides to slam it back home into the safety of the bomb site. Now I'm gonna have to see what eyes Shinobi gets onto that simple lot pinch, and it's going to be a first blood for GMU. Now going to start to pinch onto the hill. What can UT Chat do to hold this pressure? And it's absolutely nothing. It's a full wipe. Not a single kill for UT Chat in round 1.
Fantastic play there, going in at the same time, making sure everyone covers an angle. That's exactly what you want to see when you're moving into a tight space like that in this game. Also, I just want to mention, why have a B site on this map?
I know, it's so, there's no point of even going there, because like, you're just getting there faster if you're the attacking team on A, so it's almost 99% of the time you're going to see that plant onto the A site, regardless of what the situation is.
No, and I definitely just saw as we were watching that replay, GMU had someone coming from the back as well. And so coordinating that entrance to that room, I think, is the only way that you're going to be able to successfully take it without losing one of your own.
Yeah, and now we will head into an attack for GMU as they pick up the bomb. And we're going to, wow.
Look at that. We're on A again, guys. Let's go.
Yeah, I will give him credit. He took a different route. Got there differently, but it's the same thing. It's still a plant on A. Now UTC has to respond with an attack of their own. Retake, if you will. Scammy, first blood, and UT Chat still struggling right now in the search and destroy. That's also a 3-0 start for Simplelot. Fight's going to be going on in the back of the map. Yokai and Shinobi both fall down to Corona in a 1v4. Gets the first, but no time left. That's going to be a second round on the board for GMU. They look good right here.
No, for sure. And I mean, looking at Corona go in right now, he's definitely got the skill to get the kills. He's definitely able to pick one up. And if he had a team with him as he was going in, he'd probably be able to take over that site. But going in alone, not coordinating with your team, this is the exact result you're going to get.
Yeah, it's already a 2-0 lead for GMU. I mean, they just look more collected right now. We saw UT Chat, how strong they were in the hard point, how coordinated they were, how well they played as a team, and we're just seeing GMU kind of run it down right now, and they're succeeding.
No, for sure. And, you know, for those of you watching at home, you know, it may look like they're making mistakes, and even us at the desk, they may be making mistakes that are easy for us to point out, but when you're in it, when you're in that zone and you're playing and, you know, you're moving on your own in this firefight, sometimes your instincts are going to take over. You know, it's just the adrenaline. It comes with the game, but do not take that for them playing at a lower skill level. These are two of the most competitive teams out of the country, especially for collegiate Call of Duty, and they are definitely on the ladder when it comes to leaderboards.
Yeah, 100% there. Corona, though, gets put in a really bad spot. The bomb has been planted, though, on A once again, and UT Chat needs to hold this hill, or hold this bomb, and it's just not, it's gonna happen.
Oh,
actually. Maybe if Chase doesn't get the kill, but he does. Chat getting their first round on the board, and the 4-stack inside the bomb site finally gonna work out for UT Chat.
No, for sure, and you really only want to go for a flank like that once you can ensure the attention of the other team is focused on the outside area, and it looks like they took out someone on the outside, which should have signaled to that player from GMU, hey, I probably should not flank at this point, but you know, they went through it anyway. They followed the plan, and unfortunately they got outgunned.
Yeah, and that's exactly the foothold Chat needed in order to bring it back in this game. They weren't down far enough for it to be like not able to get back, but they at least were starting to slowly let that slip away. Getting that round at least is going to help them out here. Now Scream again, just going for the immediate plant. I've never.
Oh,
wait,
my! Red
Chase
Chase picking up on it. That's what I'm talking about.
Above. That has to be a wall bang.
No, that right there is a team adapting to what they have seen happen over and over and over again. Thank you so much for adapting to the situation.
Finally, someone has stopped the A plant, and it's now a 1v4 for Scammy. Sitting at 4-1. Not having a bad game, but this is going to be something otherworldly to win that round and not even given half a chance.
No, now it's going to be a matter of how does George Mason respond? How are they going to change their game plan, knowing that Chattanooga's got their name set up on that A point? They got them covered.
Yeah, I mean, I still don't know how Red Chase got that first kill. It looked like he was shooting through the floor, seeing where like you could see through the wall he was above. So I don't know if he dropped down and jumped back up or how fast all that was, but he found a spot somewhere to pick that player off without them even being able to see him.
Yeah.
So great angle, and that's just what you get for seeing the players like Shotzi who find every little crevice on the map you can shoot through, and probably another one of those there. And this is a different strat from Chat. Look at that, as Corona gonna take down Scream, and that's first blood. And now you have the full site wide on open, and for GMU, there's no way you were expecting that.
Not at all. And this is what we call conditioning, making sure that your opponent does the same thing over and over and over again, and then trading it and switching it out for something that will react to that initial push. And it looks like Chattanooga just conditioned GMU, and that's why they're ahead.
Yeah, and with how little time is left on this bomb, actually, Scammy's going to take out Corona, so that's a huge kill. Simple on finding another. They're getting kills they shouldn't be getting, and it's all down to Red Chase. He just needs to be checking the bomb, but he doesn't have a lot to work with. It's just him, and he's going to fall. So GMU going to take the lead, and that is a huge round for GMU. I did not think they were going to get anywhere close to winning that one.
I mean, props for them on that. You know, taking that point's definitely a lot easier than taking A. You know, A is in a small, compact area with a lot of angles you got to watch over a split second. Whereas this one's very long range, favorable to the ARs, especially when ARs are the best weapons in this game. It makes sense they were able to take it, and I'm glad that they were able to adapt.
Yeah, it's great seeing innovation now. Of course, this game has been out for like a month, so like.
Oh please, they've got 200 hours on this game.
A few of them raced to Master Prestige, and they're probably around Prestige 8, so they have been grinding this game. But the strats aren't fully developed yet. We'll see those maybe closer towards COD Champs, but still, you're early enough in the game where you're not expecting a whole lot of variety. Scream, I mean, speaking of the lack of variety.
I mean, at this point, just rinse and repeat, and unfortunately, Chattanooga's not able to do the same. All they had to do was repeat what they did around 2 back, and they'd win.
That's 2 huge kills for Yokai, though. He has just made this a very winnable round. It was, I believe, a 3v4, 3v4, but a 1v2 winnable for both sides, and it will be Yokai just sprinting through, finds a 3-piece, and the rest of the squad doesn't even need to do a whole lot. Corona gonna wrap that one up.
And listen, I get the idea of making your target or your body as small as possible so that it's harder to hit, but laying behind the bomb as someone is sliding in is not the best position to be in. Crouch instead of prone. Just stay crouched. You move faster.
And simple, not getting the timing there either, but also Red Chase sliding in, so that trade was going to be instantaneous. There's no way Chat was leaving room for anything weird to happen there. And again, we're at a tied ball game. Yokai sitting at 3-3 on a 3 spree. 5 and 4 for Corona. So nothing too stand out just yet. And if you look over at GMU, the only one you can really point out would be Scammy sitting at 6 and 3. And here we see Chat just going back to all reliable, at least getting the bomb down. Now, as Mbos would always say, you gotta plant the rock, and we're seeing that in, I think, every single round. The bomb is planted. Shinobi ripping 2 apart, and it's 2v4 almost immediately after the bomb gets planted.
No, absolutely. And Corona here trying to react. You know, that skin is flashy, but unfortunately that means we can see it from a mile away. But I guess that won't matter.
Yeah, you could see, like, I love on the hard point, you see Chase, I think it was, jumping over the hedge. You just see his wings constantly popping out of, like, all the cover. And it's just so blatantly obvious, but it does, at the end of the round here, it's not going to be a big deal. And
that movie star action scene did not work out for DMU.
No, it's unfortunately, it's not the Terminator or any of those sorts. Now we'll see a lead for UT Chat. I think this is their second lead of the game.
Yeah. Chattanooga's had a pretty rough start here as it was back and forth, but it looks like they've got their foothold after they were able to secure A. And I'm wondering if they're going to do it again, but after they were able to do it the first time, it's kind of shaking up the
all 4 players. Wait, all 4 players of Chat just stacked in top mid. They jumped down. They're just flying
there
through.
It is.
That is the definition of banging out. They just flew ahead. I just looked over at the minimap and I see 4 arrows, all of them looking like just one. That's a really unique play from UTC. And now, actually, the bomb didn't even get planted.
No, but at this point, I think it's time to reinvent the wheel.
Yeah, I agree. And they may have just done it. Now, they may have used squares instead of circles, so it's not going to do a whole hell of a lot, but certainly will be something.
I mean, all they got to do now is close it out with another match.
Yeah, another round win, and they will have that 2-0 lead. And if they can get to that 2-0 lead, it's going to be immensely tough for George Mason to make that reverse sweep go through.
Especially with how dominant Chattanooga was on that hard point map.
Yeah, they looked really good there. And it was, especially towards the latter half, they just started getting into that groove, really getting their head into the series and snowballing into that victory that they took there in map 1. And it's looking pretty scary if you are GMU.
No, absolutely. You know, Scammy's probably feeling the heat right now, but, you know, Scream right there, he's sitting at 1-6, definitely feeling like, never mind.
Okay, never mind.
Never mind. Scream's doing great.
3-piece off
Scream's
the
doing
rip.
fantastic.
I saw one player from chat had their knife out, like looking to just sprint to B-bomb, and then all of them died. I guess they lined up. That's the only way everyone dies that quickly.
I mean, I was just about to say Scream probably needs to find a way to show his team that he's still in this game with them, and then he just went ahead and got a triple. So
I guess he's in the game.
Yeah, I guess he's here.
On a 5 streak, maybe looking for that Hellstorm, but it's a little far away, especially without a lot of plants going down. Does at least have the 5 streak, but this probably is not going to be a winnable round.
No, he just needs to hold it and go next. Yeah, there's no way for him to be able to challenge that. He could have used a little car, but
it wouldn't have helped enough.
No, he just needs to save that for this round.
And I'm just that round ended as soon as it started. 3 players.
Oh my gosh, that was an ace. Scream just got an ace.
Yeah, that was also an ace. I thought that kill went to the other player down there. So Scream, after starting pretty poor, it was 1-6. Now 5-6 off the ace. I mean, can't ask for much more than that. it's very much approaching that distance.
Yeah, and I mean, when you're really looking at all of this and looking at it from a distance, you know, it's kind of like the last series. At some point in hardpoint, you know it's game. And, you know, sitting here 2 points off, it's game.
Yeah, there it is. That is series, and that is a 3-0 sweep for Chattanooga. They'll head on to the next round in winners. Now we are going to see them take on Nicholls State in that winners set quarterfinal, and we will see GMU. They are going to fall down to the losers bracket. They will take on Mississippi State around 4 p.m. So it should be one of our next matches up.
Yeah, very excited for it. Really happy to see this whole event come together, and you know, everyone's so happy.
Yeah, honestly, it's been a great time. I mean, watching a lot of these series, I mean, we've gotten some decent games out of it too, so having a great time here in Hattiesburg, but now it will be time to pull an interview here for UT Chattanooga. We'll go and grab Yokai to get on the board or get on the mic.
Yeah, it's all you. It's all you. So awesome stuff. We're going to go ahead and switch over to main stage as we prep for that interview. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. If you want to follow us on social media, find us on Twitch at Southern Miss Esports, probably watching there now. Twitter, USM, at USM Esports. So, yeah, looking forward to the next matches.
I'm going to take the mic for Yokai. It's unmuted right now, but I can, when we switch over, we can pop it. Watch out, Steve. Just do an interview quick. All right. We'll unmute it. All right. I am joined here by Yokai. I mean, a quick 3-0 of GMU. How are you feeling right now?
Well, we got here at 8, didn't get to play until 2:30, so 6.5 hours of sitting on our ass and then absolutely slammed them. Nothing new, though.
I mean, you were going off in that series. We could hear you just screaming over across the stage. How does it feel to be back on LAN?
Oh, it feels so good. There's nothing quite like it. You know, you play games at home, and it's a vibe. But once you're playing across from the other people on the other team, it's just totally different.
So you talked a little bit about it. You had a long time to wait since you've gotten here. What was the mindset going into the series? And also, you didn't even know who you were going to play. I mean, you knew the series before, but you didn't know who you were going to play. So what was the mindset coming into today, knowing it was going to be a little while until you played?
To be honest, we kind of just sat there and said, let's make it quick so we can go on to the next one.
I mean, that's a crazy mindset to have for it. But next, your opponent will be Nicholls State. What is there to look forward to in that one?
Honestly, we haven't played them outside of scrims before, so I don't know what to expect, but I know my team's going to do their thing, I'm going to do my thing, and we'll keep it moving.
All right, do you got anything to say before we head out and set up for our next series to anyone who might be watching?
Yeah, shout out to our director, Vicor, or Tony as we know him. He's the reason we're here today, so shout out to him.
Yeah, huge shout out. Now, thank you guys all for watching, of course, as always, but we are going to have a quick little break as we head into the next series on stream. We'll be right back in just a little bit.
whereas previous Call of Duties felt like an insta-kill.
Yeah, and especially like the MW2, the MW3s, like they were just, you would die, you would look at someone and you're already dead. Like you don't even have a chance to shoot back sometimes. Now with this TTK in this game, it feels a lot more reasonable. Like you have a chance to fight back and you're not just getting immediately slide canceled into oblivion every single life.
Sometimes.
It still happens. It's just not as often.
Oh,
Which
no,
is
yeah.
a nice switch up from what we've seen for the past few years.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, you know, when we are mentioning those two games earlier, we're only doing so because they're so similar, right? And so it's possible for a Halo player to switch over to Call of Duty and of course vice versa. But yeah, I'm really excited to see what they do here today.
Yeah, and I think that switch from Halo to COD is a little easier to make than it is from COD to Halo. There's just a lot of fundamentals you learn while you're playing Halo. It's a lot slower of a game, and there's a lot more to think about when you have your power items, your power weapon, like all that sort of stuff. And you just have to think more when you play Halo than you do when you play Call of Duty. Not you don't have to think for COD, but there are players that you can tell are just not thinking.
I was about to say, I mean,
you can just tell.
You know, nothing hits the same as coming home from a long day of work, turning on Call of Duty, and just
not turning the brain off and just running,
just vegging out. You know?
Yeah, you can't do that in Halo. You will just get slammed every time.
Yeah. But I mean, you know, Call of Duty, competitive Call of Duty is very different from casual Call of Duty. You know, you got some players here who will definitely argue that you need to remain focused, and you know, remaining focused is the name of the game as we walk in here. Brewski coming out of Mississippi State, leading their team there, and of course we see Scream, Mob, Scammy, and Simp here on the George Mason side. I wonder what bomb site they'll go to.
Well, at least for this is not search and destroy, so we don't have to worry about bomb sites.
Oh, you're right. I apologize.
We'll find first blood.
I'm so used to it.
First points for GMU. It's because every team loves vault hardpoint for some reason. Adam gonna slide back, find a kill. So a couple trades in the early game. Nothing to write home about just yet. You'll have Simp at least rolling through, trying to keep that P2 spawn. These guys are just running at each other. I'm not seeing a lot more of the coordination that we saw with like a team like UTC. It's just run forward, get a kill, and hope you don't die. As Scammy has made his way to the back of the map. Mob not going to win that fight with Adam. Scream will at least find the trade. Scammy continuing to run back, and GMU are starting off hot. It is 33-0, and they are looking to get their get back after falling to UTC. But Scammy, you're going to need better shots than that kid if you want to continue on like that.
Yeah, I'm going to be real. I automatically assumed this was search and destroy because this map has me on autopilot. But, I mean, when it comes down to it, you know, I'm initially from Texas, and I know State's up here, but I'm going to be real. Mason's got their...
That is, it's. I know it's kind of like repetitive to point it out, but like
You have to play the objective.
I mean, it's hardpoint. Like, come on, that you just need to have a better performance there.
I mean, with the Duke out play style we saw, if you had the Mississippi State side playing the objective more, I think they would have beat GMU.
Yeah, that game was close for the almost entirety of that map, and it just got towards the end. That lack of time is really what led to GMU taking it so decisively. I mean, we also saw multiple players going on heavy streaks, 5, 6, 7 streaks, and Simple lets them know.
Yeah, and I mean, here's the thing. Going into the next game, if we take that same energy and we see these players with the same kind of drive to secure those kills, then I do think Mississippi State's going to win over GMU, especially in Search and Destroy. What map we got for that?
It is going to be Rewind Rewind Search and Destroy. We also have map 3 as Rewind Hardpoint.
Oh. Okay.
I don't know. I haven't
Cool,
seen
man.
this map in S&D at all. I don't even think the pros really have played much of it in the show matches.
Not really. It's a lot of Vault. I was kind of expecting Vault.
And it sounds like Northwestern Oklahoma State over on the Bstream has taken it to game 5. It's the first of LAN. They are playing LSU, and that is a feisty one over there.
Yeah, looking at this game right here, looking at the S&D Shining Stars from JMU from the last series. I want to see a lot from Scream here, and I want to see a lot from Simp, especially when it comes to these kills on this long haul here outside.
It'll be Mob picking up first blood, and that looks like it's in the direct center of the map, basically where P1 is in the hardpoint side. Paint Brewski will respond with a kill onto Mob, though, so the trade is through, and now they're looking to get to that A bomb site. Adam has to be careful, 29 HP, back down, and GMU doing a good job of just holding their ground. They need to simply watch these bomb sites, make sure it doesn't go down, and if it does, they eliminate every player of Mississippi State, but they are fighting back. Owie will at least take down Scream. Adam has one in sight, but he's trying to challenge his kill too hard and needs to back away. Has been smart enough, but Sim finds two, one of them being his teammate.
I think he did that last time.
And he did.
I think he did that last time.
And we are back. We've got a rewind hard point. So if you didn't get enough rewind on last map because it was relatively quick, we got another one here for you just to make sure you've gotten your fill. Now it will be George Mason holding the 2-0 lead in the series, 10 on the clock. Let's get right back into it as George Mason probably going to close it out here. That's at least my thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm used to teams who are incredibly coordinated and playing on the semi-pro level, and so I apologize in advance for some things that may be said here. Do I think Mississippi State can win? Absolutely, but they actually have to watch each other's backs first.
Yeah, and I mean, off the rip, you've gotten all the kills for George Mason. That's not a great start. We'll see if Mississippi State can bring it back, though. At least it's early in the map, and you still have a chance. But Scream has decided to just run on through, looking like the CS version of the name. And he's 4-0, holding the time, doing it all. Trades on the outside skirts of both points on the hill. And Scream just still hanging out, getting all the kills. 5 now, make it 6.
No.
That's going to be a huge run from Scream. Also grabbing 17 seconds of time. Finally, he'll fall. Not before he gets that RCXD.
No, Scream was doing a fantastic job there. You know, we had some players off Mississippi State who were running in. I think it was Adam and and they were running in, and Scream was just letting them come in and taking them down. I mean, honestly, that's what you got to do. You have to hold that point, hold that angle, be ready for the flank, and make sure that you're flexible enough to cover that if you need to. And that's exactly how they held that first point.
Yeah, and well, we might just see the bane of Mississippi State getting shot in the back from number 8, but actually it doesn't end up happening just yet. And now that player actually gets taken down. That's going to be Scammy who falls. And at least the coverage there was finally better. You're only down 30, so you can make this one up. You definitely still have a chance, too, to continue on in this series, but you're going to have to pull everything you have, especially because this is a loser's bracket. If you lose and you go home, not that it's super fun for Mississippi State, but Mob has something to say. May just want to send them all the way backpacking.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's still anyone's game here. You know, you got 22 points on State, 50 on GMU. There's still a chance here, and now I feel really bad here for number 3, Hanoi, or however you say that name, Owie. Sorry, I apologize. You know, he's being left alone. His team's nowhere near to help him. He secures the point, but his team's not there to watch his back, and that's exactly why George Mason is going to pick this up, set up that line of scrimmage, make sure that their setup's in place, and they're not going to let Mississippi State through this defense at all.
And yeah, the only player that had a chance there was number 4, Adam. He got found out immediately, not even given the opportunity to push through the map. And now you're seeing the spawn trap. This is going to be vile if you are George Mason and you can hold it the way you intend to. And that's just players lining up. Simple lot. Who has the SMG? Doesn't matter. Guns of an AR range. Pre-fires a spawn. That is a psychotic attempt from Simp. Still getting the kills too.
My
Doesn't
Lord.
even mean a thing. Scammy slides through, falls, but the rest of the squad is picking up kills, 93 to 33, and GMU again getting back on the hard point.
Yeah, I mean, this is, you know, this game's very momentum heavy. If you're doing well and you're going into the next game and you're flying around the map, getting a lot of those pinches in, you're going to keep going, you're going to take that momentum, and you're going to do everything you can to win off of that. And I think every single player on GMU right now is feeling that momentum.
Yeah, and this game, it's so streaky. Like, you will get 4 or 5 kills in a row, and then you just slide around and just, it's unbelievable. It's just an otherworldly feeling. Scammy, by the way, getting his first kill of the entire map, as the rest of the squad is going to be the ones picking up everything else. He at least has some time. He's 21 in the hill, or sorry, he only has 5 in the hill. I was looking at the wrong name, so he's not doing a whole lot, but even in what's essentially a 3v4, they are dominating in this game. They're up by nearly 60.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I mean, I'm not sure what Scammy's doing right now. I mean, yes, he's picking up some kills, 2 and 7, 5 seconds on the point. You know, now I'll flip sides. I think George Mason needs more time on the point here. They need to play the objective. They need to make sure that they hold what they grab. That way Mississippi State isn't able to sneak in and take it for themselves. And, you know, right now, even though Mississippi State was getting shot in the back there, they're at least holding the point.
Yeah, and it's simply for GMU, hold them at bay. And Touchdown has the flank, but gets turned and burned upon.
That's not what you want to see. Adam now going to have to hop in. Hill gets taken down too. That's a 3 wipe. The last player up is touchdown, and he's just going to have to wait for the team to get on through the map. Mob on another 5. Simp does take down touchdown. That was their most forward player, and it actually is going to end up flipping the spawns. So they're going to have to, GMU's going to have to pick that one up. The Patriots are just showing why they belong to continue on moving in the loser bracket. Scream in Hill takes a chow. Definitely did not need to go for that one, but decides it, ends up falling. It doesn't matter. The Hill is about to rotate anyways. We're back to P1.
And, you know, Mississippi State, their trophy system out right as they get ready to set up for that. Really good placement on the trophy. You're not able to take it out unless you flank them, which they are prone to. But this is definitely Mob's game, I think. You know, they're sitting at a minute 14 on the point, 17 kills. Now, the streaks aren't there, but they're definitely putting in work. And it's something that Mississippi is having a hard time dealing with, truth be told. Yeah, and it's just fantastic gunplay.
And Mob actually has full streaks. Outside of that, though, I don't think there's anything else. Pink Brewski also with an RCXD in the back pocket. Now, they do at least find some time again in the Hill, but for how long? That's really been the story of these hard points for Mississippi State. They have been struggling to get much going, and we're seeing it here. They at least, again, hop back in. Now they're starting to get to that, close to that 100-point mark. They also have the rotation locked down. I mean, if you look at the mini-map, all the GMU players are in the middle of nowhere. They all still, though, are somehow pinching all of Mississippi State. And Simp will be maybe the key factor here in this play. Goes behind it, misses a lot of shots. Maybe thought those connected, they didn't. And that's going to be a clean break for George Mason. They could blow the game wide open right here.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, Mississippi State, you know, what really got them that point was, yes, they lost the gunfight, but they also pulled back a little too early. When they pulled back that early, they didn't control the spawns like they needed to, and that led to George Mason being able to pinch them in. And honestly, you know, that's really the strategy right now that George Mason's using.
Yeah, and you're starting to see Mississippi State make their way back into this game. They still have a little bit of fight left in them. That's good to see, but they're going to need a lot more than just some fight to get through the rest of the series if they can even take it that far. Right now, they're still struggling to keep it in shooting distance with George Mason on rewind. And now with that rotation heading over towards Chicken, it's just going to be so much harder to get the time. But touchdown gunning there. That's going to take down Scammy, and that's going to give at least an opportunity for Mississippi State to break into the Hill, but it will be George Mason getting the initial time. Mob gets shot in the back. Scammy, though, with a trade on the owie. And Paint Brewski flying through a 5-jig for him. He's really the only one on Mississippi State that's truly slaying out.
Yeah, and I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know if Brewski heard me or not, but I'm very proud of him right now, sitting at a minute on Hill time, doing everything he can to be with his team and win. And that's why they're so close in score right now, playing the objective. He's being a leader. He's doing what he needs to do.
Yeah, and it's at least helping Mississippi State. They're still not winning, but they have a better chance of doing so now that everyone is getting involved in all facets of the game. It just comes down to if you can hold the firepower away of George Mason, and right now it's just appearing like that's not going to be the case. GMU should eclipse the 200-point mark, probably with this next hill. Mob, though, wisely not getting in the hill so he doesn't give away his position and ends up getting 2, looking for the 3rd. Touchdown will slide out, so that's going to be a trade. And GMU, just the smarter players right now, they are making the better plays.
Yeah, and I mean, all the players here are very talented, right? You know, they're able to bounce back, they're able to adapt. But I think what's coming down to it is we're seeing a GMU team who's been together, playing together at least for a little longer than the Mississippi State team. You know, they're able to play off each other's, you know, quirks, their habits. And for Mississippi State, you know, I feel like they just don't have enough time together as a team.
Yeah, and I don't know what graduating classes any of them are in, so hopefully they can at least team together for a bit longer. But if you look at Simp, he literally is just trying his hardest to find anybody. And it doesn't even matter. He just sits
looking for it.
Hill. He can't find anyone because the team is just slaying across the map. And that is going to do it for the series. And Scammy gonna shut it down. That is series 3-0.
Yeah, it was a really interesting series. You know, the teams are very passionate. They're very much, you know, happy about it. But they're going to give each other the GGs. They're going to shake hands. They're going to call it a day. Again, Mississippi State, you know, you need some things need a little bit of work. They have a lot of potential, though, and I think with the right coach, they can show up next time and really do some damage.
Yeah, definitely could. Now we'll get a look at the scoreboard of this last game, and as we saw, at least here in the venue, there's certainly some just nice little fist bumps after, despite all the words that were exchanged between the two sides.
It's just Call of Duty.
Yeah.
It's just Call of Duty. That's all it is.
Exactly, and that's the best part about it all.
Yeah.
But we will pull one of the GMU players for an interview while we set up for our next series. So we'll catch you guys real quick in just a second as we figure out who we're grabbing from GMU. You don't need to hold it. You just keep it like that and keep it red, and then you're good. So you can unmute it now. There's something about to start happening. All right, we're joined here by Simp. I mean, that is a statement 3-0, sending Mississippi State home. How's it feel getting into the next round?
We knew coming into this we weren't going to go home early. We were going to put up a fight. We drove 14 hours. I'm not going home after driving 14 hours. Like, I'm going to be here the whole weekend. I'm going to make it a Sunday.
I mean, you got just 2 more rounds to win, and you will have made that championship Sunday. What's the mindset going into this next set of series?
Same thing. We're just going to slam. You know, we just got slammed. It's all good. We regained quick. We had the script. We knew exactly what was going to happen. We're expecting Syracuse possibly next, but if not, we're ready for Nicholls.
Yeah, and I mean, as you said, UT Chat, certainly a big challenge there. What was the mindset after that series, after how it played out?
We knew exactly what was going to happen. We were just testing ourselves. We're prepared. We know there's some mistakes we make. It's all good. We're going to fix them. We're going to watch VOD after this, and we're chilling.
All right, so you got anything to say before we head on over, get ready for our next series? Anything for the fans?
We're going to make it a Sunday, so make sure you're rooting for us.
All right, well, that is going to do it for this round. Mississippi State will unfortunately bow out of the tournament, but we've got more action yet today. So let's head on over to a break, and we'll catch you guys on the other side. We're ready to get into the next series. And we are back. We've got yet another losers bracket matchup ahead of you. We just sent another team home. Let's send another, but first, it's going to have to come through these two teams. First up, the hometown team looking to make their name known here. It's going to be Southern Miss. We have Robot, Orbsy, Strahan, and Tyler. And on the other side, they're the Cowboys. It is Northwestern Oklahoma State. And we've got Stewie, Biggie Cheese, T-Bird, and Agro. Thank you. Can the home turf be defended? Well, let's find out. Gentlemen, take your seats, and let's get this series started. Hello, everyone. Oh, I'm sorry. Bro, that's what Google told me. Google told me it was the Cowboys. Google lied to me.
That's why you always use ChatGPT.
Ah, dang it. That's what got me. It is the name I've already forgotten.
Rangers.
Rangers. Not the Cowboys. So
Yeah, we don't have to represent that horrible football team in Texas.
that's thankfully. Wow, that is a train wreck waiting.
I'm from that area though, so I feel like I can
That's
say
even
that.
worse. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate. But something I do want to mention, it feels like we've had every single team on stream minus Nicholls State. And as far as I know, we're probably going to get them on later tonight. If not, they'll make it to Sunday, so they'll absolutely be on stream then. So
Yeah, they'll be here for something.
that's quite impressive. I didn't know if we would be able to pull that off, and the bracket worked out beautifully. So we managed to get everyone around, and always a great time to have every team that shows up on the main stage.
Yeah, no, for sure. Sorry, I'm feeling the fatigue.
The fatigue is hitting you. Yeah, that's the land days for you. But we will be starting out this series on Rewind again. We're getting a lot of the long range. Oh, man, this series. I'm just now looking at this. So this is my first time seeing the map set. Wow. Oh, boy. We've got Rewind map 1, Red Card S&D, which plays okay.
Hey, that one's not bad.
Protocol Hardpoint, Red Card Hardpoint, and then Protocol Search and Destroy. So we've got a series of all time ahead of you.
Yeah, protocol search is not fun. I don't like it. Do you like it? Protocol search?
Oh. Looks like it's a different map. Vault is map 1. That has been reported wrong. Thank you, Robot. As it is Vault, not Rewind for map number 1. So a little bit better. Makes the series a tiny bit better, especially because we just saw a Rewind. I don't want to see another one right now. Like that's a lot of rewinding, and VHSs typically don't rewind that far, so you got to be careful with like breaking the whole thing.
How old are you?
22.
Were you around with VHS?
Technically, no, but when growing up, I had a lot of VHSs.
Fair enough. Hey, man, that's all you.
Yeah. But we should be able to get into this one pretty quickly, just making sure all the players are ready to go, and then we'll be set in stone to get this series started. And this is another losers bracket matchup.
Yeah, who should we look out for on the Southern Miss side?
I mean, it's gonna have to be Orbsy. We've said it a lot of times on our stream, but Orbsy is the superstar of this team. I mean, not to scoff at especially someone like Mr. Robot, who's also been an incredible piece to this team, but realistically, Orbsy, if he performs, then they're going to have a great time, and especially if Tyler can perform too at the same time. That's another player. He's been up and down, and if he has a good game, that's really something scary then, especially.
Unfortunately, if he has a bad game,
it's not great.
Yeah, no. When it comes to games, like we were saying earlier, mental is incredibly important. And some players, when they get in their own head and they lose, and unlike Ted Lasso, they are not like a goldfish. They end up getting in situations where that mental will run that game down and they'll lose.
And yeah, you can't be having that sort of mentality when you're especially when you're on land. You're playing a lot of matches in a day. You're sitting a lot too. Like,
Oh, it's exhausting.
especially because they have played this is their third match today, and it's been really sporadic in terms of like the time that they're playing at.
Oh yeah, it's been all over the place, and Call of Duty comes with its own unique challenges. First we had the situation of the game itself throwing us an update the day before the LAN, and then also having to download shaders like every time a new account logs onto a computer. Oh man,
it's a brutal experience sometimes. But
at least it's not Halo. Remember, Halo used to crash like every 10 minutes.
Halo would just crash because it felt like it. It was
Yeah, it
like
was
the
just
game
gone.
didn't want to stay open, so I was like, I'm done. I'm closing.
Yeah, at least we're not doing that.
No, yeah.
And I mean, listen, this game that we're watching right here should be a very good series. One of these teams is coming off of what I would argue to be one of the most hype series of this LAN. Unfortunately, you and I weren't able to see it, but we definitely heard it.
Yeah, I mean, the volume was through the roof for that one. It was LSU and Northwestern Oklahoma State, and LSU, an upset there in Game 5, a huge one for them to win there. I mean, that is just, I think every single one of us that were here, we're not expecting a victory like that.
Yeah, no, when they said it was a 6-2 win, we just kind of looked at each other and we're like, what the heck happened in there?
Like, what do you mean? 6-2?
Yeah. Like I would have believed like a 4-6 or like even a 3-6, but like, whew.
That's comfortable. That's absolutely comfortable. They will go on to play Syracuse, and they are going to be over on our Bstream, but we've got a little bit of time before that match is actually going to start. And we also have in the winners quarterfinals, UT Chattanooga at Nicholls State, which will be on stream after this matchup. So there's a lot to look forward to still, but we've got this one and then 2 more matches for the day before we head out. So there's still a fair amount of Call of Duty to be playing.
Y'all got us for another like 2 hours or so.
Yeah, maybe even more.
Maybe more. But tomorrow is going to be very interesting, right? Championship Sunday always brings with it, that sense of showmanship, that hype. Now that the audience is familiar with a lot of our staff here, especially in Championship Sunday, what are you gracing us with the presence of the nice shirts and stuff?
Yeah, I mean, it's Championship Sunday. You got to show out. I don't dress up almost ever, and so it'll be the first time in a long while that I have. So not a full suit and tie. I don't own all that, but we'll get as close as humanly possible for me.
Yeah, no, same. Championship Sunday is something special. And as we all kind of get through today, it is the most exhausting part of LANs. Everyone thinks, okay, I'm going to go to LAN, we're going to do well. No one actually takes into the account how much of a toll it takes on not your body in the same sense as you're like going for a run, but the fatigue of staring at screens for as long as you are, sitting for as long as you are. The importance of stretching is incredibly important to your success, which is why this pull-up bar back here is not used just for pull-ups. People can go back there and they can warm up their body, which they need to perform at a good pace in video games. Like, I know it sounds crazy, but if your fine motor skills are screwed up, you're not going to do well.
No, absolutely not. And I mean, I stare at screens all day. It's literally my job. And yeah, I mean,
me too.
Ooh,
You need some blue light glasses is what you need. You need the blue light tint.
Oh, we got a sponsor for that, don't we?
We do have some blue light glasses, but we can't say more on that until tomorrow.
I missed the deadline. Whoops. We'll figure that out.
I'll slide you a pair.
Well, we'll figure that out later. But we should be ready to kick things off. I know the map the map was initially reported wrong for map 1, so we just had to make sure that got cleared up and everything. And I think there's still a player making sure they get into the lobby to start out. It will be, again, Vault for map 1, but as far as I know, the rest of the series is good. Red card, search and destroy, protocol, hardpoint, red card, hardpoint, protocol, search and destroy. And this is going to be a really interesting one for Southern Miss. Again, they are a great search team. I think they can take 2-5, but they need to find somewhere where they can win a map 1 or a hardpoint anywhere, whether it's 1-3-5 or 1-3-4.
Yeah, and I'm really hoping their coach sitting back there has talked to them about what they need to do going into this map rotation, especially with hardpoint being the game mode that our team seems to have the most amount of trouble with. If I was Oklahoma here, I would basically just try and exploit the weaknesses of Southern Miss on hardpoint, knowing that they sometimes overextend and accidentally flip spawns.
Yeah, and especially on a map like Vault, I mean, we've seen the spawns all day. They are a bit mixy. There's a lot of times where like you'll have 3 players on the back in the back spawn, and then there's just another player from the other team right there. He just appears, and it's like, well, what happened? And I don't know what happened. The game decided to put him there for some reason, but
yeah,
it's between these two. It'll probably be a little more lax on that. These guys are pretty evenly matched from what I know, but these two also played in the group stage, so this is a rematch, and I know Southern Miss is certainly looking forward to getting a chance to redeem themselves, especially now that they're on LAN and not online.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, there is a difference between LAN and online. Unfortunately, we weren't able to network everything to get on a local network here for this LAN specifically. But you know, everyone's rocking the same ping, same setup, same monitors.
Yeah.
And you know, they're able to get that in-person experience.
Yeah, and it's just such a different feeling. It's, I think, around 20 to 30 ping, that if I would remember correctly. If not, it's probably a lot lower, but regardless, you're playing on the same, so it's equal for everybody, so it doesn't really matter. But there is now the teams loaded in the map, being Nwosu and Southern Miss U.S. Army, looking to make their mark here. Loser goes home. These are 2 very high-seeded teams. One of these 2 will be sent home in just a little bit, but we've got a lot of time to figure out who that's going to be as we kick off our series. We're going to have Hardpoint 1 right in the middle of the map.
Yeah, and this is a really good start coming out. You know, again, it's very static, and this first point is chaotic, but you see both teams are setting up their own lines of scrimmage. No one's really jumping into the middle yet because they know the moment they do, nades are going to come flying, and they're going to get shot from different angles. I think we're about to see a lot more, you know, of an organized push from both teams.
Yeah, and it's just a lot of trades. That's how the P1 hill goes in pretty much every COD map, and you're seeing there, though, that's a clean wipe for Southern Miss. They're going to take down Nwosu very quickly there, and that's going to give them at least a tiny bit of time, not a lot, but look at number 7 on the mini-map. That is going to be Tyler, who has made his way all the way into the back of the spawn, and he is getting kills back there too. So that is an incredible route taken by Tyler, finding the gap and making a point of it. Now there is going to be a repinch here from Biggie Cheese. We'll see if he's able to find something, but Aggro has already gotten 2. Strahan at least following through, finding another, and it's looking like the Rangers have found their way into the back once again, and they're going to start collecting more time.
Yeah, Rangers really need to hold off this lane push here from the pool side as Southern Miss is going to start making moves. You know, they're able to get some good trades in. You know, number 4 there sitting on the map, I believe that is Stewie. He's really, you know, watching the angles here. I'm sorry, that was T-Bird. But, you know, at the end of the day, they are holding that point on the southeast corner of the minimap. And USM is probably just going to have to go GG go next here on the next point. Because I don't think they're getting through that Northwestern Oklahoma line of scrimmage.
Yeah, they definitely were not there, but Tyler, huge rotational kills. T-Bird will at least get 1 onto him, but Strahan has already made his way across the map, found 1, knows exactly where the rotation is coming in from Northwestern Oklahoma State, almost has the 3rd, but he will get shut down. So Stu at least moves up a little bit further, and you're seeing them take advantage, and now collapsing onto the hill. They're trying to blow this one out of the water early on.
No, yeah, that's exactly what it's looking like here. And, you know, we looked at, you know, a lot of different teams take this hill or this point here and have a hard time holding it. Man, my voice died. But Robot picking up a double here, 1 on Stewie, 1 on Biggie Cheese. But, you know, USM setting up a trophy, just trying to make sure they don't get hit with the nade spam. But it looks like we may have a flank here. Yep, there you go.
And another huge set of time for Nwosu. Strahan just trying to find anything he can, has to back away. Now you're going to have to rotate too. Only down by 30, so you're certainly not out of this one just yet. But if things keep going the way they have been, then you got to be a bit more careful. Strahan, though, he's looking to get through the back spawn. And certainly Nwosu knows exactly where he is at, or at least generally. They're going to start hunting him down. The rest of the team, though, of Southern Miss, they need to start flying towards that hill. Strahan not able to get anything out of it. It does open up a little space on the map, but it is a 10 spree for T-Bird. He is just holding it down. The human current right now, 14-5, and he is just unkillable from this position.
Yeah, no, that kind of kill streak, especially on a game mode like this, is really, really, I mean, it's threatening, truth be told. You know, dude's got all streaks now. Sitting on a 10 kill streak, you know, he's got 2 seconds on point, which, again, we all know my feelings about playing the objective, but I can't really argue against that kind of performance.
And right now, we talked about it early in the game. Orbsy needed to step up, make sure he was having his style of play, and currently he's sitting at 5-11, not having a good time on the map. Just needs something to go his way, and maybe Southern Miss can start working on the comeback, and they're at least going to slide into the first hill as we hit that second rotation, start grabbing time, but they need about 100 if they want to continue being competitive in this game.
Yeah, I mean, sitting at this point, you know, I'm a little worried about how, you know, Tyler, Strahan are feeling. You know, Strahan's not really used to being on this end of the scoreboard, and of course, you know, Tyler has a really hard time when it comes to bouncing back from big losses or big, you know, plays that go wrong. And you know, honestly, looking at T-Bird right now and what they're offering to Oklahoma State, you know, I think Orbs is going to have a hard time being that rock, bringing his team back together to close out a game.
Yeah, and it's going to have to be through this next P2 hill. That's what will get them right back into it. If they can get a full 60, they're at about 110 points, and that's going to be just enough to keep them right there in competition. But if Nwosu managed to break this one out, then it's going to be a problem for Southern Miss.
Fantastic
And that's a huge wipe. That gives them so much more time. And now this is where you can start making your comeback happen. Robot, though, gets gunned by T-Bird, who's just ripping apart Southern Miss's defense at the moment. Biggie Cheese sliding through, looking to be the big man on campus here in Hattiesburg. Will get taken out by Orbsy, and now it's going to have to be another rotation, I believe, if I'm thinking of the timer correctly.
Yeah. I mean, listen, the defense made of paper mache. That's what I'm thinking here when I look at, you know, Southern Miss's defense. You know, their offense is really good. Taking points is fantastic. You know, but when you challenge T-Bird on that lane, you better expect to catch those bullets. I mean, this guy's on fire.
Yeah, he's 18-10. I mean, he only has 2 seconds in time, but those seconds don't mean a single thing when you're both winning the game and you're fragging out like T-Bird is doing. Tyler has to come off the respawn. He's going to be the one in position to possibly stop Biggie Cheese and collecting that time. Although the sight line is not there, good work from Biggie Cheese being smart about laying in the hill. Will get taken down, but regardless, it's still not the end of the world, considering that they at least still grab time, and now they continue to grab kills. Orbsy finds one, needs to get the second. That's going to be T-Bird, and does just that. And Southern Miss trying to fight back into this one, but it's still just time continuing to tick for Nwosu. They're almost at a 100-point lead, and they're nearly at 200 points themselves.
Yeah, no, the lead that you're going to need to have here on these points, you know, I thought, you know, Southern Miss was going to be able to hold that bottom right angle, you know, hill there. And, you know, they very well may hold this hill here, but you probably don't want to peek that window. Then again, what do I know? But at the end of the day, if they're able to hold the next objective or at least take it away from Oklahoma State for at least 50 seconds, I think they'll be back in this game.
Yeah, again, it's just one hill, but that's also under the pretense that we aren't seeing Nwosu pick up time. Strahan doing a little bit of dipping, dodging, diving, weaving, and finds one. That's going to be huge, but just sprints into the point. That's going to get him killed. At least does some baiting for Robot. Tyler needs to make sure he picks up this lane, gets rough timing, rotating to the back spawn, and it has been a 200-point mark eclipsed if you are the Rangers, and now they are certainly in a great position to take this map and head into that map 2 on S&D.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this S&D game going in, you know, next match is going to be incredibly competitive, I think. You know, we all know that Southern Miss has a hard time on these hill game types, but at the end of the day, you know, they're going to adapt, they're going to bounce back, and they're going to do what they can to remain competitive in this series.
And it's 23-10 12 for T-Bird. Huge numbers out from him. Make that 25 on a 4-streak again. Feels like every time we see him on the scoreboard, it's just a big streak some point in time. Biggie Cheese also worth mentioning. A minute 48, probably going to hit nearly 2 minutes by the time this game is done. 22 and 18. Also on a 3-streak, but look at him. He's just pre-aiming, waiting for someone to walk through. Still gets gunned by Strahan. Although it may just be too little too late. 242 to 101. I think the Rangers have this one locked up, especially after a 2-piece from Stewie. Although it is a little mixy. And there's Biggie Cheese to close it down. 5 seconds left, and that should be game number 1. And that will be game number 1 to Northwestern Oklahoma State.
Yeah, it was a fantastic match there. It started out real strong, and I mean, when you talk about movement in this game, it's a double-edged sword. You know, of course, you see Stram come in on his movement and get a kill, but then, of course, he sprints, full sprint, tack sprint, into a gunfight, which ended up resulting in his death here. So, I mean, yeah, you know, there are definitely some things that need to be cleared up and cleaned up on the gameplay side of Southern Miss, but, you know, Oklahoma State, there is no denying that they played a really great game of Call of Duty.
Yeah, and honestly, they have an opportunity here in this S&D to at least bring it back, for at least if you are the side of Southern Miss. Just looking at that scoreboard, it's pretty rough. 16-21 from Orbsy, and I believe that was 18-25 from Robot. That's not what you want to see from your two main ARs, but something's going to have to change from the Southern Miss squad if they want to take any of the hard points. That's really where they've been struggling today. S&D has been a highlight for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's you know, the same kind of story. You know, they get on point for a couple seconds, their defense gets shredded, and then the other team takes it. Unfortunately, that's exactly what happened on that map.
Yeah, and we head into the red cart, search and destroy. We saw Southern Miss play this earlier, if I'm remembering correctly, so they at least have some experience on the map mode combination. Although, I believe it was against the Academy team, so actually it was not. I'm completely misreading that, but it was against Syracuse where they won. So
yeah,
that's all more quality of a win there for Southern Miss in that search and destroy. Definitely going to be worth looking forward to seeing how well North Nwosu played that first map.
Yeah, and again, you know, my favorite game mode, search and destroy, and there's a lot of reasons for that. You know, I think Southern Miss has a lot of really good players on search. I think it's where Tyler shines the most. Orbsy does a good job of bringing the team together as the Rock, and then Robot and Stram just pretty much frag out. But I mean, at the end of the day, I haven't seen Oklahoma on a search map myself, so this will be new for me.
I mean, I watched some of the qualifiers, and I did vaguely see them play, I think, once against maybe, I don't know if it was LSU or who it was, but I didn't get to see a whole lot of it, so I'm not really sure what to expect here either. It is going to be a red card, though, and that map is certainly something.
Oh yeah, no, it definitely is. This game, you know, has its ups and downs, and I think the biggest down for this Black Ops is its maps. All they got to do is remaster the good old Black Ops 2, and we'll be happy. But that may be before some of their times, which is the best time to bring back old maps when you have fresh players who've never experienced them. Come on, Activision, y'all got this.
Instead, they're bringing back Hacienda, which is a really good map, a very good map, but it's from Black Ops 4.
Black Ops 4 was fantastic.
Yeah, exactly, and I really like Hacienda personally, so I do love seeing the map come back. But obviously, we couldn't just add it to the map pool. One, I don't even think it's out. I think it's Season 1 Reloaded that it comes back.
We could just delay the land just for the map.
Yeah, just for one map, so we could have one good map in the entire pool. Maybe we would probably switch it out for protocol anyways. It would either be protocol or red card. One of those two would be gone, but I'm really, honestly, I'm kind of interested to see the rest of the season, like overall, like all of Black Ops 6's lifespan, what they decide to add, because they can really go with a lot of different things. I just do not want to see Raid for the 10th time.
You're gonna see Raid again.
I know. I love Raid and all, but like we have seen that map 100 times. We know what it looks like. We know how it plays. It's incredible, but give us a new remaster, man. Give us like Express again or something. You know, that'd be kind of cool.
Oh, Express would be sweet. We got the thumbs up from both sides, loading into the map here. The one thing about Black Ops that gets me, man, is all the bejeweled guns. I can't do the bejeweled gold camo. Like,
I love
it's
the
just,
diamonds.
I just can't. I don't like it.
Now, am I ever gonna get diamond camo and stuff? Probably not. But like,
we don't have
I like
time.
The diamond. No.
When are we not working?
Yeah. I mean, you can see the opal there for Biggie Cheese. I'm personally a bigger fan of diamond over opal, but regardless, that is besides the point here. It's going to be T-Bird grabbing bomb. Had a huge game in map 1. Went on that crazy 10 streak too, just to put the cherry on top of the victory. And it will be Nuosu sliding over towards the B site. Tyler going to be the one we're on board with.
Why are we whispering?
I don't want them to hear my comms.
Oh, sorry.
Strahan will be the one to grab first blood, though. It's a nade onto Biggie Cheese. No trophies in round 1 because they're a field upgrade this time. Tyler will also find a second, so you're seeing that strong search and destroy presence come out of Southern Miss quickly in game number 2.
Yeah, no, this is a really, really good, fight we're seeing right here on B. I'm really happy to see Southern Miss get a foothold here in round 1, and of course, big eyes are on. Oh no, my brain died. I almost said Chucky Stees.
Chucky Stees?
Yeah, that's one of our players.
Overwatch.
Oh no, Wizard help.
So we are going to be looking forward, at least for Southern Miss, over towards Orbsy once again. But on that side of Northwestern Oklahoma State, I would probably look towards maybe even Stewie. I'm not sure who the captain of this roster is. I think it's Stu, but I could be wrong. But that's a guy I'd also like to look to. He had a somewhat quiet game 1, but he's really an AR that I look forward to seeing, at least in this game. But Mr. Robot will be the one we're on board with to start this round. And it's going to be it's going to be an attack for Southern Miss. Tyler, the one with bomb, going to continuously be that objective player. You'll probably never see anyone else grab bomb, at least off the start. If he does, it's different.
Weird challenge there from Robot.
Yeah, maybe just trying to spot out T-Bird up top. Although Strahan is also in position, flies across, only a few tags, and you can just see how ludicrous some of these lanes are in red cards.
Yeah, no, and Biggie Cheese is who I'm looking out for. That's especially who I'm looking at, especially after the MVP of last game. And I think I said especially like 5 times already.
Maybe.
So might as well say especially one more time.
Just in case.
Just make sure the point's made. But yeah, I mean, Aggro gets taken down, and Southern Miss is looking to make a play, it seems.
Yeah, they're going over towards the A bomb site now. Going to start to look to get the rock down. And it will be number 5, Robot, that is going to hold the primary point of cover. Tyler, maybe not expecting the position to be that forward from Stu. And that's going to be a huge pick to get because now T-Bird can watch from top red. But it is going to be a kill for him. It ends up being a trade. And it's just down to Mr. Robot. He's getting caught running away. That's going to be the round. And it will be a 1-1 in map 2. No spin.
Yeah, I need a spin when you defuse. Thank you.
It's unfortunate, but looks like Southern Miss just kind of falling apart there on that hold. And it starts with, I believe it was Tyler, after planting the bomb, went straight through to try and get to that back spawn. We saw them have that style of hold before when we saw them on red card today. They would send someone all the way to the back of the map, but they didn't have that type of map control, and there was just no way they were able to get control of that side. And that ultimately just leads to Tyler getting killed while sliding.
Yeah, no, and I mean, that's the same thing that I brought up in a previous series. Tyler's movement, I think he just gets too excited sometimes and overcommits on the pushes, and that ends up being, at his detriment. Especially here in a search and destroy game where your life is quite literally, space on the map. If you're dead, you gave up space. If you're alive, you at least are taking space.
Yeah. And it's going to be a slow push from Nwosu in this one. Just trying to feel out where the defense is placed. And now they're starting to get control of the map. I think that was pushed up so quickly. And now Strahan has to back away. He's put pretty weak, does at least heal. And it will be first blood for Orbsy. So regardless of the positioning that Nwosu had, it's going to be Southern Miss getting the first blood. Tyler will get traded out, though. Aggro just being a nuisance, being a thorn in the backside of Southern Miss. T-Bird also going to get the benefit of the bait and switch, and now Southern Miss are just kind of stuck right next to the A-bomb.
Yeah, I personally would not have dropped down in the open like that, take it in the back, but, it is what it is. It looks like, Southern Miss is up 2-2. Now it's a 1v2. It's all up to Mr. Robot here. Make something happen, 10 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, and I don't know how much there is to do, but yeah, timer was basically running out, so Nwosu had to plant the bomb, and they do get that off. We'll see if Robot can clutch the 1v2. Gonna keep sliding on through, but
I kind of don't want to talk.
Yeah.
just one of those gamer moments. Everyone knows to be quiet during these moments.
Spot one, and trigger discipline isn't there. Do they expect him
No.
trying to take out Agro?
He's got 7. He doesn't have time.
And yeah, with just 15 seconds left, Nwosu, that is just pure discipline, not giving an inch to Mr. Robot. Not a chance for him to win the round there. He'll just look to stay alive, not feed the other side a kill, especially when you're seeing T-Bird. He's on a 4 streak.
Yeah, I know. That's definitely what I'd be worried about, is handing over a streak. I mean, that's a smart play. Instead of just committing to it, it's the way to do it.
I thought we were going to see a commit from that player in the back. I think it was T-Bird.
That's T-Bird, yeah.
Yeah, I thought he was going to really commit to that fight, and that would be what could give it up. But smart play, keeping the streak alive, and now heading into a 4th round with a lead and the possibility for even more streaks that could do some detrimental damage. Tyler, the one to grab bomb here. See if Southern Miss decides to continue going to that A site. He goes down, so they should have gains this time.
Oh, it's a good.
They may just die to the gunny of Stewie, trying to shut him down.
Yeah, I know, and it looks like, you know, Southern Miss is trying to get the outside of that stadium secure, especially whenever you're, you know, looking to get space on the map to make plays. And, you know, unfortunately, whenever you are unable to get that front end of the stadium, you just can't push onto B.
Yeah, and that's the problem too with the
push onto A. I apologize.
A side of the map. And I mean, even if you rotate over to B, you just put yourself in a kill box, and you just have to hope you get the trades, which sometimes happens, but not always. And it's not as easy to hold on the post plant as we see with with A. Now,
the flank
from Biggie Cheese, making the big time play. That'll be one, make it
my
two,
goodness.
do-si-do, roundabouts, and as we say, all of that, it'll be a plant over towards B.
Yeah, that's unfortunately, you know, when you slow the game down like it was, you open up, you know, opportunities for the other side to sneak around. You know, if you sit in a moment for long enough and you think to yourself, am I here for too long? You're probably there for too long, and you need to start moving around. You know, I do think that there were areas that Southern Miss could have gone to prevent a flank like that, but it definitely has, you know, been detrimental as Biggie Cheese is looking for that ace.
And it looks like it will be just that. Biggie Cheese finding the last ace for him. That's a huge round for Nwosu. And they're actually going to let Biggie Cheese get that defuse as well. Both points towards the streak and towards the field upgrade, which actually he has. So he will not be using that, I don't believe, either, because the only really useful one you can use that's also not GA'd is the trophy system.
Yeah.
So there's only, and you're only allowed 2.
Yeah.
So he's just, the field upgrade actually didn't matter like I thought it did.
Well, I mean, here's the thing, you know, that's not true that it doesn't matter. It's good that you bring stuff up like that because, you know, the difference between some of the best teams in the world and everyone else is the fact that they do think about, hey, I need to get this defuse so our buddy can get his streak up, or maybe he needs a little bit of extra boost on his field. But, I mean, at the end of the day, it was a really smart play.
Yeah, you're only gonna get, you only get so many chances to get a 4K, get an ace, and then also defuse the bomb in the same round. It's looking like, again, a very slow, methodical read here for Nwosu.
Yeah.
Just trying to feel it all out, see who's around. And it's gonna be basically the same defensive setup too for Southern Miss.
I mean, you can tell both teams really care about this match. Both teams are so careful with their movements. And that's just, you know, that speaks volumes to the amount of respect they have for each other.
Yeah, they are both insanely patient here. Biggie Cheese trying to make an entrance without making too much of a ruckus. And knowing how doors open in this game, it's not very easy to do. Now, just slowly making his way around the map, and he... Wait, what's the timing?
Whoa, okay, hold on a minute. What was going on?
I didn't know if Tyler could see him from there, but he just barely caught him. And that's a great rat spot from Tyler. And that's just going to give Nwosu 0 time to get the plant down. Just 15 seconds on the round. Robot knows he just needs to back away. Gets picked, though. That's a huge pick. Now a 3v3, but you still have to get that plant down. If your planter dies, the round is over. Southern Miss has won. And it looks like, though, the bomb will at least get planted. So you survive if you're Nwosu. Now, you just have to find the rest of the kills or hold out for the rest of the time.
Yeah, when in doubt, they're going to come to you, so just sit tight, wait it out. And Strahan going up there for a cheeky kill. T-Bird responds in kind, and it looks like Oklahoma State's going to definitely hold. Caster curse is always a problem. Orbsy picks up a kill against Stewie, but at the end of the day, the hold on the point is pretty solid.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get there in time, so there will be another round to Nwosu. Good shots from T-Bird. He is just putting Southern Miss down. Tyler, though, at least finds one. The round is already over, but he's going to look for that next kill as well.
Just kill him? Oh, okay.
Just a little out of the range. Not super far. If he was on the other side there,
it would have got him.
Yeah, it would get him. So you have to be a little careful. But now a 4-1 lead. I mean, I thought this search was going to be close, and so far it's getting blown out of the water by Nwosu.
Yeah, no, and I mean, I'm going to be honest here. It's going to be a very tough uphill battle for Southern Miss, and it looks like, you know, Oklahoma State's in their heads. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What is it, Nwosu? It feels like they're in their head, and you know, Southern Miss just has to get back, go back to center, and go back to those fundamentals to make up that deficit.
Yeah, and even if they do end up falling here, I mean, it's certainly something you're going to see Mix and the group go through and figure out what is going on, especially against a quality team like we have in Nwosu. And Southern Miss decides to take the bomb over towards the left side of the map, and we'll see who ends up getting that plant down if they can do just that. Tyler will, of course, be that carrier for the time being. Always a chance he ends up perishing before that plant, though. Strahan, first blood, huge first blood. Now Robots getting the timing. Good timing there. And it should be a man advantage for Southern Miss. Do they get this kill? Yes. Now a 1v3 for Biggie Cheese. That's going to make it nearly impossibly hard, but then to clutch it out. But if you are Biggie Cheese, again, looking for those Biggie time plays.
Yeah, I was about to say, if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be Biggie Cheese. You know, as we're looking at this right now, Southern Miss should be able to close this out rather quickly. But then again, I mean, what a monster this player is.
And he does find the first, but he's not going to expect the second to be pre-aiming that lane. Could have been scary, though, if that was an expected spot from Biggie Cheese. He had a chance to rip Robot off that heading.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be at a disadvantage, though, because look at this angle Robot's got. You know, Robot sees that runner before the runner even sees him, and that's a very dangerous angle to run into. You know, I probably would have rather run, you know, the left around on the inside as opposed to out in the open.
Sitting in the third row, getting a good view of the pitch.
Those are terrible seats.
And, I mean, they weren't great seats, but they certainly were great seats to get that final kill. And that's what's going to help them continue to stay alive in map 2. But it will be again Nwosu, map 2. But it will be again Nwosu on the attack. Bomb handed to Stu. And it looks like it's going to be a little bit of a different setup. And that's going to lead to a first blood, make it a second blood too.
Oh my goodness.
And now it's a 2v4. And look at where Stu is with the bomb. He's just hanging out, waiting for the rest of the team to push on out. And then that could be it for the round if they play their cards right. Speaking of, we are still on red card.
Yeah, I mean, all they need is intel, and that's what they get. So once you pick up that intel and you're at a man advantage, you can push the other side with that advantage and walk away with a round win, and that's exactly what they did. They found that intel, they pushed, they traded, they called it a day, and now they're going to get themselves a nice hot dog in that concession stand.
Ooh. At least someone's eating there, but Southern Miss currently on the opposite end of it. They're starving right now. They need a couple more rounds, and by a couple, I mean 4 straight to win this game. They have to send it all the way to 11, and it's not looking too mighty fine for the Golden Eagles right at this moment. They are going to at least take bomb. They're going to take it over towards B once again. That seems like the site they really prefer to go to, as opposed to what we saw a few other teams that were really preferring that A side. And it's going to be a quick hit for Southern Miss. We'll see if they can pick up that first blood once again. That's really what's going to be the difference maker in this round.
Yeah, for sure. Especially on match point like this, you need that momentum to carry into further rounds. And, you know, it looks like, oh my goodness, what a decent trade there. They took out T-Bird, but we lost Robot. So we got one gunner for another. So, you know, looking at this play here, Biggie's going to be in a tough spot. Why? How?
Orbs, he misses those shots.
That's insane.
Biggie Cheese with a burn there onto Orbsy. Now Strahan left in a 1v2. This is the guy I'd want in this situation, but
Oh my
not
goodness.
gonna be able
Oh,
to
it's
get
just
that.
unfortunate.
Slides out and gets pinched. That is a 6-2 map, and I think this is the quietest series I've ever heard.
Yeah, no, it's definitely, everyone's locked in. Whether you're in the audience or whether you're in the stage, you're locked in. This is a very important match for both of these teams. One team coming in, Cinderella story going up against the number 1 seed, and of course the other team, getting knocked down by an unexpected opponent. And so you've got two teams here focused on the victory, and it's just dead silent.
Yeah, like it's insane how quiet this is, especially coming off the series we just watched where they were both just standing up screaming into each other's microphones. Like, that was insane. But now we are back and waiting for map number 3. That is, unfortunately for you, going to be a protocol hardpoint.
Yeah, I mean, listen, protocols, it is what it is. I think it's going to come down to that, P1 to P2 transition. If you can secure enough points on the first point and then flip the spawns in a way to get an advantage on P2, I think you get a decent lead.
Yeah, I think you can now. It's going to be a tough time, though. We've seen USM continue to struggle in the hard points. I mean, the only ones they've won today are against the Academy team, and they end up taking both of those. But otherwise, they are 0-3 right now, and that's not what you want to see, especially heading into another one of those. But I still believe if they can take at least, well, I guess not in this series, but if they could take at least one hard point, they could take the series. Now, we did see them struggle, though, in that search to go with it. So, I mean, the most was just blowing this one wide open.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, in esports, you've got two types of teams. You got teams who are heavily influenced by the events of a series, and then you have teams who are, no matter what, going to push through the best they can. And of course, in a perfect world, you want to be that team who will push through no matter what. But the sad truth about reality in esports is everyone is going to react emotionally when it comes to losing a match.
Yeah, and especially for Southern Miss, this is a loser's bracket game. It might not seem like it, but it certainly is. And the loser of this one will be sent on home. Or I guess if you're Southern Miss, it's kind of just about.
All right, it is time to kick off our next series. We are back in the winners bracket, and it is time to start our winners quarterfinals. Finally, it feels like we've been here all day, almost like we have been. Now, we are going to start things off with the first team on the stage. That's going to be UTC Tennessee Chattanooga. We're going to have Yokai, Red Chase, Corona, and Shinobi. And their opponents on the other.
towards DVD. We'll see if UTC can get set up just for that point.
Yeah, looking at that exchange there, it created a lot of room for Chattanooga to get some points on the board. You know, I'm always questionable about, you know, using those skins that Shinobi's rocking in a game, but at the end of the day, you know, if you spend 20 bucks, you know, you might want to rock it. But as we are going into this match a little further, you're seeing a lot of kills through and through. Both teams are controlling respawns rather well. They're kind of battling for control of the point here as well as control of the map through the spacing and the spawn flipping. And it looks like Chattanooga's able to get off a little bit of a flip.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good flip, too. That's some decent time to grab. Now the wipes are starting to go as well. If Chat can get on a roll, that's when it gets really, really scary. I do want to update, though, LSU, 3, Syracuse, 0.
No.
Yeah, 3-0 LSU. They shut down Syracuse. They are in the winners' final for tomorrow. Back into this one, 30-second difference, and it's looking like Chat are the ones that want to establish themselves right next door to Syracuse.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, man, my bracket's ruined.
Yeah, no, mine is too. I didn't make one, but if I did, it was absolutely cooked after the first round.
No, I mean, I had USM going a bit further, but then I also had them meeting Syracuse up at the top, so yeah, that's on me. But, you know, on this map right here, you know, you're seeing a little bit of a gap between the points. You know, in the beginning it was 35-38, right? But now we're seeing at least a 30-point lead for UT Chattanooga, and we're just going to see how they plan on holding these points.
It's just this team, this UC Chat team is just so good at keeping themselves ahead, and it
looks like we might have a crash here.
Yeah, so taking a look at the player screens, I can't see the scoreboard, but I can see some people running through. I can also hear the players yapping it up, and as far as I can tell, it's still going to be a lead for UT Chat. They are getting loud. And yeah, that definitely is a game crash, unfortunately. But we are going to let them play this one through because we are already fairly far throughout the map.
Yeah, no, they'll go ahead and just keep playing through.
And we will look to get an update after the map ends. No, Fox, let them play. Yeah, and we are just going to let them play this one out. More than 100 points have been scored by a team. We will not stop it after that. Especially with how close of a game that was. And also, it's not a player crashing, it's just a spectator crashing. So no need to worry about that. But we will let you guys know when this map has ended. So far, it is 93 to 133 in favor of UT Chattanooga. And they are continuing to just roll on through. Players like to spam their scoreboards after
I was
dying.
about to say, your eyes are fantastic.
I wish I
you
could
can
see that. But no, it's just I could see the spam of the scoreboard after they die.
Having to squint, try and see what's going on.
It is looking like they are over towards P2 once again, and that's going to be a first kill for Shakesy. And
oh, they're flashing it. I can't.
So slowly starting to get further and further in favor of Chattanooga. I believe it was 108 to 141. And I mean, I could just go over there and look at it, but I don't feel like it. So we are going to just keep looking at it from our end. And I mean, man, Nicholls State trying their best to come back into this game, but it is 143 on the board currently for UT Chattanooga, and I believe that's going to be around 97 to 100, actually 113 to 145.
Hand me the headset.
For the side of for the side of UT Chattanooga. I mean, these players are just so loud, and now they are getting into the thick of it. And now it's just a 30-point deficit as well. UT Chat trying to keep them at arm's length, and we've seen that happen before when they played, I believe it was GMU or earlier in the day when we watched them play. They certainly were able to keep anyone at arm's length away from them, and that's really what's going to give them the game here. If they can continue doing so, they will just roll into map number 2. It's 174, 123, and slowly but surely you'll see UT Chat, well, you won't see it, I won't see it either, get to 200 points and even further ahead.
all the way back in P3 towards the front of Chicken. It's going to be a full wipe, I believe, for the side of UT Chattanooga, and it is a full wipe. So slowly, they're definitely getting to that 200-point mark on this hill, and they are at 191, so they may hit 200 just in a couple of moments. And Nicholls State struggling to get anything. I'm looking at their screens, and all I can see is bright red. It's red, 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 red. They are just getting put in the blender. And man, that is just tough for the side of Nicholls State. They may just be out of their depths in this one. I mean, it's got to be 220 as Red Chase and Co. flying through. They are just slamming it on. And wow, Nicholls State is unable to keep up at this point in time. UT Chat have hit that flow state. They are in that roll, 234, 124. And UTC going to shut this one down. I mean, they are about to go ballistic. Let's change that camera on over. Let's see the players, see what they're about to do, because it's going to be a pop-off for the side of UT Chattanooga. And now, UT Chat just about to hit that 250-point mark, but Nicholls State has something to say about it. They're trying their best, and that's a huge kill from Shakes. He only actually finds 2, but it is 248, 142, and it's going to be a UTC game. They need just 2 more points. I don't know if Nicholls State has it in him to get 108 points in that time span while holding off a team as strong as UTC. And I mean, I'm surprised the game's even still going at this point. It is still 248 for UT Chat. They are managing to stay in hill, but it finally will fall. And it is 152-250 UT Chattanooga. They will now head into map 2 as Corona is getting hype on the main stage. You can kind of see it there on the cam, but of course there will be now heading into a map 2 that is again going to be on rewind. So we have the opportunity here again. 250 to 142 is your final score in map 1. And that's just a great map. Now, I really couldn't see the side of UT Chat. I couldn't see what they were doing, but I could see a whole lot of red on the side of Nicholls State, and it wasn't their team jerseys. It wasn't their colors. It was just simply at the death screen.
No, yeah, that was a pretty eventful end of the match. I'm going to be honest. I thought we were going to see some people, like, stand up.
Start pointing, getting into it.
But then they just in there, and they were like, all right.
Yeah, there was more hype when they were about to win the game than when they actually won, which feels backwards almost.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it is what it is. But at the end of the day, it was a good competition. They're going to get us in this lobby, and we're going to go move into that surf match.
Yeah, it'll be on rewind again. So, I mean, if UTC plays like they just did, and we will see what is going down, but it is rewind again. So UT Chat though, I after map 1, I think I have them taking it. Oh, sorry. I tossed it at the worst possible time.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that was brutal.
I was like, man, I should drink water now. And
Yeah, smart decision though.
yeah. You ever have that internal monologue where you're like, man, if I had water today?
Yeah, I do it. It happens a lot. Happens a lot. But man, I mean, I don't know how our game crashed. That's unfortunate. You know, Call of Duty, thank you. But we will move on and continue the series as is tradition. I mean, we're almost out of the day though, which is even crazier.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I was wondering if the other teams wanted to, you know, start sooner if they could, but you know, they buckled down. They said, no, we want our warm up time. So I guess we're still on time on that front.
Yeah, so it'll be Syracuse GMU
I don't know which one's going to be on the Bstream because then you will have Northwestern Oklahoma State taking on the loser of this game, and one of those two will be our last matchup of the day here on mainstream. And for those two series though, I think Syracuse 3-0s, but Nwosu versus either UT Chat or Nicholls State, which is probably going to be Nicholls State, that is going to be a good matchup.
Yeah, for sure. I did not expect Syracuse to go down.
I know. I did not either. I mean, LSU was having an incredible run. I mean, won in Game 5, won in 3-0 against Syracuse. I mean, they are on a tear, and I don't know where they came from.
I mean, whatever they are thinking or doing, they just need to keep doing it.
Yeah, I mean, they got that now. They get the break for the rest of the night. They can come in, see who is playing. They don't have to worry about a thing. They can just go into tomorrow ready to go. Winners final. You are in a very comfortable spot. You still have to lose twice to be out of the event. And even if you get to that grand final through losers, the only advantage is really just the map picks because it's best of 9. We're doing one best of 9. We're not doing the bracket reset. So you get a great opportunity for whoever comes out of that loser's bracket. You don't have to worry about resetting one because that is much, much harder than just about winning one best of 9.
Yeah, that ended up happening to us in the Halo land. Had that bracket reset, and everyone was like,
Yeah, that was insane. I cannot believe we got a reset. And then I believe that I think the second set was just a 3-0. Yeah.
We got a reset, and then it went 3-0.
Yeah.
We got the resets already.
That was what we were going for, but should be ready to hop into the next game here relatively soon. As
Oh.
That's look back there.
Huh.
Hopefully our
bad.
mics aren't muted. But I already did.
Yeah, we just. Oh, there it is. We couldn't
I can hear it on the speaker.
Yeah, there we
but
go. There we go.
I didn't know if we were still muted there. I mean, I don't know how long we were muted, but
I think we were muted the whole time.
That's fine. We were just yapping. So if you didn't hear it while we were commentating the game crashing, it was LSU 3, Syracuse 0. That's a big time win, and it looks like I got the map scores too. 250-191, 6-4, 250-194. So very close games the entire time. But still, a 3-0 is a 3-0 if you're Syracuse. Or sorry, if you're LSU.
Oh no, for sure. I'm wondering what we got going on. Okay, it looks like they're picking maps and everything right now.
Yeah, so I think we just had to reset the lobby and all that because the PC crashed. So we had, or not the PC, the game crashed. So we had to go reset the lobby, and this game takes 10 minutes to open. You get a menu, and then you get another menu, and then you get another menu, and then maybe you can consider playing the game. So we'll have to get through all that. But I do see all the players in the lobby, so we should be good to start in any moment now. And it looks like we are now loading into maps. So rewind, search, and destroy. Let's get to it. Hopefully it's not another 3-0. We've seen what or if this would be a 3-0, we've seen 3 3-0s and a 3-1. So
yeah,
I would love to see a game 5 somewhere.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I don't think this is going to be our game 5.
No, I can't say. I can't say I think it will be either. I mean, I don't know much about Nicholls State, so we'll have to see how they come out in this search and destroy. Maybe they're a better search team than they are a hardpoint team, but it is also on rewind, so it's a little different of a map. I mean, all of these search maps are a little different than what you normally see in Call of Duty, as it's going to be UT Chat grabbing bomb first. That is Red Chase looking to slam out the door, bait for his teammates. Also has the bomb, so he has to be careful. Almost gets caught, but Nino will catch Corona. It's 2 trades, though, so man advantage will still be in the favor of UT Chat. It's going to be down to C-Mac and Nino to bring this one back for Nicholls State.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty tall task there, seeing as how Yokai is one of the ones up with Red Chase. We got a bomb down, and so it's definitely going to be difficult to move through this defense and get that bomb defused.
Yeah, and especially the time starting to dwindle down. Although it is on the B bomb site, which is not necessarily normal. We've seen a lot of A plants this event, but We do at least get another one. That's a good nade, though, and that's a
Oh,
huge
that's a
pick for Nino.
fantastic
Now
pick.
a 1v2, a 1v1, but Yokai has the advantage here, knows exactly what he needs to do. We'll see if he ends up playing this one and gets shot in the back.
He should have stuck it.
I thought he was going to stick it, but decided not to. UT Chat going to grab round number 1.
When in doubt, stick it out. It's an easy rule to follow.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a good break, too, from from UT Chat. Nicholls State did get the initial blood, but after that, it was all UT Chat getting the bomb down and finding 2 kills. Opened up the round, and that allowed Shinobi to start running around the map, playing the time, making the best decisions he can.
No, for sure. And as we open up here on this initial push, you're going to see Nicholls State making an aggressive play to try and get that center map control. And it looks like we're going to have a couple people duking it out here in the video store as they fight for that bomb site. A little bit of a sneaky snake here for Corona moving through those hallways.
Yeah, and now Corona is going to spot at least one, gets stunned up, backs away. That's not going to get chowed out that quickly, so he's able to escape with his life, doing a little dance with death if he can. Although the setup from Chat is pretty strong here. See what information Nicholls State is able to grab. There's just really not a whole lot of movement going on, so this is going to be a very tough break for either side to really get anything going. It'll have to be Nino and C-Mac starting to push forward. C-Mac first in, guys. Yokai gets one. Shinobi gets the second. You got to chow a little bit quicker than that if you are Nicholls State. Now they're pinched in behind the RV. It will be one for Shakesy, but that's really all it's going to be. UT Chat comfortably again taking round number 2.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, that's, what ends up happening a lot of the time when teams, they sit back, they wait, they take their time, and, we saw the same thing happen before. All it takes is for another team to rush in and respond to the passiveness, and they'll end up walking away with the win.
And now we get to switch sides again. Will be Nicholls now looking to get at least something on the defense, but they've been shut down pretty handily at the moment. It's 4-1 for Yokai, 3-1 for Shinobi. To keep an eye on throughout the rest of the map. Chase will be the one to grab the bomb. It's coming in. I believe the trophy should be available for most players, so that likely will not, the nades will likely not be an issue. And C-Mac looking all the way into the back of the spawn, starts getting shot, and that's gonna be Corona finding first blood, looking for the second child with the pistol, and slams C-Mac, puts him to bed. Round 3 is already looking like it's gonna go to UT Chat. Shinobi should get the confidence of the team. The shots, though, are a bit shakier than Shakesy's movement. Corona won't get the last, won't get the last one. Went for the punches. They didn't connect. Well, the first one connects, the second doesn't. Craze now in a 1v3, but with such little time left on the bomb, that will be Shinobi getting an easy kill. And UT Chat now making it 3-0. They're looking to make this possibly a DoorDash of a series.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, they're very, very aggressive in their play here. Their shots are on point. Their strategies are working out. It's a very formidable team to have to go against, especially when you're on the lower end of the match here, honestly. But, they still have time. It's 3-0. They are still in this game, and they have to keep in mind that if they adapt, they can still walk away with a win.
Yeah, I mean, they have a chance, but honestly, if they don't win this round, I think the map is over at that point. You cannot go down 4-0, 5-0. That is when you are absolutely out of it. Now, I have seen like 1 or 2 5-0 comebacks, but it just does not happen. Corona almost gets the first blood, and Juz with a different player. He is just playing Nicholls State like a fiddle, and they're allowing him to do just that. Look at the way he's moving around, just baiting and switching himself. Just sneaky play. And he's looking for a third, now looking for the ace, shoots the body, and lets his teammates pick up the kills. I mean, that's all Corona. Look at the kick back, kick his feet up, let the teammates finish that one off. I mean, 4-0. Yeah, with a round like that, that might just be it.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty definitive performance there. It's pretty undisputed. The way they move around the map is second to none, especially against some of the teams they've played against today. It's very difficult to keep up with these players, especially when they've optimized their routes.
I mean, just Corona's moving in that round, dipping, dodging, diving around every player in Nicholls State. It felt like not a single person knew where he was. That gives him 3 kills. I mean, I just watched 7 nades get thrown too. So if you're Nicholls State, you're in a rough spot. Crazy at least finds 1, so that's worthy of a trade. And another one for Shakesy. So a 2v2. Plant needs to go down for UTC. Red Chase on a 5 streak, and they're just holding hands, running together, letting Chase run up all the kills. Yokai also 4 and 1. I mean, this is brutal. CMAC needs to win this 1v2 to keep them in the game. If he's not able to, I mean, that deck's probably all she wrote right there for map number 2. And CMAC does have the opportunity. Good spot there. Does at least find 1. Doesn't shoot. Trigger discipline is on point. Now, where is he going to look next? Finds Chase. Doesn't get the full kill there. Pulls out the pistol. Tries to turn and burn. Now has Yokai on his head, and it will be Red Chase, I believe, cleaning up that kill.
Wow.
2v2, 2v1 play does not get much better than that.
I'm at a loss.
Just 2v1 play was unbelievable. UTC. You can't win. You can't win that. That's unwinnable. I don't like to say unwinnable a lot. That is unwinnable.
No, absolutely. It is a very tough position to be in. And I know that, these players on Nicholls State, they're feeling it right now. That first map, yes, there was a big gap in the score, but they still kept it even for a good amount of time. And so I feel like they're just letting it get to them. This is definitely not the Nicholls State that I heard about.
Yeah, and Corona just running it down. 2 kills early, and I mean, finally dies, but it might not matter at this point in time. Nino gonna die to the RCXD. That's how you know it's a bad time. Shakesy can't find anything. 6-0. I mean,
what are you gonna
do?
What are you gonna do?
I don't have anything to say about that. That is, if you've seen Mortal Kombat, that is just a brutality. Like, wow. Wow. I'm sorry. I normally have comms for everything, and I mean, if I ordered DoorDash, it would have been here later than that. That map ending. 5 minutes of time, and that's it. All right, we're going to have a straight into map 3. We are running it down on this timer for today. I mean, we are just running amok with what we're getting done. And I see we've got a friendly face joining on the desk. Hello and welcome. Your mic is currently muted.
I'll get it fixed eventually.
Hello, welcome back, buddy. We saw you earlier today. Now you're back here. What have you been noticing in this UT Chat Nicholls State series?
Well, I actually have not watched it yet.
Oh,
I did
wait,
see
yeah,
that
you've been running
last round of S&D. I've been over there
Yeah.
dealing with Bstream stuff, but I'm excited to see. I am going to assume that UTC is winning based off of past matches.
They're up 2-0. They just won 6-0 in search. Map 1 was close. It was 250 to like 170 something, I think. Or no, it was 140 something because our game crashed. I had to watch it from here over there on their screens. But we get a different map. I have not seen a different map in 4 hours. And finally, we get to see something different. It is Skyline. I know I sound way more excited than I should be, but my mind is going numb watching Relined and Red Card all day. I hate those maps, and I've been forced to watch them all day. Look at the emotes from UT Chattanooga. I believe that's UT Chat. I could be wrong. I mean, half the lobby has this skin, and our game crashed.
I love that skin, by the way.
And it looks like we may need to remake the lobby, so... Yeah, you can stop it on main. And it looks like our our game has crashed, so we will look to hopefully restart. If not, we will just maybe have to play this one out. And it looks like, there we go. we are now getting the restart we were hoping for.
This is what we get when we
Apologies for all of these delays to both the viewers and also the players. I know they were so ready to get into that one, but just a tiny bit longer. We'll be getting into it though. Don't you worry.
This is what we get for running 9 instances of COD in one room and 8 instances
I know.
in the other.
One of them is just going to crash. How have none of the players crashed? I mean, for the better, but how have none of the players crashed today? What is happening?
It's that stream. For some reason, it's only the streaming PCs.
It's just the stream PC. That thing hates us, man. Like, I don't know what's going on, but like that PC's version or that game on the PC on that PC, it just hates us.
Yeah, no, 100%. These players were so ready and raring to go also. So,
I mean, it happens. It's LAN. It's, I mean, man. You know what? While we have the downtime again, I know they're not in the room at the moment, but huge shout outs over to the U.S. Army for sponsoring not only our Call of Duty team, but also the event. I mean, they have been incredible. And I guess we get to see my account now on the main stage. So if you are a viewer and you wanted to see what Call of Duty looks like when we're not just sitting in a spectator, you can see it right there. Now, this series, though, I mean, it's looking pretty tough if you are Nicholls State. You're down 2-0. I mean, you lost map 1 by about 100, and you lost map 2 6-0. So brutal.
yeah, it's gonna be a little bit of rough comeback from them. They're gonna need to take this hard point, which is going to be sort of hard. You know, we see teams that can win the hard points but lose the S&Ds always come out on top. And the fact that UT Chattanooga has won both, it's going to be a fight for Nicholls.
Yeah, and also something that I just love to see though is the players are just chatting with each other in between this whole ordeal. They're just like, what was going on? Because obviously they're as in the dark as sometimes we can be, but they can't tell that we crashed, obviously, because they're not looking at our screen. But they're just sitting there like, yeah, I don't know what happened. It was just we had to end the game, I guess. Maybe we'll play today. Well, maybe we'll finish this one. Again, let's talk about the stakes of this as I just clicked into an ad. I don't want the ad. Now, we have the winner of this game going on to play LSU in the morning. I mean, LSU has been ripping some teams. I'm surprised. I mean, they are showing out. They will be one of the winners' final teams, with the other coming out of this series here. And then the loser of this series going on to play Northwestern Oklahoma State. Now, looking at the current series score, it's probably going to be Nicholls State. So we're getting a lot of states going on, and sometimes there's only 50 of them, so we need to figure out what's going on over there.
Yeah, no, I had the pleasure of watching that LSU versus Syracuse match. Now, yes, it was an upset. However, the games were so incredibly close.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
I saw the score lines: 250-191, 6-4, 250-194. Or sorry, 250-191 for map 1, 194 for map 2. Or sorry, map 3. Wow. I mean, they kept, not only did Syracuse keep it close, but still, I mean, LSU just, I mean, they have to be the stunner of the tournament. They are just running it down, and this is not a team that, I mean, I may have expected them to, I would have expected them to beat Ole Miss, which they did. I mean, that was a pretty clean series, 250-73, 6-1, 250-75, but I did not, I can't say I ever expected them to take down Nuosu and then also go on to take down Syracuse. I mean, run of a lifetime for them. I mean, they certainly are having a good run there. But of course, you got some other teams too. George Mason still getting through the losers bracket. They are sitting at losers round 3, waiting for this next round to start, which I believe Q's George Mason going to be on that side?
Yes, Keith and George Mason will be on Bstream.
And then after we're done here with this matchup, which we are heading into map 3 with UT Chat having a 2-0 lead, we are going to see the winner of this game, or sorry, the loser of this game play against Northwestern Oklahoma State. So we are very close to closing out the night. I mean, the match is technically is listed to start at 7:30, so like we're actually gonna be very close to being perfectly on time, which is incredible. You love being on time on LAN. As if you've ever been to LAN, or if, I mean, you've seen the RLCS or sorry, the CRL brackets. you're always at least 3 hours behind. Like that's just the nature of it.
Yeah, and we were expecting to be behind because of the problems that we were having over there.
Our stream crashed, or our stream PC literally died 3 separate times today, and we still
we're
are
ahead of time.
no issues like
Yeah.
time-wise, which is great. Love to see it. I mean, some of the teams may be getting a little too much break time. We do apologize if that ends up being the case, but Collegiate Streams, welcome aboard. If you have not seen any, this is not necessarily the standard, but this is sometimes the unfortunate nature of the the amateur space, if you will. Makes
Yeah.
us sound a little bit better.
Now, I've never personally been to a LAN unless you count like MHSAA.
Which it's the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, I've been to those, and as a player, of course, and that was pretty awesome. But of course, you have 5, 6 games, different games.
Yeah, because they do what, Mario Kart,
It's
Rocket League,
Mario
and
Kart, Rocket
Overwatch?
League, Smash Brothers, Overwatch, Madden.
Oh, they do all of them?
They do all. There's like 8 or 9 titles, or 6 or 7 titles. Like it's insane. I'm pretty sure they do Splatoon also.
I mean, they're getting
So-
everything. There's a game title. They are simply playing it. That's how it is. Now, getting back into the LAN vibe is always fun. I haven't been to a LAN since the Halo one, I believe. So this is kind of the first time in a few months. When I was at LVC, I was traveling a good bit. So I went to Rutgers, Virginia Wesleyan twice. Virginia Wesleyan, one of the best hosts you can ever have. If you ever have the opportunity to go to one of their events, go. They are incredible. Rutgers was a solid event. That was CECC, though, so it wasn't technically Rutgers. It was just on their campus. Gone to Kutztown, which is a really unique space. Kutztown is in the middle of nowhere, PA, like most of the PA schools are, so we will have to see, though, as we get into map number 3. We have Skyline. My head is not going to melt watching Rewind and Red Card again. We are going to be hopping on board with Shinobi. See what he's able to do. It's been Yokai and Corona, though, running it up in this one. Shinobi looking to get that first blood in the map, but he's going to get double stunned. Actually, I think he got triple stunned. And making sure of it, 4th stun, and it's going to be Shakesy C-Mac picking up the first kills in this one. We'll see if C-Mac can continue on into the hard point. Not going to do so. And so far, it'll be UT Chat again, getting time. Saw the first couple of kills go the way of Nicholls State, but they weren't able to really convert on anything. Corona, good pinch there. Red Chase playing the... I'm sorry, I had to stop passing there. I just heard something so funny from one of the players. That was really good. But they are letting them know, UT Chat, making sure everyone in the building is aware of how well they are doing. 28-11, though. Not a big score line, but if they can get this rotation for P2, you see the credit spots through the fence. It's going to be a rotation, though, for Nicholls State. 3 down, and now Nicholls State can get back into this one.
I love the energy from these players during this match. It is absolutely. I am positive that y'all can hear them through the mics because these guys just
some of it.
scream.
At least, maybe not all of it, but at least a little bit. And if you can't, man, you are missing out. But here in Hattiesburg, you can come spectate if you'd like. Of course, we have venue open for tomorrow, too. Red Chase will take down Craze. And now C-Mac has to push on forward. Nicholls State didn't even get that much time off that hill. And that's kind of crazy to me. Now, I believe we were still about halfway through the point. Again, we can't see the objective timers. We can see how much time people are getting, though, which is pretty cool. And it will be the rotational kills for UT Chattanooga. They also are going to grab the scrap time. And now, this is a little good trap here for UT Chattanooga. Shinobi does at least finish that one off, too. Last bullet in the clip. So he's going to also have his teammates ready to go for him. C-Mac going to need to make a play here for Nicholls State. He's really the only one in a position to do so, and he ends up falling. Now we head to the kitchen. That's the Mixie hardpoint Craze. He's going to have to watch the players dive and dip and dodge and weave around as we head into another hardpoint. 70-34, the lead slowly being built. Nade will get the kill. Shinobi finds another shakes. He goes down. C-Mac goes down. Craze. Now it's just getting put into the blender for here on Skyline. UT Chat looking to make this one a statement victory again. and send Nicholls State down to the losers bracket and playing one more match on the night.
Yeah, UTC playing this beautifully. They have held Nicholls at 34, and they are still rising. It looks as if they are trying to rotate this next point. Nicholls is going to have to take this point if they want a chance. They are 70 points down.
I need to commend these Nicholls State players, by the way. I know they are down, but they are so lively no matter the case. They are screaming after every kill. The scoreboard does not mean a thing to them. The only thing that matters is that they're getting kills and they are attempting to play their best, but their best is not nearly enough right now. You are down by 70, gonna be about 80 by the time this hill is done and dusted. And UTC have a great setup again. They're preparing for the bathtub too. They are getting a little washing before they head into the rotation. Dread Chase has 3 players around him. There's so many people just chasing him down. C-Mac tries to turn and burn. Won't get anything but a paper cut. Does at least get the lighter to click there, but finally cut down after a little bit of a spree. Now we head on over to P4. And what will chat look for in this rotation? It looks like it's going to be Nicholls State possibly getting the first players there. The bodies are looking to be in their favor. And also, I apologize, it is P1, by the way, not P4, because that was what we just saw.
Yokai on a 4 streak, absolutely.
Wait, you see the mini map? Number 3 and wait, is number 3 not in the hill? Oh, he jumped. Okay, I was so confused. Number 8 was just laying in hill, and number 3 like walked right over his area. And I was like, what is going on? But looks like he jumped over the top. As Yokai, though, making a difference, takes both players out of hill, so he must have read my mind.
Yeah, he's now on a 6th street. He's absolutely rolling in their spawn right now, or spawn's flips. You'll see C-Max already looking to get that next hill, but ends up getting shot out. Nicholls does have the hill slowly closing that gap, but they scrapped it. They're going next. They need this next hill. Yokai, however, still running through them. Finally, his streak of 8 has ended, and it looks as if Nicholls is going to take this next hill.
Yeah, and they at least have the rotation, but for how long? It's UT Chat. I mean, we've seen this time and time again. They can just break hill after hill. Nino, though, may have got the drop. No, the spots were there. The eyes were clean. The eyes were glued to the screen. So Yokai slides out, almost does a 180 to take down C-Mac, but C-Mac's shots are too good for that. And Red Chase still grabbing 1. Trophy is still in hill for UT Chat. Likely gonna look to maybe hit this once, maybe twice more, and then head on out over towards the bathroom. And it will be Yokai. Finding 1, looks for another. That's gonna be Shakesy head glitching on the office table. We'll see if they're able to have a little confidence about who's going to win this fight, and it will be Red Chase answering the cell. Now we head on over towards P3, or sorry, P4. What are they? Or P3, yeah, on Kitchen. I keep forgetting Kitchen Hill exists. And it will be number 4 who's on that at the start. They do end up falling, so Nicholls State again with a good rotation. They are still down by 70, though. They need to start racking up some points, and that's not going to help when Corona's in your backline. Same with Red Chase. He is just running down every player. He just got a 3-piece, almost had a 4th, but the teammates were the ones to clean it on up. And again, we are seeing UT Chat extend their lead, and this is just how UT Chat is. They are just looking dominant this tournament. 190 to 109. They are trying to just shut the door on this one. The apartment keys may be locked for Nicholls State. They're going to need a new code to get in the gate.
Yes, they definitely will. UT Chat is absolutely shredding, especially Yokai is 23 and 14 right now. Just sitting, or literally just running through the spawn, getting as many kills as he can. You'll see him take down Nino right there. Looking to wait for this point to spawn. He's gonna look his back, takes out Shakesy, and there's another one rotating out. You'll see Nino pulling up, trying to get the kill, and almost a camera break, but it didn't matter. Yokai gets it again at a 3-piece, and it is looking ever so great for UTC.
I mean, it feels like, I don't know what it is exactly, but it almost, they make it look like they haven't been challenged at all today. I mean, they have 3-0'd every series they've played in. They have been dominant in these series too. it's just simply they are putting on a show, and we are all the audience. Yokai on the 5. Yokai gets the 6. His teammate's going to clean up the rest, and they're going to just sit in hill, get these last few seconds, and win the game right here, win the series right then and there, as it will be Nicholls State heading on down to the losers bracket, 251-16. Now, we see Nicholls State will get one more chance on stage. They will take on Northwestern Oklahoma State.
What a dominant performance from UTC. And we'll see players bumping fists. All love after the match, no matter what was said. At the end of the day, it's just a game. All love from the players. Played beautifully, both teams. And we'll look at the stats here.
30 and 15 from Yokai. You've got to be kidding me. 58 seconds too. I mean, he's just having a day right now. And that's actually going to end his day. Even better, as now they get to move on to Championship Sunday. UT Chat will meet LSU in our winners final. That'll take place as the second match on stream tomorrow. We'll see how that one turns on out. Sorry, that's actually the first match on stream tomorrow, I think. So that will take place in the morning. But we're going to have to go for a quick little interview with UT Chat. Then when we get that done, we'll head into our last series of the night when we see Nwosu take on Nicholls State.
Yep.
Catch you in just a second. Here's your mic. Take a couple steps there. There you go. All right, you ready? All right, I am joined here by Corona. A huge win there in the winner's semifinal. I mean, how do you feel after a big one like that?
I mean, you say it's big, but it was kind of, you saw the results. I mean, we were just trolling, not really, but like at the same time, the 6-0, we were just having fun out there. You know, it was dopeless the whole entire day. And so we just came back and started screaming, getting some dope up, and, you know, started winning. So.
I mean, it's been a pretty quick day for you guys. You've only played two matches, right?
Only two.
Yeah, and I mean, both were 3-0s. Both were done in the time that I didn't even get time to start my stopwatch. So, I mean, what are the thoughts going into tomorrow now that you got LSU? You got a big task now ahead of you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, LSU got a big upset against Syracuse. I wasn't really thinking about that. I thought we were going to play Syracuse, not going to lie. But, well, we're going to have to see what we do against LSU. Haven't played them, haven't scrimmed them. So we're going to have to see what they look like.
I mean, also huge games for the rest of your squad too. You guys have all been just fragging out. I mean, hill time is about even. Everyone's over almost at 2 minutes. Like everything is just clicking for you guys. What do you think that is right now that's just clicking for the whole squad?
Well, last week we went to a LAN and that just set the whole pace. I mean, once we went to that first LAN, got all the jitters out, you know, we just started playing collectively, and even in scrims, it's just every day getting better. And also, shout out to Gio. Geo Customs on Twitter, he best coach in the CCL right now, helping us with S&D, hardpoint, I mean, you name it. So shout out to Geo.
Yeah, absolutely. And now you guys head into Championship Sunday. You got a winners final against LSU. Anything you have to say before you send it on over to next Sunday or to tomorrow?
All I gotta say is see you in Grands.
There you have it. We are done here, at least with UT Chattanooga. They'll head back for the night. Thank you for...
And we are here. There is one more series, one more problem to figure out. Now let's get to it. This is a loser's match as well, so loser will be headed home. Now, first up, it is Nwosu. We have Stewie, Biggie Cheese, T-Bird, and Aggro. And their opponents, it is going to be at Nicholls State. You have Shakesy, Craze, C-Mac, and Nino. One more series on the night. Let's get this one rolling. Let's get back to it. Let's get some Call of Duty going. Unmute button. There it is.
You gotta figure it out.
Unmute button was so far away from me. As far away as possible from me. But we are ready to go. We've got one more series on the day, everybody. I mean, you've seen me here all day. You know me. I mean, it's been a grind. It's been a lot of rewind. It's been a lot of red card. We're tossing out all the names out here. And we have pretty interesting one ahead of us. Nwosu taking on Nicholls State.
Yeah, Nicholls State coming right off of a loss to UTC in the upper bracket. I do not remember. Oh, Nwosu lost to LSU.
Yes.
To be put
Game
in
5.
lower bracket.
And
yeah.
then, yeah, I believe they won a round in lower bracket as well. They did. They took, oh, yeah. They 3-0'd Southern Miss, and now they are here. Now, on the other side of the venue, we have Syracuse taking on GMU, that is George Mason University. These are the last two matches of the night, everybody. It's been a long Saturday. We've been here for about 12 hours. Well, by the time the series is done, we will have been here for 12 hours. And, I mean, man, it's been a good time. I have energy, man. I feel great. I feel like I've just casted a normal day.
Yeah, I feel awesome. I'm excited to be behind the caster's desk. Not mad that I wasn't casting. Watching Toast cast, you just never see that.
No, I know before, like years ago, he used to cast a good bit. Getting in the booth with him was really interesting. It was a different dynamic. Like obviously, I'm used to casting with you a lot. I cast with Emily every so often. I cast with Dragon a decent bit too. But like that dynamic is so much different. Like the insight he's able to give is obviously way different than what you would get with almost anybody else, because obviously he has a lot more experience. He's also, just older than us two. Like I'm 22, man. Like I'm not that old. I mean, I say back in my day all the time because, back in my day, Call of Duty was not slipping, sliding, dipping, dashing, diving across the entire map to find a half a kill, not even get the full thing. But, this game has been certainly a watch. I don't know how to describe it. It's Call of Duty, obviously, but it's a different type of Call of Duty that we're seeing.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot faster pace now. Popular opinion, these maps are atrocious, every single one. But
not all of them. Some of them are fine, honestly.
Yeah, like Skyline is a decently okay map. Because you don't have 50 spots for people to shoot you at.
Yeah.
AKA Vault P1.
Dude, I'm done with Vault, man. I mean, I'm done with half these maps. Like Red Card and Rewind can get out of my screen. Like I'm getting pulled to play COD later tonight, and I am just going to melt watching myself play Rewind over and over, man. Like, it is. Wait, I'm sorry. This is unrelated. Georgia is losing 10-0 to Tennessee. Sorry, had to mention that. Anyways, I mean, dude, it's just been like. I don't know why every team is playing Red Card. I actually haven't looked at the map set for this series yet, so let's open it. Let's take a look and see what these teams are up to. We should be able to get them in the lobby in just a second. Hopefully those intros were good for the time. I mean, man, I am going to apologize in advance. I really ran out of material at the end of the day because, like, we've done, I think this is about the same as what we did for the Halo Land, but I was a little more creative that day and those days because I was in a different state of mind, I guess. But it will be
Wosu and Nicholls. It is going to be a Skyline map 1, baby. No red card, no rewind at all in this series. It is a good day of Call of Duty.
Yeah, we will see both Protocol and Vault, though, which are maps that I've seen all day.
Vault is fine. Like, Vault isn't that bad. Vault S&D is annoying because, like, the A bomb site is just in a horrible spot. Like, the attacking team just gets there before defense, and it's like, what's even the point, man? Like, why? But for the rest of the series, you have Protocol on map 2, Protocol on map 4, so you have an S&D, which we haven't seen a Protocol S&D, I don't think, at all today.
I've seen a Protocol S&D on Bstream, but I guess not on A stream. Protocol S&D is weird. They did rework the bomb sites.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure in the last patch for Season 1, they reworked some of the bomb sites. It's weird seeing where these bomb sites are and how unfair of an advantage it gives some teams, some sides.
Yeah, and that kind of goes back to the conversation about a map like Vault, at least in Search and Destroy. I mean, the attacking team gets to the A bomb so fast. It's like, Toast even mentioned it earlier, like, what is even the point of having a B bomb on that map? Just have an A bomb. Like, that's it. It's the only site that makes sense to go to. So, like, there's still some reworking that needs to be done. We do have Challengers Cups in a couple weeks, if I remember. Next weekend is when the Challengers Cup starts, so oof, sorry for anyone playing in those, but they hopefully will fix these maps a little bit better up, at least in terms of Search and Destroy, by the time we get to CDL, which is in 3 weeks or so. I mean, we are doing a great job so far. I have an idea of these maps being, I think these maps can be good. I think these maps absolutely can be good, but they need some work done to them.
Yeah, no, 100%. And then when you have teams like UT Chattanooga, which who cares if you plant A? They're going to rush in there immediately.
Dude, I have never seen a Call of Duty team 4-stack that crazily. Like, I'm just watching them four drop down into the A bomb site from the top middle, and I'm like, yo, like, it just, everyone is in there at one time. The whole lobby was in one little tiny box. So, like, oh, man. Also, the game, I think, got an update. So, apologies for the delay here. It's not being kind to our game, unfortunately. Update requires restart, and then you have to reopen the launcher, and then the update for the launcher also requires a restart. So, you got to restart like 6 or 7 times before you can actually play the game. It's very unfortunate, but we will hop into this series pretty soon. And hey, I mean, we're probably getting out of here on time, actually, which is really nice. I mean, this LAN has ran very smoothly. I say smoothly, but look at me. I've been sitting behind a desk and standing in front of a TV all day. I mean, look at my job compared to everyone else's.
We've definitely had some bumps, but we are still making it out ahead of time. In some spots, we're still making it out.
Like, this match was slated to start at 7:30, and we did the introduction at 7:30. So, like, you can't ask for much better than that. The only better you could ask for is being ahead of time, which also, we have seen all 3-0s and singular 3-1 today on this stream. I need I mean, maybe not. I don't know. Maybe tonight, maybe not tonight. I need a game 5 somewhere on A stream, man. Because, like, if I'm going to be casting all day tomorrow, too, and everything's a 3-0, and then you get the grand finals, it's a 4-0, like, 4, 5? I think you have to win 5. 5-0.
Yeah, 5-0.
If it's a 5-0, bro, I'm checked, man. I'm checked. But these series still, a lot of 3-0s, but some of those 3-0s have been quite close. Some of them haven't been, but we'll see what ends up going there, and it looks like we are now able to load into the game. So for everyone joining, thank you for watching all day long. We had to shut the stream off 3 separate times, and we are finally getting to the end of it. And we've also had a B stream going this entire time, so huge shout outs to all of our staff. They are all obviously all very incredible people, and they have gotten this thing done. Not that I didn't do much, but I'll be real, I did. 20, 30 seconds, that could really start putting you in an area where you're going to be out of reach. Nicholls State, though, are starting to get together, bringing it forward for Nicholls State, although they're going to have to start really racking up time. They're going to need a big hold here on P2, and if they can continue contesting P1, that's going to be even better for them. But they need to start racking up kills, and that's what they're starting to do. You see Craze on a 3 streak, not much now, but he's 18 and 11, having a solid game. It's just all down really to Shakesy, what he's able to start doing. He's currently at 7 and 18, not having the greatest of times, but he is looking like he's heating up. I believe he started 0 and 9 and even had like a 1 and 10 stat line, so certainly much better.
Yeah, no, 100%. He's holding the point down. Unfortunately, cannot do anything as 2 of Nwosu's players jump right on top of him. And unfortunately, Nicholls has bad spawns, but we will see Nwosu holding this point with their life. They're getting the spawns, so they're right back there. The trades don't even really matter.
Wait, how, they broke. Nicholls State was holding that hill. I don't understand how they've broken it that easily. Nwosu just making it look like a simple task, and I mean, Shakesy gonna fall there again, and look at Nwosu just fragging out. It will be some scrap time over towards Nicholls State, but scrap time is not going to help you win this game. Look at the deficit. It's over 100, and it's not getting much better, especially when Stewie is sitting at 20.
Shakesy miss an entire mag while gunning Biggie Cheese, and then ends up picking 2 kills up. What a change
regain.
of pace. I know.
Great regain there from Shakesy. Now we will head into our 6th round of the game. C-Mac still without a kill, but on the other side, you got a pretty even stat line across the board. 2 and 3 for aggro is mainly, I would say, probably the only weird one, just because there hasn't been a lot of interaction for him. But outside of that, it's just been simple, you know, normal Call of Duty. C-Mac is going to be patrolling over towards P2. Gonna have to be very careful, though. It's not a great place to stand. Now, where he's at now is fine, but you have to be careful pushing all the way up there without any information on what the other team could be doing. I also see a trophy out for him. On the other side, though, of Nwosu, I mean, look at number 3.
Stewie's covering. I feel like he's just covering B site.
He is. That's what that sight line is, but he's just so far back on the map. Now, though, the pressure is starting to mount moving towards A, and it'll be C-Mac dying, Craze dying too. Stu finds that one, and it's going to be a 2v4 again for Nicholls State. They are just unable to get anything going. Aggro will take down Nino. Shakesy, last alive. Spots the first, gets good timing. There goes Stewie, but you still got 3 more kills to go, and you got to also plant the bomb or get these 3 kills in the next 15. And he's going to at least find a second. Good shots from Shakesy. He looks much better than what we were seeing in that hard point, but not going to win the round. Still, though, taking some players off shoots while going on a streak of his own. That's a 5 spree now, as players from Nwosu are just kind of running at him, or running at where they think he is, and then he's just shooting them in the back. But regardless of that result, Nwosu will take the round. Again, a 2-round lead once more, and it's 4-2 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, Shakesy knew that he didn't have enough time to plant the bomb, so he was just looking for those players. And T-Bird just hanging out, just chilling. You know, didn't need to rush into a fight that he probably could have won, but, you know, still, you never know.
Yeah. And it's going to be everyone in the middle of the map, but it's going to be underneath. Big Cheese with the first blood. C-Mac does get spotted, but doesn't matter. Finds a double out of it. What a way to have the first 2 kills of the game. Make it 3. C-Mac coming to life. That's a 3-piece for him. Now it's down to Stewie in a 1v2.
That's insane. Yeah, C-Mac getting the 3, making him 3 and 6. The revive on that, and they know where the bomb is, and there's only Stewie left. Now we have seen Stewie gun. He is 7 and 3.
Yeah, he's having an incredible game, but with the way these 2 Nicholls State players are playing, it's a lot more disciplined. They're not really over-channeling or anything like that. They're being a lot more calm. They know they don't have to do much of anything to stay alive here, and that's going to be a nice little bait and switch for Nicholls State. They will, again, put themselves within 1, but putting yourself within 1 is not as helpful as having a lead, and especially now that we're getting to the later stages of the game, you're going to have to start putting something on the board. You're going to have to start stringing together a few rounds in a row if you really want to have a chance here. But at the moment, it's still Nwosu in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I mean, still anyone's game, though. You'll see Nicholls State picking it up a little bit. You know, C-Mac had that 3-piece. He's doing really well. Shakesy 7 and 4, a big jump from what that hard point was last game. Craze is 4 and 5, with Nino being 5 and 7. Not too terrible. However, across the board, Nwosu, yeah, are doing amazing. You'll see T-Bird's 5 and 4, Biggie Cheese 7 and 6, Stewie 8 and 4 now as he picks off a Craze, and then Aggro is 3 and 5. And
it's going to dramatically halt this push towards the A site. Now, they could maybe look to rotate to B. It's going to be a tough bid regardless of where they go. Biggie Cheese has the jump, but gets bodied by Shakesy. C-Mac also going to find Stewie. So what seemed like it was almost unwinnable for Nicholls State, they have just managed to give themselves a man advantage. Only 30 on the clock. They're going to have to go for a plant. Looks like that's exactly what they're going to do. That will go down at A. 2v3 for Wosu make it a 2v2, and now it's going to be a actually T-Bird and Aggro looking to push into this bomb site. Get eyes on Shakesy, so that is at least one, and seeing both of those get thrown out at the same time, I think they're at least aware that both these players are in here. T-Bird, though, trying to take the first. Chow needs to win it, can't do so. Aggro gets the trade, though with just 18 seconds left. It's going to be Nino, needs to get this kill, and does just that. Little sketchy at the end, but not too terrible. 4-4 scoreline. Now we have ourselves a ball game here.
Yeah, I mean, what a game. You'll see Nino hop up on that heady. Aggro basically had no chance at all to win that gunfight, and it'll be tied up.
Yeah, now you've got yourselves 4-4, and I mean, I still have the belief that Nwosu will likely win this map, but if Nicholls State has anything to say about it, maybe not. They're now back on the defensive side of the map. We'll see how Nwosu decides to go for this round, and it's just really been a great set of first bloods from, oh, C-Mac gonna get a double with the RC and one with the Gunny. Actually, it wasn't C-Mac, that was Shakesy, got the first blood. He's now 10-5. I mean, this is looking like it's going to be a round for Nicholls State. It's off the rip. It just 2 kills with the RCXD. You can't get much better than that.
No, not at all. And that immediately puts Nicholls State at the advantages. Only Stewie's left. And Nicholls State has literally every bomb site covered to a T. Like, you cannot, it doesn't get much better than this.
Yeah, it's a 1-4, but look at the angle from Stewie. He at least finds the first. Only 34 on the clock to start making his move if he wants to win this round. And it's a 1v4, so not the easiest job to do, especially with just 20 now remaining on that game clock. And it's definitely going to be a round for Nicholls State at this point. I don't know if Stewie really get through, and the shots are shaking from both players. Let's at least find another, but he's gonna have to immediately go for a bomb plant, and he's not going to, so that's going to be the round over to Nicholls State. They will have match point here in this round. Nicholls State getting the win.
I'm a little confused on why he didn't go for the bomb plant.
Probably didn't want to give up a streak. That would be my guess. He's on a 3, and I don't know what anyone else was on over on the side of Nicholls State, so probably something to do with that. Just didn't want to feed them because they don't. Because I mean, to be fair, you'd be going into a round 11 anyways, so it's not like you would have any streaks really on either side. So that's a great question, and I can't say I have an answer for it, but it will be now flop sides once more. 4-5. For Nicholls State, and we have ourselves a first blood for Shakesy again. I don't know what it's been in the second half of this search and destroy, but something in Nicholls State has awoken. They look so much better. They look like they are finally able to compete here with Nwosu, but I say that pretty early into a round without a clear defined winner. And look at that timing. Craze is just trying to get into the window, ends up finding nothing but a dead body, which is himself. Trades are going through. T-Bird now in a 1v2, though. Has to win this one. The bomb is just 20 seconds from blowing up, and it's going to be a 6-4 map. Nicholls State going to keep themselves alive in the series, in the tournament. Now we're going to head to a map 3, and we've guaranteed ourselves a map 4.
Wow, what a turn of events. Shakesy is 13-6. Almost hitting 1,700 damage. I mean, amazing. T-Bird 6-7, Biggie Cheese 7-9, Stewie 12-6, Aggro 5-8, and for Nicholls State, C-Mac 7-9, Shakesy 13-6, Craze 4-7, and Nino 6-8.
They're over there. But we are going to head into a little intermission. We're going to have a 5-minute break in between maps before we get into the second hardpoint of this series. So we will take a little intermission, then we'll be back in a few minutes when we're ready to start map number 3.
Nicholls said no. All right, and hello, welcome in, everybody. We are ready to hop into the next game. They originally wanted to take a bigger break, but they decided, you know what? Nah, let's just keep going as we hopefully head into a vault hardpoint pretty quickly here. And I mean, we've seen this map 100 times today. It's simply a mix fest. That's what you're gonna get out of a vault hardpoint.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see a dominant team on this.
We saw UT chat on it earlier. I mean, that was some pure gameplay.
When is UT chat not dominant?
Well, that's a good point. When they play like Fisher or Northwood, that's like,
yeah.
Cause and like when they play like a Mars Hill, even like they're also Mars Hill's also incredible. Shout out to you, Jamie. Sorry we couldn't bring you in today or to this event this weekend, but we have the map ready to go, making sure all the players are locked in and ready to hit start game. And once we get there, we can keep coasting through this series. Again, the last series on the night. Thank you for everyone for joining us. Nice thing is it's not even too late of a night. It's only 8:30 right now, and yeah, we are good to go. So, and again, thank you all for watching. This has been a probably 12-hour stream. I mean, not consistent, not straight through because we had to restart it a few times, but it's been a long day here. I mean, we've been here for about 12 hours. Going to be roughly 12 to 13, depending on how this game ends, when this game ends. If it hits 9, that'll be about 12 on the dot because we started at 9. So, big day-to-day of Call of Duty. Last series, and I believe the series of Syracuse GMU is also wrapped on up. So, this is absolutely the last thing going on here for the night. And then we will be able to head on out and get ready for Championship Sunday, which will take place starting at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Now, we've got ourselves a hard point right ahead of us.
Yep. Now last hard point that we saw was Skyline, and Nuosu had a dominant performance. So we'll see. Obviously, this Bolt map works a little differently. There's a lot of spots you can get shot from, but I mean, right off the bat, already Nuosu not alive. Destroyed, absolutely destroyed. Nino taking the point, getting some hill time down. Now it looks like Nuosu is trying to get into that point, trying to find a way to beat Nino, and Aggro jumping in, Stewie taking out Craze, and we'll see C-Mac rush 2 and almost takes out the second one, but unable to. T-Bird taking him out. But it looks as if Nicholls State has taken the hard point.
Just for a couple of seconds there, and now they will look to rotate to the back spawn, and it's going to be Stewie again shutting it down. Where is his next engagement going to come, though? He's getting pinched now. Biggie Cheese gets taken down by C-Mac as well. Good shots from him. Going to look to rotate into the hard point. Now he's got 3 friends along with him. Nino takes out Aggro, and that's going to be the hill captured for Nicholls State. Just for the time being, though, T-Bird looking to make some noise and does just that. Biggie Cheese getting involved on the opposite end, and that should be even more time for Nuosu. And it's the one problem I have with playing hardpoints against him, or at least in this series, if you are Nicholls State, you have to find a way to keep up. It is going to be immensely challenging, but you have to find a way to keep up with the guns of Nuosu. Otherwise, Stewie, T-Bird are just going to keep killing you in your own spawn. And finally, you can get out of it. That's only because the hardpoint is across the entire map.
Oh my goodness. The entire Nuosu team is shredding, and they're so fast. They back up each other immediately. You'll see like someone like Stewie go for a kill, end up almost losing it, but then T-Bird comes right in and swoops in and saves the day. It's just amazing seeing these players work, and you'll have, what, is C-Mac behind a pillar?
Yes, and he's gonna jump into the hard point, actually jump into the sight line of T-Bird, and T-Bird will take him down. That is a good chow, though, from C-Mac. You just have to contest the point at that rate, and he just ends up losing the gunfight, especially when you have players watching over you. I mean, it also just almost feels like Nicholls State is slowly starting to run out of whatever's left in the tank, and it's also partially just a testament to how good Nuosu is in hardpoint. I mean, look at the scoreboard. It's 104-17, and it's still counting upwards. 6th streak for T-Bird. Kid has not died in at least a minute and a half, and there he goes. Finally going to get taken down by Shakesy. Rotate, though, now to that 4th hardpoint, and that's just going to be a brutality for T-Bird. Finds 2, Stu finds another. And that's, again, going to be a significant amount of time for Nuosu. And honestly, they're looking like they want to make this a 20-point club. Is it going to be? I hope not. But if it ends up being that, you are not looking great heading into Protocol Hardpoint in Map 4.
Oh my gosh. This is Nuosu's world, and we're all just living in it.
And I'll be real, like, some of the comms that I'm hearing from Nuosu, it's, oh my god, please kill me. Like, as in, kill me in the game, because he is going off so hard, man. It's crazy what these players are doing. 16-8 if you are Stu, 14-4 if you are T-Bird. I mean, they are just slamming it down. It doesn't get much crazier than this. If you are Northwestern Oklahoma State, they are just perpetually putting Nicholls State into the respawn screen. They've learned how the spawns work. They've learned how to get the gun. He's flowing, and now they're hitting the flow state. But look at these kills out from Nicholls State. They finally have stopped the bleeding, but, I mean, it's not really bleeding anymore. It's just perpetual brain damage.
You can stop the bleeding, but the second someone scratches your cut, it's just coming in worse. And that's exactly what Nuosu is doing right now. Now we'll see a little bit of a bite back here from Nicholls State, but Stewie, it doesn't even matter. Stewie is going off. 18 and 10. T-Bird's 15 and 6.
Why does Stewie sound mad to be here? Why does he sound like he doesn't want to play in this series anymore? He just wants to be done. Stewie will fall to Nino, but T-Bird is there immediately for the trade, and there's aggro. Shots, though, are not connecting. He will get some help by Biggie Cheese, and it's going to be 200 to 31. I mean, it's not looking good if you're Nicholls State, and you got to play another hard point after this. They're still attempting to fight back, but I mean, we said it earlier. We saw how Mike Tyson fought at 58. That's what we're seeing here right now. I mean, 213 to 31. You might win by 220 points if you're Nuoso.
Oh no, you can't even compare. That Mike Tyson fight was way closer than what this is.
I mean, at least Tyson threw punches.
Yeah, no, exactly. 230 to 31.
They might be able to win it here. I can't actually tell you if they can or not, but the pre-fire from Craze just shooting ghosts. That might be Sam Darnold out there. He's seeing everything, but I mean, when you've been playing for this long, for this much of a day, I understand, man. I'd be shooting ghosts too. I'd be hearing stuff that I think I'm hearing. I hear voices in my head thinking I'm Randy Orton, and I'm not. Stewie, though, 21 and 14, and he is just leading the charge. Can't say that Biggie Cheese isn't, though, either. 15 and 8. This is just a stomping 250-39. We've got another map, bro. We've got another map.
Did Stewie turn on his monitor or something? What just happened? Oh my goodness.
I mean, there's not much else we could say about that. I think it was summed up pretty well by Nuosu themselves. Words I will not repeat for sake of keeping my job. But
yeah,
man.
and Nino got play of the game.
Wait, Nino?
Nino got play of the game with the Strider.
23 and 14 from Stu. I mean, he's having a time of his life up there. 15 and 8 for Biggie Cheese, 18 and 11 for D-Bird, and 13 and 9 for Aggro. Everyone getting some good bits of time, too. I mean, man, what else is there to say? It's just been, that's a tough one.
That's a dominant performance. I mean, there's no, you can't sugarcoat something that's sour. It's just.
Look, I don't want to be the guy to say it. I don't like calling a series before it's actually over. I'm the one who talks shit when I'm losing by 72, but like, Nuosu may have this one. They may in fact be taking this game.
Yeah, well, I mean, I told you earlier, a team that can win a hard point by a good margin, it doesn't matter if you're an S&D team. You're going to lose the next 2 hard points.
Yeah, and that's really the benefit, too, of a format like this. Because Control is currently broken still, too, we couldn't use it for the event, and that just benefits teams like Nuosu, who can frag out in hard point, and you're seeing it. You're seeing why it's a problem.
Yeah.
At least for other teams, not necessarily for them.
Yeah, no. I
can
mean,
imagine they're happy with it.
Yeah, I mean, they have to be happy with it. Stewie is literally screaming, kill me in game because he cannot die.
He's like, please, get a kill, get a trade. I heard after the map, oh my God, words I will not repeat. Please get a trade, someone. Like, when you have to beg the other team to get a trade, there is a problem.
Dude turned on God mode and is testing all the ways that he can get himself killed.
I mean, I'm just waiting for someone to speak in Spanish just so we can get a different type of insult. Like, I'm waiting for someone to pull that out. Now, Nicholls State does have one on the board at least, so we'll see if they're able to bring it back here. If they can force a map 5, they might have a chance, but if last map was an indication of what's going to go down here, I don't know if I want to see that post-game reaction from the side of Nuosu.
I want to see it. I mean, you might not.
I guess I have no affiliation, so that's a good point. I don't care.
Yeah, true, but it's gonna be awesome. I mean, at the end of the day, all love, but
I know they're so chill. They're like, oh yeah, you guys get so like the second after screaming their heads off. They're like, oh yeah, you guys. And Stewie looking to just put the stamp on the envelope, and for now, it will be bad postage, and Nicholls State just trying to keep themselves in this one while they can, because later in the game, that may become a problem. Stu, again, just sprinting down range. It is, though, very minimal time for both squads. And T-Bird going to be the one teed up on the artillery weapon. He doesn't even need to really have his services required. He's just trying to find someone to shoot, and there's no one home. The door is blocked. The building is empty. The house might be on fire if you're Nicholls State. You've got very little time to continue making this one up. 24-7, and that scoreboard's just going to keep ticking on for Nwosu.
Yeah, and it is, as you see, Craze does take one out, and T-Bird is getting stunned after stunned, but it doesn't matter. You'll see Biggie Cheese and manages to take him out, and T-Bird caught an unfortunate reload. It doesn't even matter. Biggie Cheese, I mean, trade after trade here. I'm literally trade after trade.
That's the middle of this map. P2 kind of allows for it because you can see it through this angle here, and you're going to see Aggro get a kill from that. But finally, Nicholls State has managed to claim the time. But it should be a rotation. Look at where number 7 has spawned, by the way. They spawned all the way on the outside of the map, and 8 is also now going to force the rest of his team to be in a really awkward position. I don't know what's happening with the spawns. I'm pretty good at rating them normally, but this has been a little awkward. Aggro will take down Craze, so the rotation for the next hardpoint will be in favor of Nwosu. And, I mean, 1, who could have guessed, but 2, where are these players from Nicholls State going to push from? It looks like they're just trying to get through the middle of the map, and you have Aggro looking at your Scullion. Can you hold off? And it looks like no for Nicholls State. 5 streak for Aggro, just making sure that all the angles are covered. Finally, though, Nicholls State again able to at least make something happen. Aggro finds one before being traded out. Stewie pops in from the back. Craze will at least get a kill, though Biggie Cheese was able to slide in, get a bullet or 2 in, and that's going to be beautiful work from him. 71-27. This one isn't out of hand quite yet, but Nwosu threatening to try and put it into that territory. They just get so much scrap time too. That needs to be noted. They are not only grabbing a majority of the time when the hill starts, they are also making sure they grab that scrap time, not allowing the opposing team to get anything, even just little bits over time. And that's why you're seeing them get so many big leads. 86-32. Big Cheese gonna have to slide on in. Does he find another? No, C-Mac will shut it down. But C-Mac gonna start having something to say. Finds 2, 11-6. Needs to get his squad going. They are down by 50 and they are on elimination point. Some dipping, dodging, weaving, bobbing, all the above on the hard point here. It's just such a mixy place. We've seen it on the bomb site. It's just the same on hard point, but even worse. And it's a 30-point lead for Nicholls State as they reach it.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, Stewie taking 2 outs. C-Mac can't find a way to his shots. Finally, he found it.
Teammate smoke grenade, or not smoke grenade, sorry, a flashbang. Or stun grenade, that's what it is. I'll get it right eventually. And so finally, we're seeing some life, though, from Nicholls State. Again, if they can force 5, there may be a chance. Aggro slamming Craze down, and now we head back to P1. It's going to be Shakesy trying to do something, not going to be able to. And C-Mac really coming to life here. He's 15-7. He's doing his best to will his team to a victory, but it is going to be so hard for him alone to do. And you need the rest of the team here in this map. And right now, you don't really have it. I mean, the closest you've got is Craze, who's 10-10. Outside of that, it's just been a brutal map for the rest of the team. Stewie is going to follow to Shakesy now. The rest of them are waking on up. It's going to be a lot closer than what we saw in the previous map, and I'm very thankful for just that.
Yeah, I mean, it seems as if Nicholls State has finally woken up. Can they keep this momentum? They are hyped out of their minds. Shakesy and C-Mac both absolutely shooting.
Yeah, and this is the Nicholls State we were hoping to see all day, and now we're finally getting to experience it. But Shakesy, tough team kill. Nino running in front of him, and now it's going to give the full rotation over to Nwosu. Not what you wanted to see, but with how Nicholls State has bounced back, they may have an opportunity here for a break. And they're going to look for it. C-Mac, a huge double, and now you're going to continue to get the time. C-Mac doing it all right now for Nicholls State. Biggie Cheese at least finds one, but he's gonna get spun around and it's just gonna be trade to bound. No significant time either way. Aggro just trying to keep himself alive in the hard point. Craze does find the kill. Nino also finding one on the Stewie. Now it's much, much more even.
Yeah, no, 100%. C-Mac able to hold that point for as long as he did. Pushed Nicholls State up. Craze, an unfortunate TK right there while shooting at Aggro. Literally jumped, Nino jumped right into his line of fire. And you'll see, it looks like Nwosu is absolutely shredding right now. You'll see Craze pick up Stewie for the trade. And Biggie Cheese also just running, gunning. Craze taking another one out. It's looking a very close game.
Yeah, and I can hear the Nicholls State players. They got one kill and they are freaking out. It is insanity right now in the venue. They still have the energy after all this, and I can see why. C-Mac is 23 and 13, and this game is actually close. Shakesy doing what he can, just trying to hold off for the rest of the reinforcements to come through. 129, 123, and now they have Nwosu stuck in the back spawns. Can Nwosu get through? T-Bird has managed to break on in. Craze, though, is looking to make a statement, and huge kills from Craze. That's a 3 streak, 18 and 14. 134, 127. Nwosu still holding a lead, but barely. And now this next hill is going to be dangerous for everyone involved.
Oh my gosh! Look at all the trades coming off from everyone, and Nicholls State ends up winning that altercation. You'll see they're just trying to hold every angle they can to keep Nwosu off of it. They have ended up taking the lead. It is now 142 to 134, and I mean, oh my goodness, the way they are reading these corners on where these Nwosu players are is absolutely crazy, and every single one of their team is absolutely shooting now.
I can't believe the turnaround I've just seen. They look deflated after map 3, and even at the start of this map, they were looking pretty rough off as well. They're trying to force this comeback, and if they can, that game 5 is going to be a heated one. Now T-Bird is going to get taken down. Shakesy almost with the second. I don't know what switch has been flipped, but they have come to life not only in the gun skill, not only in the gameplay, but also in the comms. I am just hearing so much life come out of these guys, but will it all be for nothing if Nwosu can bring it back? They are now down by 20. It feels like this is the first time. Oh, Biggie T's not going to finish the kill onto the player on hill. That's a huge one. Now Nicholls State can start rolling again. And everyone from Nwosu, it just seemingly have forgotten how to shoot their gun.
Nicholls State has decided they needed to turn the brightness up on their monitors because they weren't seeing straight. And clearly Nwosu right now needs to do the same. It is now 179 to 151. This is the most exciting series I think we've seen today. We could very well go to our first game 5 if Nicholls State keeps playing the way that they're playing.
Yeah, but Stewie is looking to make it not be the case, and we will see if they are able to shut the door on this series. Shakesy, though, does get taken down by T-Bird, but still, you're gonna have to rotate if you are Nicholls State. They're trying to get into the new hill, and they are just now able to do so. And we're seeing Nicholls State just run it down. Finally, they have a whole lot of life in this series. Nwosu look like they just are so lost after having that big lead.
Yeah, I mean, they need to put a map on their screen or something because they're looking for treasure that ain't there. Running into the hands of Nicholls State and getting shredded by players like C-Mac and Shakesy, and even Craze absolutely destroying this team. You'll see Nicholls State has even time across the board, not even just their kills. So they're playing genuinely the greatest hardpoint that I think we've seen today.
I don't know where it came from, but this is what they've needed this entire time. And of course, the losers bracket is gonna do certain things to people that you just don't know what's gonna happen. And Nino hitting only 26 and 30, but still managing to rack it up. now you're going to see Nicholls State just need a little more time, 15 seconds, and they will take game 4, and they will send us to 5. And look at the stats. Everyone is nearly even. Biggie Cheese, though, managing to find 2. And it doesn't matter. Shakesy gonna look to shut down the map, and that should be just it. And that will do it. Map 5, and they are on their feet.
What a game! I did not expect this after game 3. Holy crap! I mean, close as ever. You can probably hear Nicholls State is livid right now. They are loving this so much. You can't script that any better. I mean,
I'm pretty sure Nwosu had a near 100-point lead in that map too. I mean, bringing it back like that, unbelievable. And the stats aren't even that crazy. The only one I really want to point out here is C-Mac. He was the one just going off the entire game, and he just showed it out. 33 and 23 at the end of the day. 22 non-traded kills. Someone needs to get a trade, and I'm not sure who.
I don't know, but it doesn't matter because we're done with Hardpoint. Screw Hardpoint. We're out of it. It is now on to S&D for our Game 5, the first Game 5 we will be seeing today.
Well, on A stream.
On A stream.
And then on B stream, there was one earlier in the day, of course, with LSU. But here on A stream, this is going to be the first one you guys get to see. It is going to be a Skyline Search and Destroy. If you've ever wanted to see people run it down, you're about to see people run it down.
Skyline is such a great search and destroy map. I'd argue one of the best S&D maps to where everything is almost perfectly balanced.
As all things should be. And I think we're just gunning. I'm pretty sure they're just gonna gun straight into the map. I mean, they are certainly ready to go. And whoever wins is going to be on their feet. There's going to be fingers pointed, and then good game, guys. Good game.
Good game.
Then right after.
GG's.
I mean, this might be the biggest match we have today, at least in terms of the hype, in terms of the star power. It's just a great series all around. I mean, by all means, I thought Nicholls State was dead in the water after losing 250 to 39. You have the other team telling you to get a trade. Well, they're not only getting a trade, they're getting a victory. And now the search and destroy, which you lost earlier in this series, you got to be thinking it's going to be a tough time to take this if you are Nwosu.
Yeah, think of it this way, though. I mean, lower bracket, whoever loses this goes home.
Yeah.
So they are fighting tooth and nail to make it to Championship Sunday tomorrow. And what a fight that is being had. I mean, it's like you put two schoolgirls together and one of them said their hair looked ugly. Holy.
I mean, that causes a full-on brawl.
Exactly.
And I mean, yeah, that's what we've seen just now. I don't even, man, we just need to see the gameplay at this point. Map 5, everybody, closing out the night, of course, with a banger series. It's going to be a rundown on the kitchen. Big Cheese on the pinch, going to get C-Mac down. T-Bird just used as a little bit of bait. Shakesy, though, on the other side, going to have an opportunity to go for a pinch of his own. Will just stay home, though, and that's what you're taught in good football technique. Aggro will find Shakesy on the side of Piano. Bomb goes down, and this is looking like it's going to be a first round for Nwosu. But Craze, Nino have the opportunity to do something special here for V2. Just 35 on the clock.
Yeah, now Nwosu took out Nicholls State's top frags, except for Craze. Craze is still a gunner, takes out one. He has 24 seconds to make something happen as Nino takes out T-Bird. There's only one. Stewie's the only one near A-bomb. Stewie taking out Craze. Only Nino left, and Nino ends up getting aggro, but it doesn't matter because Stewie turns around to pick up the Nino kill.
Those shots onto aggro are gross. I don't know how he got that kill. I mean, that was dirty. Doesn't really matter, but Nino certainly ready for map 5. It will be round 1, though, to Nwosu, and I didn't hear a single beep out of them. I mean, they might not talk a single word after this. I know earlier they were pretty mad, and you're probably going to see them pretty mad here again. So this might be a team that they feel is inferior to them. And, hey, that confidence is what's going to, could, one, either bite you in the back, but also could ultimately lead to your victory. Stu has to back away, gets put to 57, and Big Cheese again finding C-Mac for the first blood, second round in a row. That's been the case for both the shooter and the death. Now Nino, though, does at least get a trade, and so does T-Bird. So we are in a man advantage for Nuosu. It's going to be 2v3. Nicholls State has Shakesy and Craze left to go. Where are they able to go?
I am surprised no one is rotating the ventilation system. I mean, that perfect play scenario right now. Bomb is down. Shakesy has to pick it up. He does end up picking up that bomb. We will see they are looking an A push. Does T-Bird see them? I'm pretty sure he does.
Tough, but he also, wait, he didn't get stunned there. It didn't matter as T-Bird does fall. Craze at least finding the kill. Shakesy also going to take out aggro, so they've just made this a 1v2. They flipped the script immediately. Plant going to go down, and it's going to be at least one for Stewie. Now makes it a 1v1, and this is a huge point in this game. I know it's only 1-0, but trust me when I say it, this is very, very big.
Yeah, this could make or break a team's mentality. Craze just sitting there, waiting for the footsteps, and will Stewie go for it? I mean, Ninja Plant, question mark. You'll see T-Bird or Craze is looking for Stewie anywhere he can. Stewie only 10 seconds, and look at that. Does he get the kill? Picks the kill up, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
No. And Stewie just taking a significant amount of time there. Never checked the piano side of the map, and that's going to cost him there. He was very thorough on looking over towards bathroom, but he just did not spot anything over in that piano side, and that's going to cause an issue in that round. But, of course, it will now be a 1-1 scoreline for this map 5, and honestly, couldn't get much better.
Yeah, no, 100%. Now, Stewie is 4-0. He did pick up that RCXD from playing his life right there, and he has a chance at the Hellstorm if he keeps playing the way he's playing. However, as we just saw, Craze picked up the early kill on aggro. We'll see T-Bird planting this bomb early as we have Nino and C-Mac rotating the flanks. Is C-Mac gonna see Stewie? Stewie, I mean, right there, picked up the kill on Nino, but Stewie did not see C-Mac, as Shakesy also picks up Biggie Cheese, and T-Bird going down, and that is another quick round to Nicholls, making it 2-1.
Just a great retake from Nicholls State, not giving Nuosu an opportunity to really look at their setup. And I mean, you just win your individual gunfights. You can just see who's hot right now. It's going to be Nicholls State. It's going to be Craze. 4-2, having a good one so far. T-Bird not gonna be able to do much in that position. And man, what a resurgence Nicholls State has had here. Now they're really bringing it to Nuosu, who a lot of us thought was going to be an incredible team in this event, and now they're looking at down the barrel of maybe not even making Championship Sunday. Stewie, though, has some words for that raising there. Gonna send out the RCXD, though. We'll see where he decides to bring this one to. And it's gonna be blown up immediately. It doesn't look like it got any damage dealt. C-Mac again, though, finding a first blood. Him and Biggie Cheese have been going at it in those first engagements, and this time C-Mac will get the better of Biggie Cheese, and it will go down to Stu as it's a 2v4 now. T-Bird and Stewie. Last one's up for Nuosu, and there's just no answers for Nuosu, or from Nuosu. Nicholls State just look incredible right now. One, though, for Stewie. He's got a lot of work ahead of him, though, and this is going to be a brutal one if he's able to pull it off. And it's just, he's stuck in the back of spawn. Not really much he can do here. Just 25 on the clock. He's likely just going to have no way of winning this round. May just look to see if he can get a pick or two.
Yeah, I mean, 20 seconds left. He might be able to take one off, but at this point, it is impossible for him to get it. You'll see him, C-Mac has him in his line of sight, but unable to get any sort of substantial kill. And will he just play right to keep his 1-kill streak? And it looks like he will do just that. So Nicholls State take that round. It is now 3-1. And is there a light at the end of the tunnel here for Nuwosu?
There definitely is, but it's really going to come down to those first bloods. I mean, you've lost the past 3 straight first engagements. That's not acceptable. You cannot win S&D games by losing your first blood. I mean, you can. We've seen teams do it before, but it's insanely rare, and it doesn't help you at all. Obviously, aggro gonna be the one to take first blood, and maybe I was wrong. Maybe it doesn't matter. Shakesy has grabbed a double, but that was also a 3-stack up towards that top bridge, and that's gonna cause a lot of issues when you're sending multiple people there. Stewie also gonna fall down to aggro, and I mean, it's not even like we're seeing close rounds. These rounds have just not been close at all. Like, Nicholls State is just putting the pressure on Nuwosu, and Nuwosu needs to find a way to slow things down, calm the storm that is currently heading towards them. It has just been a snowball of unbelievable proportions. They've built a whole snowman at this point in time, and you gotta be careful. Nicholls State get another round on the board, and I mean, Northwestern Oklahoma State, have they ran out of energy?
Seems like it. I mean, they went from 250 to 39 and kind of slowly lost it. Now, still life, obviously. We have seen them play amazing, and they have the ability. Both of these teams are basically 50-50, like back and forth. But this S&D it's looking like a Nicholls State S&D right now.
And I wonder who picked this map. C-Mac again gonna get the better of Biggie Cheese. I mean, it's been the same story for the past like 4 rounds. What is happening in that engagement? C-Mac is just taking out Biggie Cheese every single round now. And it's really just not helping anyone's case on Nuwosu. Craze is going to go on a killing spree. That's his 5th in a row. Streaks will just about be available. And man, Nicholls State are doing what we didn't know if it was possible, especially midway through the series. Craze. And it looks like we do have a player that crashed out of the lobby, you can see there. So we're going to let this round play out because I believe that player was dead anyways. So it's going to be a 5-1 scoreline for the restart. We'll have to see if they will restart the lobby. And it looks like we are going to be just popping the lobby, so
we are currently figuring out what we want to do.
yeah. Yeah, and it looks like it will be a restart at 5-1, so one more round for Nicholls State, and they will be dealt with, or they will have dealt with Nuwosu, and I'd imagine some of the bigger teams in this bracket, or in these brackets, are going to be looking at this one and being like, wow, let's go. That's a huge win there. I mean, not that, I mean, Nicholls State has done everything they can to prove who they are, and I mean, they've done an incredible job of just that. It's just unbelievable what they've been able to do in this turnaround. I mean, I'm still at a loss for words. You lose 250 to 39, like, and you come back, and you were down by 100 or so in that map 4. You come back and win that. You come back here in the S&D, and you not only are winning, you are just destroying your opponent, and especially a talented one like Nuwosu.
They got so hyped during that hard point that a fuse blew in their head. And so now, maybe now that they have this much needed break, they can kind of reset the fuse like we've been having to do today, and let's see if we can get a little bit of a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly need it. I just 5-1. I mean, you've got to almost full sail this series, and it's not an easy thing to do.
I mean, you at least got one less round to just win straight through, but you still got to put 5 in a row together. We are loading into the map, so we will have the rest of our game, hopefully, as long as no one crashes, which today, hey, that was also the first time it wasn't production crashing. That was a player crashing, so that's quite impressive.
Yep, and so we are playing differential. So the map score is still 5-1, Nicholls State. So if Nicholls State wins this, it's game over regardless of what you see on the screen.
So if they win, yeah, and if Nicholls State wins a round before Nuosu wins 5, then we have our game, set, match. And of course the other way around for Nuosu. Now this is pretty tough though, and now we will see who comes out on top. Those first bloods for C-Mac have been impeccable. He's been taking down Big Cheese every single time since that first round of the map. Nino knows how much this means. Of course, just being very patient. Nuosu have to be even more so patient. They don't have any rounds to give. They are out of the tournament if that ends up being the case. And you can see the tension in this kitchen just with how little these players are moving. C-Mac Nino not moving a muscle. Stu, also Big Cheese, going to be hanging out towards those angles, and it is just so, like, you can cut the tension with a large pair of scissors, like a comically large pair of scissors that they use at ribbon cuttings. And it will be C-Mac getting first blood, but that's a great trade from T-Bird. Smart play. They finally have adjusted. Now, what does Nino do in this case? Just tries to sprint away, pulls out the knife. Wise decision, gets out, now has a 3v3. It's going to have to come through a retake. Just 20 seconds, though. Oh, no. On the bomb, and Shakesy gonna take down aggro. Oh, Nuosu just now getting the bomb down. Apologies for miscomming that. T-Bird, though, now 2v3. Him and Stu. A lot of work to do, and it's gonna be a full wipe. That is Nicholls State. 6-1, map 5. Statement made by Nicholls State.
Was that an upset? That was an upset.
Absolutely.
Oh my goodness. I mean,
wow. That's and not just an upset. That is a statement right there. 6-1 in map 5. The hype is there, and Nicholls State, first time they get on the main stage, they show out. Actually, this is the second time. I think it's, oh yeah, and then we gotta leave match and all that, but don't worry about all that.
Yeah, I will say my heart dropped whenever I saw aggro running to the back of the map, because I just knew he was gonna get shot in the back and it would be over.
Yeah.
But
we are gonna pull one more interview for the day, so we will head on over as we're ready to get going. All right, which one of you wants an interview? I'll take it. Player name? What time does it start? Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Oh. There you go. We can cut that off. So they hear it on stream though. All right, so finally, our last series of the day is done. We are done for the night. Craze, I mean, what a series there. How are you feeling after that big one?
It was a grueler. It was a grueler. After that vault got a little scary. C-Mac decided he wasn't gonna be old and started yelling. I know those lungs can't handle it no more. But after that protocol, it was over.
I mean, yeah. So what was the conversation after map 3? You lost 250-39. That is very hard to come back from. And then you start map 4 down by what, 50 to 100 points? What are the conversations happening there?
We got a strong mental. We knew vault was our best map, so I mean that didn't really bother us. I mean, I would hope you take your best map. We haven't played it for a while, so that's whatever. I mean, we don't get checked. C-Mac started winning some gunnies, things started going our way, and once we get going, we're hard to stop. So.
Yeah. Well, you have made it to Championship Sunday. You now have a chance to fight for the grand finals, fight for the title of champion here at the Southern Miss U.S. Army Invitational. Have any last words to say before we kick it off on to Sunday?
See y'all tomorrow. That's it.
All right, thank you guys all for joining us. It's been a long day, about 12 straight hours of Call of Duty, but we are ready to get back at it tomorrow as we get ready to close out the stream for the day. Again, thank you all for watching. Go follow us on social media. That is going to be at Southern Miss Esports on every single platform except for Twitter. You're going to have to go at USM Esports. Don't know how that one happened, but I didn't make the accounts. Sorry. Now, Thank you all for watching again. We'll catch you all tomorrow morning, though. 9 a.m. for the players to get here, 10 a.m. for matches starting. We'll see you guys then.